Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, get the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my send off. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God.
Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag, act like you know how this goes.
Glossy, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Was blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God.
Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my send off. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me? It's till you get woke, my God.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my send off. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke, life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me is till you get woke, my God.
fumble a bag. Now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag. Now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah yeah.
paradise through dirt in our
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
So the dust has settled on the Drivers' Championship. We have our crown. Of course, Maximilian Benneker for Mouse picking up that trophy just yesterday. But now the attention goes to the Teams' Championship. This is where we get to see the redemption stories. Of course, Dara McCormack, Luke Bennett, Moritz Lerner, big drivers that were knocked out in the Drivers' Championship back on Thursday. Now they get to prove themselves, not only for them, but also for their teams, as they get to work their way forward and maybe look for the team's crown.
What is up, everybody, and welcome to ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8 itself. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and I'm going to be your host throughout the duration of this event. But you know what? during this event, I've also found some homies along the way. Jardia, you've been here on the desk with me throughout the event so far, but we've also got our fantastic pit lane reporter, Rory. Talk to me about how everything has been going over there in the arena.
Everything's been absolutely incredible. We have never seen anything like this in sim racing, and it really shows. The guys, everything is just so much more professional. There's so much more on the line, especially today. $250,000. Incredible, and it really shows.
I'm super excited to get the show on the road, so let's go ahead and get our pre-show presented by Savvy on the go. Jardier. Bro, we had our Drivers' Championship concluding yesterday. We saw Maximilian Beneke walk away with that title and with a sweet sum of $100,000 yesterday. From the very start of the tournament, did you anticipate that it could have been him to take away the title?
I'm going to be honest, Max absolutely deserves it. He drove perfectly, flawlessly. He was in the right spot, in the right time as well. A little tiny bit of luck, you know, sometimes you need in sim racing, but he deserved 100% of it. And as you said, I must say, from all the, let's say, top 5 people that I bet to be in the top 5, Max for me was on P6. So I'm very happy, surprised that he won, and super happy he deserved it.
Well, you know what, Rory, you were chatting with pretty much every single person that has been at this event. What was the general consensus? What was everybody's kind of predictions heading into this of who would win the Drivers' Championship?
I mean, there's obviously the favourites, the people who've done it before at Katowice and Munich, and obviously our champion, Marcel Cimcik. But with this format, with this event, it is so, it's just brutal. You know, anybody along the way, you know, you need a bit of luck, anybody can win it, and, you know, we saw that.
Yeah, we most definitely did. But you know what? You've mentioned the format, but this time around we are restructuring once again. Driver Championship is well and truly done, and we head on over into our Team Championship. Now, let me break this one down for you. We're going to kick things off once again with another group stage. We have 48 drivers split across 4 groups, and we will be having 1 driver per team in each of those groups. Now, only 2 tracks will be played for each group, and teams have nominated their drivers for each group based on the tracks allocated as well. We've got Spa, Hockenheim, Monza and Nürburgring on display today as well. But what on earth are they actually trying to achieve here? Well, we've got some points on the line as well. The name of the game is to try and collect as many points as possible in order to make it to the top 6 teams that will progress on through into our day number 2, our finals, where it's the race to try and get that finalist mode once again. We saw it yesterday, fellas. How did we feel about the finalist mode? How did we feel that one panned out?
Do you want to take this one?
I think it's looking very good. I think it's going to be very interesting because we have some teams that are extremely strong, and we already in the previous races saw how they perform together. You know, for example, Porsche Honda really strong together. RAG obviously in Munich was unstoppable, and I'm very curious to see who's going to be the strongest today and who's going to go tomorrow.
Well, you know what? They're actually competing for a lot more than just points, folks, believe it or not. They are also competing for a hefty sum of $600,000 on the line. Rory, you mentioned it. $250,000 for that first place, $250,000. To even say that in the world of sim racing is a little bit surreal. So talk to me. Have you been hearing people speaking about that prize pool in the arena? Is that something that teams have been mentioning, chit-chatting about?
I don't think so much, because they don't want to jinx it. There is such a huge amount of money, as you say, on the line. And a year ago, before ESL was around, ESL R1 was around, we'd never seen anything like this. You know, this is so many times more than the guys and the teams are used to. So, yeah, they just don't want to jinx it. And plus, because there is so much money on the line, everybody keeps everything very close to their chest. So it's very professional out there.
Well, you've actually been hanging out backstage as well. So give me the lowdown. While the races are going on, can you hear the team managers? Because obviously they're a level above all of the drivers as well. Have you been hearing any raging, any team manager discussions taking place?
To be honest, there's a lot of communication that goes on throughout the race, but there's also at the same time a lot of leaving the drivers to it, because as we've discussed, there's so much on the line. But what is the real tell is how much it means to people. You can see the team managers sort of bouncing their leg around, sort of they're sweating, you know, they've got their head in their hands sometimes, they're cheering other times. So there's some real emotion out there, and it's fascinating to see.
roller coaster of emotions right there.
And when you see all this backstage, Rory, tell me, in your opinion, who's like the best team in this? Who's handling it best or at worst at the same time?
I mean, there's two teams that stand out for me. There's Porsche Commander and Williams. You know, they've just got so many people here. This is how seriously they take this. They've got marketing people there. They've got driver coaches there. That's in addition to the drivers and the managers themselves. So this is big business for these teams.
You know what? My eye is definitely on Team Redline. Obviously, having previously won our team championship over at the Munich Spring Major for ESL R1 as well. I think there's definitely a lot of pressure weighing in on their shoulders as well. Have you heard people chit-chatting about Redline and what their hopes and expectations are for them?
There hasn't been too much, but everybody kind of keeps themselves to themselves in this. As we're saying, they're so professional, there's so much on the line, as I keep saying, that they really don't want to give anybody an inch. They're so focused on themselves, each and every one of these teams, that they don't want to give anything away.
And how about when it comes to grabbing them for interviews after those races as well, Rory? Talk to me, how difficult is that one?
It can be very difficult depending on the situation. If somebody's just had a crash, or they're having a technical issue, or something hasn't gone right, you know, it can be quite difficult. They're very protective of their drivers, but at the same time, we've got a show to put on. So.
We absolutely do. Taking a look at that beautiful stage, folks. The AR, impeccable. The stage layout, beautiful. And the drivers prepped, primed, and ready to get the show on the road. I'm going to let you go ahead and enjoy that stage as we throw it over to Barney and Atik.
Makes it my night. With every win we ascend new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride, nice in the heart of a line. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the world's greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's simple the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up from above the spot?
In the words of Henry Ford, auto racing was just designed and it was created as the second car was built. And with that being said, racing is in our nature. It is pure instinct.
السباقات الفردية تصنع أبطال، لكن في أبطال مختلفين هم أبطال الفرق. كيف يكونون معنا؟ التعاون والروح الفريق يختلف في هذه المنافسة، وهذا اللي راح نعرفه في بطولتنا اليوم.
Competing as an individual is now out of the window as our teams take to the main stage and race as a unit.
البطولة اللي راح تكون معنا اليوم صحيح انها بطولة الفرق، لكن أنظمتها مختلفة شوي عن النظام الماضي، فيها تغييرات لأن النقاط راح تحسب على كل فريق مو بس على كل المتسابق.
Ladies and gentlemen, both at home and here in Riyadh, welcome to ESL R1 at Gamers8, sponsored by Aramco, and welcome to the Team Championship. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host Atik. And also, for those of you at home, I'll let you guess who didn't get the memo about the outfit today.
Well, I like my outfit, I guess. لكن عندنا برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين في هذه البطولة في هذه الرحلة اللي شفناها من اللي كانت معنا في السباقات الماضية، لكن في المرحلة الحالية زي ما قلنا لكم هي سباقات الفرق اللي راح تكون معنا، واللي راح نعرف منهم أبطال ومنهم أفضل فريق من المشاركين معنا.
I said, spicy shirts today. Atik comes dressed like a vanilla ice cream. Anyway, let's introduce our teams to the main stage.
Well, I love chocolate ice cream, but لكن أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا ننتقل على طول ونرحب بالفرق على المسرح.
Kicking things off with Apex Racing Team, we have Jamie Fluke, Kevin Ellis Jr., Peter Berryman, and Johan Harth.
See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. I don't show up if they don't run a check. I'm Big Daddy, I can put your son in check. all shots and they all wet. Diamonds change colors like the leaves, it ain't fall yet. Ain't gon' ask you again where my money at. Shooters and they aiming where your tummy at.
والآن مع الفريق التالي R8G Esports مع المتسابقين إرهان يايوفسكي، يوري تومان، مارسيل تشينشيك، تيبو كازوبان.
Chicken dinner, sorry that you put my money on the table before I turn you.
And now stepping onto the stage for Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, Dara McCormack, Daniel Pastor, Jakub Brzezinski, and Jack Keithley.
Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. I don't show up if ain't no briefcase. Your girl told me that you was a cheapskate. I'ma take your girl.
والآن الفريق التالي BMW MTM BS Plus Competition مع المتسابقين رايان بارنيفيل، بيدرو سانشيز، إبراهيم خان، فارس ستانلي.
Looking, yeah, you looking at her. Cooking, I've been cooking with her. Winner, chicken dinner, sorry that you put my money on the table before I turn you.
Making their way onto the main stage representing G2 Esports, Yoni Tormala, Isaac Price, Freddie Rasmussen, and Sebastian Joe.
Like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at.
والفريق التالي هيرويك رحبوا معنا بالمتسابقين تومي أوسكار بيكستريد، ميكيل جال، توماس تاتلر.
Entering the team championship representing Furia, Kaiki Oliveira, Lasse Back, Lasse Sorensen, and Gustavo Ariel.
Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. I don't show up if they don't run a check. I'm big.
والفريق التالي بيز كلان رحبوا معنا في المتسابقين جيم بولوباسي، جيان ماركو فيدوتشي، ايان بورتر، اولاش اوزيلي ديرم.
Messing with the squad, you ain't wanting that. Cause we know you soft as a gummy bag. Looking, yeah, you looking at her. Cooking, I've been cooking with the winner, chicken dinner, sorry that you put my money on the table.
And now, representing Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, Bono Huis, James Baldwin, Graham Carroll, and Marco Pehic.
Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss.
والآن مع فريق ما يستسلم ريد لاين رحبوا معنا بالمتسابقين كيفن سيجي، انزو بونيتو، جيفري ريدبيل، لوك بينيت.
I'ma take your girl, she a keepsake. Got money like I came up on a sweepstakes. On the A list, you a C grade. Make $1 million on a free day. Do it my way, I never give you leeway. Throw you out of the car on the freeway.
Stepping onto the main stage representing Porsche Coanda, Josh Rogers, Mitchell De Jong, Dane Warren, and Mac Backham.
On the table before I turn you.
والفريق التالي ماوز رحبوا معنا بالمتسابقين ماكس بينيكي، باتريك بولزمان، موريت لونر، يوري كازدور.
Step on down, step on down. Yesterday, it was a big day, wasn't it, Max? But you know what? Today, we reset. All the points are reset, of course, as well. Now we're into the team championship. I'm going to put you on the spot, and I just want to know from you, what do you feel like is your team's biggest strength?
That we're actually really consistent throughout the whole team. I think that's one of our biggest strengths. You don't need to win every single race, but you need to be like in the top 3 spots, and I think we have great drivers for that, and I think that's our best ability.
Can we expect to see a lot of team hype on the main stage? Because now we're in the team championship, we want to see everyone kind of coming together, cheering on each other. Can we expect to see a lot of that?
I mean, absolutely, but it was the same yesterday, right? So, or the day before. Everybody who's having a great result, you know, we're going to be there and, you know, applaud or do whatever. And the same with bad races, we're just going to be there and, yeah, work from there.
I love it. You know, that's what we like to see in Gamers8. Everyone support each other. A bit of encouragement. Now, who is going to be your Group A designated driver?
It's going to be Yuri. He's going to drive on Monza now, so let's see.
Exactly. The Temple of Speed is going to be our first track of the day. Yuri, can you please make your way to your rig? And everyone else, please, can you make your way up the stairs to join the rest of your team? And having said that, can all of the team managers please now send your Group A drivers down onto the main stage in front of their rigs?
بالضبط. الحين راح اعطيكم بس ملخص سريع عن المقابله باللغه العربيه. سوينا مقابله مع بطلنا اللي كان معنا امس، فسالناه في البدايه كيف او بالاصح ايش الشيء اللي يميز فريقكم انتم تحديدا. ذكر قال بكل صراحه فريقنا مستواه جدا ثابت وحتى برضه متصاعد، وبالنسبه لهم المشاركه الحين بالفريق كل اللي حققونه او لازم يحققونه هو 3 مراكز الاولى، وكانوا جدا ممتازين في السباق الماضي في البطوله الماضيه اللي كانت معنا، فجدا واثق من اداء فريقه. وفي السؤال الثاني اللي سالنا فيه المتسابق سالنا انه كيف هل بنشوف برضو تشجيع من فريقكم، لان هالمره راح تكون فيها روح الفريق. فذكر المتسابق قال اكيد احنا حتى برضو يوم كانت السباقات فرديه كنا جدا متحمسين لاي واحد يحزر اي من النقاط وحتى برضو يصعد في الليدر بورد اللي معنا، لكن هالمره يقول له صحيح حتى برضو ما راح يختلف عن المرات الماضيه، راح نعزز البعض وراح نشجع بعض. والسؤال الاخير اللي سالنا فيه المتسابق انه من هو المتسابق الاول اللي راح يكون معنا منكم، وذكر ان المتسابق راح يكون يوري. فالحين عندنا المتسابقين كلهم جالسين يوصلون الى اماكنهم، واختاروا المتسابقين الاوائل اللي راح ياخذون اول سباقين معنا، وبعدين راح نعرف من هم النقاط اللي راح تحزر لكل فريق. السباقات اليوم كلها راح تكون مختلفه.
Kicking things off in Group A, we have Yuri Castor,
Isaac Price,
Thomas Tatler,
Luke Bennett,
Marcel Chinchik,
Johan Hart,
James Baldwin,
Lasse Back,
Ulash Ozelidiran,
Mac Backham,
Ryan Barneveld,
Dara McCormack,
$600,000 is on the line, another ESL R1 trophy, and of course, absolute ultimate bragging rights. So drivers, you can now take to your seats and prepare yourselves for your first race of the day on Monza. And with that, we're going to send it over to the desk to break everything down, to, you know, begin our journey to find out who is the fastest team at Gamers8.
صحيح. حاب اذكركم في السباق هذه جوائزها مختلفه $600,000 وراح نعرف برضو بالجائزه او بالكاس الثاني معنا، وراح نتعرف على من هم اسرع فريق معنا. فالمتسابقين الحين ياخذون مقاعدهم يتجهزون ويربطون احزمتهم. خلونا ننطلق على طول ونروح على طول على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل السباق ونبدا لكم فيه على طول.
What a stage, what a lineup, and just how much pressure is weighing in on the shoulders of our Group A drivers there. Jardier. This race lineup is certainly an interesting one to kick things off with. I really want to focus on Yuri Kasdorp, though, representing Maus yesterday during the Drivers' Championship. He didn't necessarily have the best of individual showings in the Driver Championship, but talk to me about what we think he can contribute in terms of a team championship.
I think Yuri is a very stable driver. I would love to have him as a teammate because obviously the results yesterday were not what he would probably wish for. But don't forget, he made it to the top 12.
Yeah.
First of all, that was really important. And yesterday, he could have finished maybe top 6, top 7 overall, but he unfortunately had that big incident in Monza that put him all the way back. But I would definitely not underestimate him. I definitely would say that Yuri is going to be very strong, and I think the whole Mouse team is going to be very strong as well.
Surely he feels like he's got something to prove now, though, right? Losing out on Monza, first track of the day now is Monza. Do we think that Yuri Kasdorp is going to pull something special out of the bag?
I hope he's going to get some redemption, because yesterday he was pulling like a really nice move into Ascari. He was having a really good start as well, and well, it didn't work out. So let's see if it's going to work out today.
Now focusing a little bit more on our individual drivers. Once again, we've got Luke Bennett representing Team Redline. Now, Luke Bennett, for context for everybody that's watching at home, during the online rounds of ESL R1, he gave us incredible performance after incredible performance, such consistency, and then we got to the Munich Major and that consistency started lacking quite rapidly at that as well. But yesterday during Driver Championship, the frustration for him to not make it through to the finals of Driver Championship was absolutely heartbreaking. But we did have him here on the desk with us, and he essentially said that he was going to reset, head into Team Championship with a fresh mentality, and boy oh boy did he have some confidence about him that him and his teammates can take away the Team Championship trophy once again. What do we think after seeing his performance so far, as well as the boys from Team Redline? Can they take a back-to-back Team Championship trophy?
I think it's exactly how you said. You know, the online performance was really good. Munich was good, but you know, wasn't there exactly. And then the Driver Championship we hear, unfortunately, really disappointing. Luke was obviously disappointed, but as we were chatting with him yesterday, I think he's such a down-to-earth guy. He knows he can win, he knows he can do it, and he just have pressure, same as some other drivers as well, that he need to restart, and we really need to. I'm so curious, some drivers today that didn't make it to the finals yesterday, I'm so curious to see, especially Luke Bennett, how they will adapt to that pressure, because they didn't make it yesterday. They need to do it today. So I can't wait to see that. I think the Driver Championship or Team Championship will be much more interesting than Driver Championship. I think we're going to see a lot of strategies, a lot of dramas, and I can't wait to see it.
Now, how do you think he's going to fare heading into this, though? Because as we saw them walk out, you mentioned a couple of these drivers are looking a little bit nervous. Are you feeling like Yuri Kasdorp might be one of those drivers looking nervous?
I think Yuri is so hard to tell. His face expression is almost always the same. It's so hard. He should be teammate with Joni Tormala, because they're literally like no emotionless, you know, except when they win, there's no emotion. So it's so hard to tell if he's nervous or not. But I think Yuri, with his experience, he's such an experienced driver. I think he knows exactly what he needs to do. And if he does as good as he did on Thursday and Friday, it's going to be good enough to make it to the team finals, if his teammates will do the same job.
I'm excited to find out whether or not they'll actually be able to do it. But throughout Gamers8, we've got ESL R1, and we've had new after new after new. We've got new stage, new prize pool, new point system, new format, new everything. But adding to that, we also have some new drivers joining us too. So what can you tell me about some of the new drivers we've had thus far? In particular, Lasse back from the side of Furia.
What a driver, what a driver. Such a young driver, only 22 years old, but he has a big advantage. His teammate is Lasse Sorensen. Not only Lasse has a real racing experience, but he's such a vintage driver. I don't want to like say something bad about him, but he's racing for so long. He's such an experienced driver. He's doing such a good job. In Munich, he was doing such an amazing job as well. So I think for a driver like Lasse Bach, it's perfect teammate. Not only is he from the same country, which is a little bit easier as well, but he's pushing him forward as well. And Lasse showed it. For example, this year he won one of the most competitive races, 24-hour Daytona in his esport.
I think that's certainly an achievement in its own right, but so is Marcel Chinchik's victory all the way back during the ESL R1 Munich Major as well. And on that note, due to that and also due to the performance we've seen from Marcel thus far, I think we both came to the conclusion that we would like to nominate Marcel for our LG driver to watch. You know, it was a little bit too late for him to get finalist mode yesterday, but he's warmed into the tournament now. Do we think we're going to see the same Marcel Chinchik that we saw all the way back at the Munich Major now here in Riyadh?
I'm very curious. I must say, we dethroned the champion technically yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
And it wasn't a good final for him yesterday. He was performing well, but one mistake cost him almost everything. And I really want to see how Marcel will deal with this pressure, because compared to yesterday, if you saw his facial expression today so far, he wasn't looking a little bit different. He wasn't smiling that much as usually, and he was looking a little bit more serious. So I'm really curious to see how he restarted his mind, how his teammate helped him, and how he's going to perform today, because after all, he is a champion.
I feel like it might be because the stakes have risen once again. Yesterday's prize pool was 400,000. This time around, winning first place is $250,000. So that in itself is going to be pressure, to say the very least. I feel like pressure is constantly this notion that we keep coming back to, but that's the name of the game at the end of the day. So talk to me, tell me, Monza, who do you think is going to thrive on this track?
I want to bet on Marcel Šincik. Yesterday he got
Really?
twice pole position, 2 wins
Yeah,
Monza.
yeah.
I literally, I would not doubt him in this race as well. If there is no other problem, like any issue whatsoever, or technical issue, I literally, I hope I'm not doing it again yesterday. But I think Marcel is a master of Monza, and I think he's going to deliver again.
Monza Marcel Monza?
Yeah,
Marcel,
something like
master
that.
of Monza, Basically, that's the route that we're going down now. But how about the other fellas heading into this? The fact that you are heading into this race, knowing that you are going up against the master of Monza, Marcel, what is the approach going to be here?
I'm very curious to see what Dara will do, for example, because we know the AMG is fast on Monza. We know the straight line is good. BMWs are a little bit lacking, like 1-2 kilometers, as what drivers are saying, struggling a little bit on tires. So we maybe will see something similar. Don't forget about Isaac Price, who actually got pole position on Monza in his group, and he was driving real well here. But then he was lacking a race pace. So maybe we'll see something similar. Isaac Price on pole position, Marcel Šincik behind, hunting him down. That would be very interesting to watch.
Do you think we might have another case of underdogs maybe rising to the top during this race? Because what I would hate to see is complacency coming out from Marcel. Heading into this race, knowing that yesterday you were the master of Monza, do you think some of the underdogs will be able to take this one?
I would love to get surprised, 100%. For example, Lasse Bak, that would be fantastic to see him on the podium.
Well, you know what? I want to go ahead and throw it over to Rory once again as he enjoys that fantastic stage, joined alongside the FaZe team manager.
I'm here with Will Chadwick, team manager of FaZe Clan. How are you doing, Will?
Not too bad, not too bad. We're having an alright morning. We're ready for racing, really.
How was yesterday for you guys? Obviously, it wasn't the greatest. How would you reflect on yesterday?
You know, I think it was, we all wanted to be there. You know, we wanted to have our drivers in it, but I think going forward into today, we've got a good chance again to try and prove how good we know we can be. And we had a good time karting. We went go-karting, had a fun time. It's on social media now in FaZe Clan, so you can go have a look at that. And I won, so I'm really happy with that.
Nice plug. Very good, very good. So everything all set, all changed, ready to go again.
Yeah.
So you think you're going to do okay?
I think so. Got Olas in now. I know he's got the pace. He's just about putting the lap together. Practiced really well over the course of the weeks running up to this tournament, and I know we've got good results in the car. So fingers crossed it all goes well. Hopefully I can be cheering when he gets a good result that I know he can do, and the rest of my drivers as well. They've all practiced and worked so hard. I'm just hoping they can get the result they deserve.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Will. Best of luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, cheers there to Rory, catching up with Will Chadwick, talking a little bit about the karting, of course, they've been doing, all trying to get all the teams on social media and stuff. We love that kind of stuff. All the teams are encouraged this weekend. There's a little bit of a prize as well for them. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, brilliant. And also Will Chadwick talking candidly about FaZe's hopes and expectations, I think, coming through towards this event. He alludes to the fact, obviously, Ulas Azildirim stepping up to the car. They're looking to feed off his experience in sim racing generally. Obviously, when it comes to Rennsport, he was there in the spring season, carries certainly lots of it in abundance. But I think they definitely did have a lot of fun karting too.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, there's been a lot of people out karting. They were out karting yesterday. I heard from Jean-Marc about how much fun they were out doing that. But, you know, We'll focus a little bit more about what we're talking about here, about the split that we're in. Of course, realistically, the teams that we're kind of looking for, we're looking at some big teams opposite the front. But you've got teams like BMW M Team BS Competition, Ryan Barneveld. I mean, Monza's a good track for him. We saw that excellent that overtake. It was the runner-up on the KFC Colonel's Choice for overtake of the day. Did a double overtake into the Parabolica. It was excellent stuff. He's quite good round here.
He is, and I think obviously when you looked at that move heading through, it was so opportunistic heading through Kerber Alboreto, and unfortunately it wasn't until we entered Monza again that Moritz Luna would go and steal it away from him. But BS Competition, definitely a team in development, lots to work for, lots to hope for as well. They've got Bruno Spengler in their corner as well, which is certainly a very, very useful figure to have behind them. But Ryan Barneveld certainly did deliver in that instance. But qualifying underway, Lewis.
Yeah, Dara McCormack then will be the first one to take us through the qualifying lap. He did win around here in the Munich Major, just in the very first couple of races that we did there. He won back-to-back to open the Sunday to the Rennsport Summit. Unfortunately, then the rest of the day kind of didn't go quite his way, but Dara McCormack will be the first driver to set a lap time around the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. The first sector is aiming for around about a 34.7, and guess what he's just set, George? He's just set a 34.7.
He certainly has. 34.7 is where he needs to be, and now a very, very mighty Sector 2 is what's required. And Dara McCormack, his emotions certainly coming into the closing stages of the Drivers' Championship certainly wasn't that of being, should we say, optimistic. He was very disappointed with what had happened in terms of his run. Wasn't able to make it through towards the final echelons of the individual, the Drivers' Championship that we of course crowned Maximilian Benneker in, but this time he has a great chance to redeem himself here in the Teams Championship.
35.5 in the middle sector, he's aiming for 35.7, losing out a little bit through the first and second Lesmo into Ascari, using the curb on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side once again before the runoff. A bit of a shake of the head. Dara McCormack's not particularly pleased with this lap, but having a few conversations with him. I think sometimes Dara is one of these drivers that puts a little bit too much pressure onto his own shoulders. Keep his eyes focused on the road. We'll see what the first lap time will be, and then we'll get the master of Monza coming round, Marcel Cinchik, the next driver to do so. It is a strong group, as all of them are, but the first driver to set the lap time will be the Williams Esports driver, Dara McCormack, up towards line. 46.0 is what he's aiming for. He's a little bit higher than that. I think it's going to be, that's a decent final sector, to be fair, ending with a 46.197. That might well be good enough for something around about third or fourth, but I get the feeling this driver might take pole.
He could well do, especially after what he did yesterday. Qualified pole on both occasions, so he went into finalist mode. Obviously, as the drivers were hunting for it, Cinchik certainly did so. And here at the Temple of Speed is where he certainly showed his pace. A 34.7 in the first sector is very good. A 35.5 is very good in the second sector. This Sector 3 time needs to be stellar if he wants to try and hold on to the top time. Most certainly will head up to the top ahead of Dara McCormack. 84 thousandths faster as well. But here comes James Baldwin.
Yeah, so losing out a little bit, James Baldwin in the first sector, so 37.8, so it's a tenth and a half down, about a tenth down in the second sector, but actually slightly faster than what Dara McCormack had set, so kind of finding a little bit of equilibrium with the Williams Esports drivers' times, so he might well find himself around McCormack once this lap time has ended. They can find a little bit more time in that final sector as well. Baldwin will come up towards the line. He might well go into second. It's not good enough. Third is what he will set, a 46.2.
Yeah, Mercedes having a tough time at the moment as well. Team boss Mark Wello, I'm sure, will be trying to push them onwards. We just saw as well, speaking of team bosses, Will Chadwick having his interview with Rory Alexander. This is the man that he's placing his faith in here on this occasion, here at Monza. Of course, the Turkish driver, Ulas Ozyildirim, who set a 34.8 in the first sector. Of course, 34.7 is where we would see him rather be. 35.6 in that middle sector is just about a tenth off where he probably would wish he was, as well as he makes his way up towards the line. Where's it going to push him? Fourth fastest, just over 2/10 slower than Marcel Cinchik.
Yeah, I've got to say it was decent actually from him. Unfortunately, it's not going to be decent for Isaac Price. First sector's a couple of tenths off, and then the second sector is way off. 2.5 seconds, and he doesn't look particularly fast in the final sector either. So I think maybe one, maybe even two slowdown penalties for Isaac Price. He'll come through the final corner and up towards the line, and I can tell you where this is going to go. It's going to remain in fifth, but it will most likely be last position of 48.9, 2.6 2.7 seconds off of the pole, losing 2.5 seconds courtesy of that slowdown penalty. But Mac Backham is next and is tracking decently.
Yeah, a welcome return for the big Mac. Backham, the first sector, not necessarily the best, but not too bad. He's there in the midst, 34.8. Middle sector is where he needs to be, 35.5. So now taking the Porsche through the final corner at Kerber Alboreto, as he'll now make his way through towards the line once again. As now the Porsche Commander driver now heads through past the pit lane on the right-hand side, taking a very aggressive tight line as well on entry across that line too. 146.230 places him third fastest, just over a tenth out.
Yeah, oh, that is a slow middle sector from Johan Harth, so there'll be more shakes ahead. So Isaac Price is not going to be last in the session, I can tell you that. If he set a 41.7, that's about 2 seconds slower than Isaac Price's second sector. So unfortunately for the Apex Racing team, the fight in the Teams Championship is not going to get off to a particularly good footing, at least in qualifying. Johan Harth will come through the final corner. Might not even be sub 50. I think even you could beat that, Morgan. Up towards the line he'll go. It's not even below that. It's a 1 minute 52.749. Very disappointing for Johan Harth, but that's what these slowdowns do. Luke Bennett, here's a driver who really wants to recover from a couple of days ago.
Let me dust off my sim gloves, Lewis McGlade. As now we see Luke Bennett make his way through Kerber Alboreto, 34.8 in the first sector, losing a tenth on that occasion. 35.5 though looks good in the middle sector, looking to bounce back after the hardships of late, but second fastest would certainly help. 23 thousandths off Marcel Chinchik at the top.
That's a decent lap time from Luke Bennett in all of that. Ryan Barneveld, one of the drivers that we were keeping our eye on. Like we said, we've seen his overtaking prowess around this circuit. Unfortunately, the speed not quite there on this lap. Down a little bit in the first sector, about a tenth and a half off of where I'd kind of expect them to be. Second sector, though, is right on the money, at 35.5. That is very strong indeed. Barneveld will come through the final corner and up towards the line. I think it's tracking for somewhere around where Baldwin is. And it's just ahead of Baldwin, so he goes into 5th place for the BMW M Team BS competition.
That's a cracking time for BMW. I think they'll take the positives out of that one. Ryan Barneveld giving himself a chance. Thomas Tatler would look to do the same. 34.7 in the first sector is where he needs to be. 35.7, not necessarily where you need to be. 2 tenths off is where he's lost it in the middle sector. Bit of a contrast to the Big Mac's time that we saw earlier on. Matt Backham, of course, now 4th fastest. Of course, Dara McCormack ahead of him because Luke Bennett has gone 2nd fastest, as we alluded to earlier. The Flying Finn, Thomas Tatler, though, will make his way down towards the line. Where's this going to place him in all of this? Goes up to 6th fastest and ahead of James Baldwin too.
Yeah, let's see about the final couple of lap times though. Yuri Kasdorp, who actually really impressed us when it came to Thursday's action. Unfortunately disappointed a little bit yesterday, but Kasdorp being one of those drivers, he finished a 2nd and a 3rd, including a 2nd around here in his group when he was in Group B, obviously on Thursday afternoon. The first sector is a little bit down, the second sector is a little bit down as well. Could well be tracking for around about 8th position around Ulas Ozildirim. Just ahead of him is where he goes, so 8th position. That's a tight session though, just 2 tenths between the top 9.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. His best qualifying session yesterday was, of course, 6 at Monza. Of course, now here again, 8th fastest this time, as we now see Lasse back representing the Furia team. Now sending it through the Kerber Alboreto once again. And now the Dane is going to try and unlock this one. 35, though, certainly 3 tenths off in that first sector. 35.7 drops him another 2 tenths. This is looking like 5 tenths down, and he'll need to equal that. Well, certainly a fast 3rd sector as well if he wants to nail down a fast lap time, but this looks like it might disappoint him. 10th fastest, though, for the Dane Lasse back, but he'll be back again, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly so. Not ideal for Furia to start out in that sequence, but it is what it is. And of course, it's the master of Monza, Marcel Chinchik, looking strong. We know how strong he is. We know how powerful he is around this circuit. We'll take a look at the starting grid for the very first race here in the Teams Championship at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Marcel Chinchik will be starting at the front of it, though. And like you say, incredible lap. Once again, he's so consistent around here.
He's so good, isn't he? That's 3 wins on the spin at Monza. The Temple of Speed certainly does. Oh, well, has certainly provided him with plenty of great moments. And certainly this one is going to add to the list. And hopefully he can bring it home, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. So the ALJ fastest qualifying lap is, once again, Marcel Chinchik around here. But of course, today is about being selfish. You've got to score as many points for yourself whilst helping the team. Tomorrow's a very different ball game. We'll be talking about that a little bit later on as to how things tomorrow are going to work. But right now, whilst there's a team's championship, you're the only driver representing your team in your split. It's not just about you, it's about what you do for your teammates. The last thing you want to do is be the one driver that doesn't score enough points to move them through. That's the big thing. There's a lot of pressure on these drivers' shoulders.
A lot of weight on the shoulders. The whole hopes and dreams of your entire team are now on your back. And with big, hefty prize money, $600,000 US up for grabs for the winner. Doesn't speak greater volume than that, really, does it?
Yeah, when you've got $600,000, it's an incredible opportunity for these drivers, incredible opportunity to these teams. Winning $250,000 for a couple of days of racing is not bad. Obviously spread across the team. It's tough. It's tall. I mean, the thing is, the pressure from the driver side of things has already ended, because that ended yesterday, in a sense, from obviously Maximilian Benneker taking the championship. But now it's more about, like I say, you've got to work as a team. You've got to think about what your team's doing and respond from that later on. Well, we'll take a look at the starting grid then. From the rear of the field, Johan Harth, after those slowdown penalties, was starting from 12th, then 11th for Isaac Price, 10th for Lasse Bak, and 8th for 9th obviously for Ulas Ozildirim. 8th place for Yuri Kasdorp before we get to 7th and James Baldwin, and then the top half of the field sees Thomas Tattler in 6th place, Ryan Barneveld in 5th. We know he can do some double overtakes around here. Mac Backham will start from 4th for Porsche Coanda before we get to the Williams eSports man of Dara McCormack. The front row sees Luke Bennett trying to make a massive recovery, and of course the ALJ fastest qualifying lap is once again Marcel Chinchik. It's not by a big margin, but pole position counts all the same, and that long run down towards the first corner here, those extra couple of meters make all the difference.
You have to strap that defensive helmet on, because he's going to be challenged without any shadow of a doubt. And let's just talk about Ryan Barneveld. One double overtake equals a podium. That's exactly what he's going to be chasing. Maybe something a little more, so sit tight. But Chinchik starting on the front row and in front. Is there anybody who can stop this man around the Temple of Speed?
Do you know? I don't think so. I just don't think so. I think he's so strong, he's so consistent. Luke Bennett there on the front row, surely he's going to be super aggressive trying to get down the inside straight away.
Yeah, I think so. He's got to take his chance early on, because once you let Marcel go, he's gone. But take it away, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. So they're getting ready. They're in the final moments of warm-up. Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw last. I was ready. I was ready. I was almost pouncing on that one. But still, they're wrapping up those final moments of warm-up. The final couple of laps being ended. The final seconds being put onto the card. And of course, they'll all line up onto the grid. This is the part that I always hated the most as a driver. You've got so much pressure, you've got so much tension around.
Yeah, I mean, when you sat there as well, waiting for the lights, it is certainly a very high tension moment, because everyone wants a clean run. They all want a clean getaway. That could be the difference between winning, losing, or even just bringing home a grand result. And every driver wants to improve throughout the race.
Yeah, big time. Andre Kunchman and Team Redline. Enzo Benito also sat there next to him, obviously in the ear of Luke Bennett, starting from second in this race. R8G will also be looking strong. Here we go then. The lights are coming on, and we are about to go racing for the first time here on Saturday. The Teams Championship about to get underway. The lights start coming on. It's Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza, starting from pole position, and we are underway for the first run down towards the rest of the video. But look at the start from Luke Bennett. He's absolutely nailed that as a Team Redline driver, and it is Bennett on a redemption drive at the moment, heading towards the front of the field as they head into the first braking zone. Bennett leads from Chinchik. Dara McCormack on the attack, who's going to send one down the inside of the Hungarian. He's the one that's hungry to move up the order.
Yeah, nothing left to chance from Luke Bennett, looking to bounce back after the hardships recently. A little bit of a tie-up as well further back. James Baldwin unfazed, still though being challenged by the mouse of Yuri Kasdorp. Further up as well, we have of course got that of the Porsche Coanda car, currently sat in behind that of the BMW belonging to Ryan Barneveld, who had a very, very good getaway. But have a look at this, Kasdorp down the inside of James Baldwin now as they enter the Rogers chicane now, wheel to wheel. Baldwin says no, uses that that sheer brute force of that Mercedes AMG GT3. The stewards might frown on that though.
Yeah, obviously Kasdorp getting pushed out wide. Thankfully Kasdorp didn't lose. Oh no, he has lost a bit more, because he's just dropped behind Isaac Price. There was absolutely nothing between those two coming down into the first Lesmo. On board with Dara McCormack now, who's just trying to close up to the rear end of Marcel Chinchik in that Audi R8 ahead. Then Luke Bennett. I mean, that's a brilliant start. He's got that translation just perfect for Team Redline.
Ryan Barneveld also gaining a place too, 4th place overall. Matt Backham in behind in 5th. The Big Mac back to charges. Canstorp comes down the inside of Isaac Price as they make their way through the Ascari chicane, and on the outset, superb overtake from the Mouse as he now looks to creep back up, trying to recover after the loss heading through the Rogier, but Price, I'm sure, will be back in the fight as we now see more cars clambering, Lewis. It's a Fiesta down towards the what used to be called the Parabolica.
We're still calling it the Parabolica. I'm not having any of this, George. Tattler down the inside of Price, then, so the position will switch. Price will drop back not one position, but two positions, maybe even three. Ulas Zilderim also going to make his way through. It could be three wide as well, because Lasse back for Furia is trying to get himself involved into the mix. First lap complete then here at Monza, and it was just about three wide. Isaac Price has gone from 7th down to potentially 11th as it's still three wide, because Johan Harth is into the mix down into the Rettifilio.
Seem to lose momentum heading through Ascari after losing out to Yuri Canstorp, but three wide through the Rettifilio. You never see that, but you see it here at ESL R1, and on the outset as well, the man who paid the price was Johan Harth in all that battling. Lasse back though, and Isaac Price now set to duel as they make their way through Curva Grande, but the run from Johan Harth could prove fruitful. He's going to try and attack Lasse back, heading in towards the next chicane at the Rogier, looks to the outside, covering it off Lasse back. He had to, he had no choice.
No, good attempt though, good little effort from between the lot of them, but at the moment Johan Harth for the Apex Racing team is scoring nil points, 0 points right now. He needs to get through 1, 2, 3 points. They could be the difference maker later on after 8 thrilling races today. On board with Isaac Price in that 10th position. You can see the gap, 1.1 seconds up towards Ulas Zilderim. There's another gap ahead of, behind James Baldwin, but Yuri Canstorp is closing that one down. The next big gap is between Ryan Barneveld and Dara McCormack. There is quite a gap there, and that is exactly what Mac Backham is trying to leave Ryan Barneveld to close back up. If they start fighting and start squabbling, they will never battle for the race win.
Getting a little vibe from Marcel Chinchik. He's a little concerned about Dara McCormack in behind. He broke out of the aero of that of Luke Bennett up at the very top. Even though he's within 0.3 of a second, it could be for two reasons. Could be to try and reduce the temperature in the tyres, at the same time as well avoid Dara McCormack closing the gap and opening the door heading through towards Ascari. So already Chinchik applying some defensive mindset here. James Baldwin though, who is not going to be applying defensive, he's going to be applying the offensive. He now looks to try and launch a challenge on the Big Mac as he now looks to the outside. Could be a double overtake here if Ryan Barneveld's not careful. In comes the world's fastest gamer down the inside now. The Rettifilio chicane, turns 1 and 2 lights up. The Merc, magnificent Merc, moves up into 5th.
Did you see that from Dane though? Dane braked early. Dane was not getting involved in that fight. He's, again, as much as you have to be selfish in this race, you have to be about the individual. If you risk your points, you're risking the team's points. This is a team's championship today. There is no drivers' championship. They are all adding into one pot for the team. So if you start making mistakes, it's not just you that's cost a position. And Mac Backham, rather, I said Dane Warren. I've read that on a different piece of paper and I'm now committed to it. No, Mac Backham, I'll correct myself. He's playing his cards well here. Thinking about points, thinking about the long run, thinking about what will aid his teammates later. If you have a solid start to this event inside the top 6, that's going to give your teammates the confidence to maybe go for something slightly more later on. There is a look over the shoulder of Marcel Chinchik in the inset picture. I'm not sure if he's feeling the pressure right now from Dara McCormack, but I can kind of get where you're coming from. He's not looking as calm and collected as we've seen before.
He was more concerned the previous lap. I think because the gap is a little wider, I think he feels a little bit more comfortable. I'll tell you a man who's not going to be feeling comfortable very shortly, though, is the driver we were analysing prior to the start of this race. That, of course, being Ryan Barneveld, the man who would secure that double overtake, heading through Monza last time around. Obviously, now we're seeing the cars come together still as Baldwin now looks to try and launch a charge. He's been patient again, just picking his standard braking point as he now makes his way out of Curva Alboreto. This time could launch a charge heading down the long straight. All he needs is an aero draft heading from that BMW as they now stretch down towards turns 1 and 2. Rettifilio comes up next. Lewis, you'll surely take this one.
He's going for it. He's got to go for it. James Baldwin's got to the inside in the exact same place. He ticked off Mac Backham a lap ago. Marcel Chinchik not able to do it on Luke Bennett, but will James Baldwin do it on Ryan Barneveld? The answer to that question is yes. We were looking at the race leaders, but you can see behind, James Baldwin has worked his way through 4th position now for the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team. And so Baldwin's doing what we know he does well. He's just picking up the pieces, picking up the points, and that's exactly the kind of drive that James Baldwin needs today.
Yeah, he is calculated, he is methodical, he's experienced as well across not just sim racing, but also in real life as well. You can just see Marcel Chinchik, very physical, heading through the Roger chicane, taking all the curbs, and a lot of the drivers do say they do like to tackle the curbs head on, especially when they're at the Nürburgring. Of course, we spoke about the chicane up there, the NGK. A lot of them take that very aggressive. The same concept applied here at the Roger chicane here at Monza as well. The Seraglio straight comes up next this time, which will lead them towards the Ascari 2, as we can now see the BMW BS competition now looking to try and gain back on James Baldwin, who has now got a little bit of a gap to find. Darren McCormack, though, stellar drive so far, bouncing back from the hardships, as I said before, from previous. Williams need to reset, they need to regather themselves. Darren McCormack, definitely their figment, their team leader coming into the team's championship.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to say, two of the drivers on the podium right now are two drivers that really are doing that. I mean, it's not that they weren't in finalist mode yesterday, it's that they weren't in yesterday, because on Thursday they got knocked out courtesy of some mistakes from the pair of them, both of them as well, really coming at the Nürburgring. Luke Bennett and Darren McCormack both getting slow-down penalties, both dropping down the order, and both not really getting involved in the mix on days. We were expecting them to fight towards the front. It was big drama on that Thursday. Today is starting out a little more calm, a little more collected as well, and the LG driver to watch, of course, in between all that with Marcel Chinchik. Here comes Half.
Yeah, Johan Half now, the Frenchman, who's part of the Apex Racing team as well. He's going to make a nice, strong move here on that of Lasse back. The Team Furia has to only watch but make contact, though. A little bit of a nudge in the rear of Johan Half's Audi R8 as now they peel through down towards the Curva Grande. A little sigh there from the Dane, Lasse back. He had to forego the position. It was all said and done prior to the corner.
Certainly. So into the slipstream, Lasse back will go. Obviously not closing into enough to make anything stick coming down into the Roger, but at the front things are calm, but they're calm for now. Now, Luke Bennett obviously hanging on to the race lead. Marcel Chinchik in second, Darren McCormack in third. The teams, again, they are looking to be in the top 6 in the teams championship after this. Individual races hand out points at 25 for the race victory, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13, 11, 10, 8, sorry, I think it's 11, 10, 6, 4, 3, I can't do maths, it's fine. Never trust a commentator's maths. But basically, yeah, you get points as you come through. That change from 20 points to 25 points could be critical in the team's championship later on.
Very impressed with your maths, Lewis McGlade. It isn't far off at all. In fact, I'd say it's
10,
spot
there was
on.
no 11.
Oh, you were close. I'll give you that. But nonetheless, we're just watching them now make their way through. Now, you get the sense here, Lewis, going off the back of what we were saying about Darren McCormack as he has a look down the inside. Matt Backham out of track limits, I think, as well. And is being warned by that as well, as we now see them making their way down the long stretch. Darren McCormack, as I was saying, obviously off the back of the difficulties they have sustained. I get the feeling, Lewis, that the vibe this time around for the Williams driver, he's got to go for it here. Look at Chinchik. Well within a 10th, he's going to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, he's certainly going for it. R8G are going for it right now. Marcel Chinchik to the outside, coming into the Rettifilio. There's contact between the two, and that was a little bit dicey, but it is going to be Marcel Chinchik through. Darren McCormack also might do it on the exit of the Rettifilio. Luke Bennett might well drop from first to third. We head into Curva Grande. Darren McCormack just on the outside, wheel rubbing between the pair of them. This is going to go all the way up towards the Roger.
Yeah, coming out of the Curva Grande, I suspected this might be the case from Darren McCormack. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more tactical, but makes the move, nearly makes contact with Marcel Chinchik. As they come through the Roger, they didn't make contact, but it was oh so close. Bennett's going to come straight back at him, though.
That is terrifying. I thought McCormack had thrown it all away then. Thankfully, just needs to get inside or let himself calm down. Luke Bennett, I think, was actually playing that quite wisely. He wasn't trying to fight Darren McCormack too hard. It was just McCormack over-driving it himself. Thankfully, he's back into the slipstream, but look who's joined the fight. There was 1.1 seconds behind third in this battle and fourth in the race, with James Baldwin now closing up to 3/10. It's 5 for the race lead, with Ryan Barneveld also at the rear.
Yeah, they don't call him the world's fastest gamer for no reason, as we ride on board with Darren McCormack heading through Ascari in front of him. He's got an Audi R8 LMS belonging to that of Marcel Chinchik, the man who is a 2-time winner at Monza from yesterday, who's looking to add yet another one today after taking pole on 3 consecutive occasions. Is this going to be a storybook finish here, certainly for Chinchik, or will McCormack ensure that he can land his Williams up on the top? I would say McCormack has got a little bit of pressure, though. He has got Bennett in behind. Baldwin's queuing up. Also enter Ryan Barneveld.
Yeah, the gaps are growing, but obviously into the slipstream McCormack might well be able to close it in, maybe half a second, maybe even a little bit more than that. You can see the gap kind of coming down ever so slightly. It's not going to be close enough for any sort of move coming down into the Retifilio, but it might be close enough for the slipstream to take more of a hold. You can see it dropping down there. It's close. This battle is not over for the race win. Marcel Chinchik is the master of Monza, but it is not done yet.
No, he certainly isn't. Luke Bennett, of course, getting a good view of James Baldwin's car in behind him. Obviously, he'll be very conscious of the fact he knows exactly what James Baldwin is all about, as do Mercedes themselves. They place a lot of faith and trust in this young man who has certainly been with them now for such a long time, competed across the realms of various championships, has won championships, also competing in the 24 Hours of Spa, as of course last year with Garage 59, as now they make their way through towards Lesmo 1. Chinchik still with the lead, but that gap now starting to filter outwards. I think Dara might be a little bit more concerned with what's going on behind right now.
Also could be the Merc tends to overheat his front tyres quite a bit, and so if that is the case, then that's what's allowing Marcel Chinchik to pull away in the final moments of this race. There's only 2.5 laps left to go. McCormack dropping out of that slipstream. It's in prime slipstream, around about half a second. I think I was hearing a stat, it was 0.511 of a second, as we'll kind of have to wait and see. But at the moment, he's hovering around that margin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's looking interesting now as we see the cars make their way around. Superb, Lewis McLean. And now we see them make their way down through towards the Curva Alboreto again. Luke Bennett, we're riding on board with right now. James Baldwin urging closer though, within 0.2 of a second, near enough of the realm, and Luke Bennett dropping away from McCormack. McCormack finding a second wind here on Marcel Chinchik as well. Will need to utilise the drag to try and get closer. He won't make the move necessarily this time, but might be something coming up at heading around the Curva Grande, as now they hurtle down towards the Retifilio now. There is Baldwin, right on the tail here, Lewis. He's looking threatening.
Yeah, there's Baldwin going for it. McCormack's also going for it. McCormack was just looking, but I think Baldwin is going for it. He's down the inside of Luke Bennett coming into the Retifilio. You can see them switching on the timing tower. There was no move from McCormack. We look backwards down the order, and there was Ulas Zilderim looking down the inside of Yuri Kastorp as well. But realistically, the bit we have to focus on is up the order. We have got 2 laps left to go and a 5-car battle for the race lead. Marcel Chinchik, Dara McCormack, James Baldwin, Luke Bennett, and Ryan Barneveld. Here comes Bennett back.
Yeah, Luke Bennett now looking to challenge and take the place that he lost to that of James Baldwin just now. He looks to switch all over the back of the Mercedes as Baldwin now looks to hold position. Has done brilliantly, but Bennett is no way near done yet. He has dropped down from the top right down to P4, of course. That's the contrast in position since the start of the race, and Barneveld might also bring himself into the mix for BMW as well, heading through Lesmo 2. I tell you what, don't go away, folks. Grab your popcorn. You're going to be in for a thrilling ride on the final lap.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, Monza is a great track when it comes to racing, and we're certainly seeing that now. Ryan Barneveld, got to say, doing a fantastic job. He's just not risking anything right now, and that's fine. He's scoring decent points of BMW M-Team BS competition. He's putting himself in a solid position when it comes to moving through in the drivers, but in the teams rather. But we have to wait and see how this is going to unfold through the day. It's just the first race here on Saturday, and we're already going to start losing our voices if this 5-car battle goes any further.
Fantastic penultimate lap, and now we'll very shortly enter the final lap. There you see Chinchik, who is going to get a full view of Dara McCormack, the Irishman, now looking to get a great exit here, heading through Curva Alboreto as they now look to streak down through past the pit lane on the right-hand side. The Williams breathes heavy as now it powers down, certainly towards turn 1. The Mercedes AMG with its mighty grunt comes alongside of the Audi now. Marcel Chinchik has got to give it everything, but Dara McCormack, he leads here, heading in towards turn 1.
Yeah, Chinchik didn't risk anything. He actually lifted out of that one to allow McCormack to go through. He's not risking anything. 20 points is better than being in the gravel trap, and Marcel Chinchik knows that. You can see it. He's pulled straight over to the left-hand side. That's not because he wants to go on the attack. That's because he wants to not get in the slipstream. He doesn't want to fight McCormack. He knows that second is good enough, but this battle for third is right on. James Baldwin, Luke Bennett to the outside as they come towards the Rogia. Surely there's nothing on there.
No, James Baldwin once again covering it off as he did so before. Luke Bennett threatening to try and bring it back. Barneveld there to pick up the pieces should something go wrong. He's a mastermind, a masterstroke here at Monza for making the double overtake, as we saw earlier on this week in this series. Dara McCormack, though, marshalling enough of a deficit. He looks in control here at this moment in time, Lewis. I don't think Chinchik wants to risk it.
No, certainly not. Like I say, the pair of those, McCormack and Chinchik, will come across the line in first and second unless McCormack or Chinchik makes a mistake. This is where the battle is. Can James Baldwin defend? He takes the inside line coming up towards Ascari. Bennett goes to the outside. They'll head their way through. Bennett's not going to risk that. Again, 10 points, 13 points. You want to have that. You don't want to be in the gravel trap. James Baldwin is going to be able to hang on, but it's not done yet. We've got the run down towards the Parabolica, but down towards the Curva Alboreto, and Dara McCormack is just about in that position. Let's see if there's going to be a look, though, from Luke Bennett. We head down the final straight. Luke Bennett's going to go to the outside. The defensive line's being taken. That's got to be up there with defensive drive of the day, by the way, already from James Baldwin. He's done a fantastic job to hang on to third behind Marcel Chinchik, who doesn't win around Monza this time. It is Dara McCormack dethroning the master of Monza on top for Williams as he crosses the line to take his first victory here today.
Fantastic result for Dara McCormack. He had a painful Drivers' Championship run, but has turned it all around here in the Teams' Championship. Our first race kicks off with a bang, and it's Dara McCormack. The Williams team celebrate here in style at Monza.
Yeah, certainly so. And like you say, to have done it against someone like Marcel Chinchik, that is tasty. I know Chinchik didn't put up a mega fight, but you can see this is why it's a Teams Championship. Daniel Pastor there on the right, Kuba Brzezinski in the middle, Jack Keithley on the left, already over to celebrate with Dara McCormack. A little bit of a breather before they head into the next race. Thumbs up to the camera as well from McCormack. Like you say, that'll give him a good push later on. And remember, when we started the Sunday at Munich, Dara won both opening races.
He did. Could this be a sign of things to come, Lewis?
He's only got 2 races to do today, so if he wins both of those, he'll be putting his team in a great position. He'll climb out of the rig briefly, of course, before he starts his preparation for the next circuit and the next race, because obviously, when you take victory, you need to tell us how you did it. How on earth were you able to beat a driver like Marcel Chinchik?
Absolutely. Well, he's on standby here, but a stellar approach. He'll be a happy boy now after what has been a difficult time, but getting that Williams back to the top, and surely he'll be looking forward to yet more grand results.
Certainly so. We'll see Dara McCormack there. Obviously, you've got Atik, you've got Barney waiting by. We'll catch up with those in just a couple of seconds' time, because after a brilliant drive comes an interview. After a domination comes more pressure potentially, but he has left himself in position to put Williams right towards the top of the Teams Championship.
That's a bit more like it, isn't it? Now I am believing the hype. What an incredible race. And what I have to say is, that was a huge battle going on throughout that. And I feel like you bided your time really well and executed right on time. But how was it for you?
Yeah, it was great. I just wanted to stay consistent, stay clean. I was a bit tight on warnings, so I needed to make sure in that last lap I didn't get anything. So I made sure every overtake was clean, concise, and no mistakes.
بالضبط اللي شفناه من الدارة في السباق الماضي. أدى أداء جدا ممتاز. احنا سألناه أنه كيف كان أداءك بشكل عام. ذكر قال أهم شيء كان بالنسبة لي أني أكون بمستوى الثابت وأحاول أحافظ على الثبات حتى برضو في القيادة عشان أقدر أتفوق في السباق. والحين اللي باقي في السباق الثاني بيحاول يمشي فيه بنفس الطريقة.
We can dust that one off. You got points on the board now, which is amazing news. Nürburgring's up next. How are you feeling about that?
Let's just not repeat what I did the other day. But if I do, it is what it is. I've picked Nürburgring because I want to make sure, or at least try to get rid of that mistake that I keep making in that last chicane. So if it doesn't go right, it doesn't go right. I'll make it up in the race. Yeah, I'll try my best.
المضمار الجاي نبغى نعرف كيف راح يكون أداء دارا فيه. فذكر أن المضمار الجاي بالنسبة له ما يبغى يكرر فيه الغلط المرة الماضية، وهو اختار تحديدا هذا المضمار بس عشاس أنه يصحح من غلطه في المرة الماضية، ويبغى يتأكد أن نتخطى كل الأخطاء اللي كان يرتكبها.
A brave man taking it on once again. I like it. Now, thank you so much for joining us in your post-race interview. I know that you've got to get back into your rig and get yourself set. So best of luck. Second race of the day, and we wish it goes the same way.
Well, good luck also Dara for your next race. لكن الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا ننتقل مرة ثانية على الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Yeah, let's go back over to the desks to continue our first day of the Team Championship.
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Congratulations are in order once again to none other than Dara McCormack, providing you folks with all of the context you might need. Dara McCormack was actually our very first driver during the online rounds of ESL R1 spring season that managed to win back-to-back tracks. And guess what? I'm stood here wondering, can he do it again? Because third on the starting grid, rounding things out in first place. What a performance from him. Was this anticipated? Because I know you were rooting for Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Chinchik delivered, right?
Yeah.
Like, he finished P2, he did well done, he overtook Bennett, he got on the lead, and then he lost it to Dara, but he still did very smart, and he still finished there. But honestly, I feel so happy for Dara, because after that emotional ending on Thursday, he restarted. Like, when I was talking to him on Friday, like, he seems to be like okay with everything. He knew exactly what he did wrong, and he was like down to earth with it.
Yeah.
And he knew that okay, tomorrow's the new day, and I will send it and I will go for it, and he did.
Yeah, you know what? Like throughout the event, he didn't seem like the happy chappy that I always speak to and like come across at events and things like that. So I was a little bit concerned and worried after Driver Championship. But what a way to kick things off with their team championship. But I also want to talk about Luke Bennett in that race. My goodness, overtaking Marcel Chinchik very, very early on in the race, but ultimately ends up losing positions incredibly quick as well. Talk to me, is this down to the fact that the BMW just isn't as good as it could be over on Monza?
I think obviously the BOP is made so everybody has strength and weaknesses on the cars, and so far the Monza seems to be the BMW weakest track so far from all the calendar, but they have the rest of the tracks really good. But what the drivers were saying, I think yesterday when we had Luke, he was saying the one thing that on Monza they are a little bit struggling on tires and on like a 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer top speed. So they have to attack really early in a race, which they do, and do it well. They are strong in the quali, but those last 3-4 laps they are really struggling.
Well, you know what? I want to hear from Luke Bennett himself and how he is feeling after that race. Over to Rory.
Race here. Luke Bennett, as you can see, is not very happy. He had a bad day yesterday. He was in first, so it looked like it could have gone well as the fireworks go off for the winner, Dare McCormack there. But yeah, things, as you can see, have not gone quite so well for Luke Bennett.
Well, Luke Bennett, not a happy chappy. I feel like happy chappy is the new saying of this event now. I don't know why I keep saying it. But yeah, was there anybody else that you really had hoped would deliver? Obviously, we spoke about Marcel Chinchik as well. We had Mac Backham from Porsche Coanda, 4th on the starting grid as well. Do you think he could have put up some numbers of his own?
I think Backham will not be very happy with his performance in this race. He dropped to P6, then he got himself 10-second penalty for cutting the track, and I think he finished last in this race, so he's going to be definitely not very happy with the performance. But there's more races to come. He can turn it around. He has a very strong teammates as well, so hopefully it's going to be better for them. I was also very happy with Isaac Price at the beginning of the race, because Isaac Price in the first half a lap went from P11 to P7, which was amazing start, but then by the end of the lap he was back to P11.
Yeah, speaking of amazing starts, maybe actually the reverse of that, the not so greatest start, we had James Baldwin 7th on our starting grid, rounding things out in 3rd position. That's certainly an achievement in its own right, but talk to me, on Monza, is it a little bit unheard of for him to have climbed as much as he has done so?
Yeah, like the Monza wasn't his strongest track in the past races. He was in like a good race, bad race. It wasn't very consistent. But this race particularly, I think maybe he saw ahead Dara McCormack. He was like, oh my God, he's so fast in the same car. I have to do it as well. There's no excuse. I have to just deliver. And he went, I think, from P7 or P8 on the start to P3. That is fantastic.
Yeah, well, speaking a little bit more to the likes of our team championship as well, as we explained at the very start of this show, Group A is still going to be racing, but it's only one more track, and that one more track for Group A is going to be Nürburgring. How do we think Nürburgring is going to go? Do you think Dara McCormack is going to do it once again and get back-to-back victories?
I was actually talking about him yesterday about it, because on Thursday, Nürburgring, he had the fastest first sector, fastest middle sector, and he invalidated his lap in the last sector, and that basically decided his starting grid, and then he couldn't progress anymore, and he literally couldn't progress to the finals. So I think in his head right now, he's going to be take it a little easier, you know? He's going to be very careful in the first and second sector, and not to invalidate in that third one, and deliver a proper qualification, because he needs to.
What are we thinking and feeling about the likes of a James Baldwin, though? Because he certainly impressed and delivered over on Monza. Do you think Nürburgring, he might do it once again and maybe even take away a victory?
Yeah, we saw in the finals in the majors that that Nürburgring was really strong track for him, also for Marcel at the same time.
Yeah.
And they were fighting a lot on this track as well. So I'm curious. Like I think both of our drivers, both Marcel Shinchik and James Baldwin, might be again very close together on this track. And I'm very curious who will handle the pressure the most on this track.
I feel like Dara McCormack might actually adopt the approach of, you know what, let other people battle this out. I'm going to play relatively safe and then try and swoop on in. You think it might be a viable option for him? Is Nürburgring one of those tracks where overtakes are easier, more difficult than Monza?
I think this track is very nice for overtaking. You obviously have to think, because on the first sector, if you get from the outside, you have the inside for the next corner, and so on, so on. So you always have to think a little bit ahead, like in the chest, what you're gonna do. So it's a very good track for racing, and I really like it, especially when we have that last chicane, the slow chicane, not the fast chicane. It's very nice for overtaking as well, to send it properly. But you have to be careful not to invalidate, because the penalties are really strict here.
Well, only time will tell how Nürburgring is going to pan out. But if you're only just joining us and you're a little bit confused as to what on earth is going on here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8, I'll give you the lowdown. We're playing Rennsport. This is ESL R1, and I'm going to tell you how to get your hands on some beta keys.
Rennsport looking absolutely fantastic as always here. The platform for ESL R1 powered by Aramco, brought to you here at Gamers8. Welcome along. It's great to have you with us. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Arjuna Kankipati for race 2 coming up here on the beautiful Rennsport game. Still early in its development, Arjuna, but providing the entertainment for us here this week.
Absolutely, and of course we've got 4 spectacular tracks with which we work our way around Monza. The Temple of Speed, already seen the Master of Monza be dethroned. Next up, of course, we'll make our way to the Nürburgring, and drivers getting ready to go for the qualifying session. There's Dara McCormack able to put aside the struggles of the Drivers' Championship and lead Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports into victory lane at the first time of asking, and now it's going to be the first one to roll off in the hot lap qualifying.
Yeah, one of our favourite things about Rennsport and this format is the one-shot qualifying, I guess you could say, the Super Pole style format that makes it so exciting to watch. And this particular circuit was the one where we saw the excitement in qualifying yesterday. Josh Rogers with a 52.7, absolutely unbelievable lap time. We've never seen anything like it. We're convinced that we will not see anything like it again this week.
It was not just his personal best, not just the fastest lap that we've ever seen at the Nürburgring, but it was his optimal lap. He was able to become the fastest ever driver with his fastest ever attempt with the pressure of finalist mode on. I think that's what makes that lap time so important. I don't think we're going to see anyone beat it at the end of the day, especially given that track limits are such an important talking point.
And just to put that into context even more, people might not know, what is an optimal lap time? What does that actually mean in terms of when you're practicing one of these races, when you're actually doing practice qualifying runs or whatever? What does optimal lap actually mean?
As it suggests, it's the optimal lap. You can put together every single corner, every single sector, and go the fastest you can.
Yeah, complete perfection from Joshua Rogers. On board with Darren McCormack then, who was pretty perfect in the Monza race, I think it's fair to say. We just had in race 1, looking to do the same at the Nürburgring. Although pretty much immediately as Barney brought it up in the interview, saw the face sink a little bit from the Irishman. He wasn't looking forward to it. And it's fair to say that Mercedes drivers have been struggling this week.
I mean, they enjoyed such a strong car back at the Munich Major, and so, of course, the balance of performance, the data that these drivers give always equalizes that out a little bit more. And I'll just note that I think the way that the balance of performance works puts the onus on the drivers to deliver data in all the cars. The objective of that is that we balance the cars themselves rather than drivers, and the drivers very much enjoy that they get an active part in the process.
Out through the final corner then for Darren McCormack. Race 1 winner here in the group stage of the Teams Championship. He goes over the line with a 53-1. That will probably be beaten by a couple of drivers, you would imagine. Maybe Isaac Price will be one of them. Relatively strong on Thursday, but a penalty setting him back to put him outside the top 12.
If he can string this lap together, there is the potential to potentially get into the 152.9s. It's going to need a final sector down and maybe 29.3s or so. Through the final corner then for the G2 Esports driver after being able to grab the 9th spot in the first race. Will want to try and get some better results in the second opportunity. Is going to be able to grab the pole, and by 6 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, huge gap of 6 thousandths between Isaac Price and Darren McCormack early on here. James Baldwin was back on flying form once again in that last race, managed to get a podium for Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team after a pretty difficult day yesterday, you'd have to say. 8th place in the standings by the end, never got anywhere near finalist mode, which he enjoyed for quite a few races back in Munich. Out over the line now for James Baldwin. What's the time going to be? It's a 53-1 as well. Now he goes to the top.
We're seeing that the track conditions may be a little bit slower than expected. And next up, Yuri Kastorp going to be the one that rolls his way to the line in the Maus Audi. Really did not enjoy his run in yesterday's competition. Only one finish inside of the top 10, but felt a little bit better in practice this morning and felt that the rig was giving him the feedback that he wanted, and relatively quick in that first sector. Lost a little bit of ground in the second. He'll roll his way to the line and hope to find his way into the 153.0s, but as he looks down at the time, it's a 153.2.
Yeah, only 8th place at Monza, I'm afraid, for Yuri, and this is probably going to be a similar sort of region for him again. Mac Backham got a 10-second time penalty during the last race, remember, and that's put him right down to the back of the standings for Monza. It's a disastrous start for Porsche Coanda in a day that they enjoyed so much success yesterday. It's not off to the best start for Mac Backham. He's out over the line now here at the Nürburgring, and it's going to be a 53.2 from him. He jumps up just ahead of Kastorp.
Remember that these drivers are on the same tracks that they competed on in day 1 of the Drivers' Championship. The ordering slightly different in terms of the groups. Johan Harth going to be the next driver that works his way to the line. Fair to say that the Apex Racing team haven't had it all their own way. Kevin Ellis Jr. very much continuing to be the strongest charge, but on social media, Apex Racing Pets looks to support the Frenchman who rolls his way out of that middle sector with a relatively slower lap time. Don't think he's too impressed with it. It's going to be a 53.6, the slowest so far.
And more than half a second away as well, which is not ideal at all for Johan Hart, I'm afraid. Thomas Tattler just missed out on the major in Munich, let's not forget, but he's here in Riyadh and did all right on Thursday, but never made it into the top 12. He's over the curbs for Heroic at the moment and into the final corner.
Look how much opposite lock he's got, not just through that chicane, but through the final corner as well. Drifting through, don't think it's going to be good.
Is that what you were shaking your head at? Over the line for him, it's a 53.2. It's still not bad in 6th place, but even so, Tattler into 6th, only ahead of Johan Hart for now.
And you got to wonder, if he was drifting that much in the final sector, could there have been more time on the board for Thomas Tattler, who is feeling a little bit under the weather, one of a couple of drivers to be feeling that. Ryan Barneveld is going to move his way to the line now in that BMW M Team BS competition. Another one of a slightly slower second sector times. He's going to work his way to the line. It's a 53.3.
Yeah, Barneveld into 7th then. Marcel Cinchik out towards the line as well for him right now. He was strong at Monza as he always is, but unfortunately yesterday wasn't quite his day, despite repeating that success again. He'll be hoping for a bit more of Monza tomorrow if RAG Esports make it. He was 4th after all was said and done, by the way. He's out towards the line at the moment, Marcel Cinchik. Let's see what the time's going to be for our Spring Major champion.
think that this time for Marcel Chinchik might be good enough to get a driver into the 152.9. He looks down, and it is a 52.9. Marcel Chinchik goes to the top once more.
Luke Bennett towards the final chicane as well here for Team Redline. We'll see what he can do here. Just missed out, of course, on the drivers' finals, let's not forget. And it was at this very circuit where things fully fell apart for him. He's got to slow down in the first sector, though, and knows it. This is exactly what happened to him on Thursday. He got down towards the back with a slowdown in qualifying and could never recover from that position.
Race Control also did take a look at what happened in that previous race. I think we have been just told that Luke Bennett's been jumped up to that third spot. Lasse back now, heads in through that slower of the NGK chicanes. Another one of the drivers feeling slightly under the weather this morning, but hoping for fury in the what we've dubbed brainish squad, of course, with 2 Brazilian drivers, 2 Danish drivers to try and show some form. Relatively slow actually in that first sector. I think this is going to be another time down the board.
Yeah, it is. We're seeing quite a few of those now. Lasse back only in front of Luke Bennett for the moment. And then the young Ulas Ozildurum for FaZe Clan here. Starting off with arguably their best driver. Let's see, though, over the course of the day. Need to pick up the points, of course. It was 7th place, a respectable result from the Turkish driver at Monza. What about the Nürburgring, which is maybe not quite as good for this car, but still not a bad track for it by any means. Out over the line for Ozildurum, it's a 53.3. He will be 9th after the qualifying session. And so, guess who's at the top? It's Marcel Chinchik once again, the only driver to get into the 52s from this particular session, and he is in the perfect place to take that 2nd place from the Monza race and move up to 1st.
It is another pole position for Marcel Chinchik. Grabbed 2 yesterday, both at Monza, and backed that up at the Temple of Speed once again. But let's run you down through the starting grid.
It's Luke Bennett on the back, I'm afraid, alongside Lasse back, both of whom were at least a second away. Johan Hart and Ulas Ozildurum on the 2nd last row, with Ryan Barneveld and Thomas Tattler just outside the top half. Yuri Kazdorp is 6th, ahead of Mac Backen, or just behind Mac Backham. Darren McCormack and Isaac Price are on the 2nd row behind James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik, who has the ALJ fastest qualifying lap for race 2 here at the Nürburgring. He'll be alongside James Baldwin on the front, those two who were up there and fighting early on in that first race. Also, with that penalty for Luke Bennett, by the way, we are going to show you what the overall points do look like after one round, because things have just changed that little bit from the last ones we showed you. Of course, we had that penalty for Matt Backham, which we knew about because that was track limits, but also some shifting around inside the top 5 as well. So we'll show you that before we get going. But it's pole position for Marcel Chinchik, who is setting RHG Esports off on the right path.
Absolutely, of course. Remember, each driver from the team does 2 races, so that's 2 opportunities to maximize points. Ultimately, 50 the most that they'll be able to build. That means across the 4 drivers, a maximum of 200. I'm just going to throw a number out there. I have no idea if this is accurate or not. 120 points to qualify. How about that?
If you're right, then I'll give you a pat on the back, but I'll be surprised, because this is impossible to work out with the amount of races and drivers involved. Let's have a look then at those championship standings. I know it's early on, but it's worth having a look. Darren McCormack holds on to his race winner. Marcel Chinchik remains 2nd, but Luke Bennett will move up to 3rd because of penalties. He moves up to 3rd in the last race. That's moved James Baldwin from that 3rd place down to 5th, shifting Ryan Barneveld's BMW BS competition team up to 4th. So the change is Baldwin, who moves from 3rd down to 5th.
And of course, when it comes to that 1 point, it's good that James Baldwin's been able to already put that slightly behind him and put himself on the outside of the front row. Penalty points, something I don't think we've talked about too much so far. We have had 2 days of competition already. There are some drivers that are 4 points away from a qualifying ban. Now, Race Control's been very busy the last couple of days. We'll see how much more busy they're going to be.
And one of those drivers who's 4 points away is Yuri Kazdorp in this race. 4 points away from a qualifying ban, I should reiterate. So that is going to cause him to be careful over the course of today. Peter Berryman as well is only 4 points away, but he is in another group for the Apex Racing team. It's Johan Hart representing them here today. 4 points away qualifying ban means that in tomorrow's competition, both drivers from a particular team in a race would not be able to qualify. So that's the ruling where it matters for teams as well. We're wondering about what that actually meant. It means that both would receive a qualifying ban, and that would give you an awful lot of work to do in a high pressure environment like it will be tomorrow.
Marcel Chinchik must be thinking, by the way, as the warm-up gets ready to draw to a close, that it's going to be interesting how this start plays out. So Luke Bennett get a good jump in towards turn number 1 in that first race of the day. Now with James Baldwin in the Mercedes alongside, how's he going to fare rather? Can see the sweat already building on the brow of Marcel Chinchik. Yes, we have air conditioning working in that stage. The driver's working even harder though to get the most out of their machines.
It was one of the drivers, Thibaut Casabon, as well, just having a look with Mehdi, the team manager there. I think it's his official title for RH Esports. But yeah, out of everybody, Marcel Chinchik seems to sweat a lot, doesn't he? Compared to everybody else.
He does look a little bit angsty right now. I'm not sure what he's saying over the radio to Mehdi, but there's definitely something that he is trying to communicate.
He's normally very relaxed, isn't he, Marcel?
Well, relaxed but animated, and I mean that in a good way. We get to see him. He's so enthusiastic, so joyful at times, and so that's what I think we're seeing.
Enthusiastic about any game that he's playing, by the way. He's thrashed us at almost everything we've played.
Thrashed you?
Well, yeah, me. Whether it's
played him
table tennis, table football, Jenga. He's just competitive and annoyingly good at stuff. Anyway, let's get the lights on and get underway, because Marcel Chinchik is on the front and gets away to a very good start. James Baldwin alongside in towards turn 1 has just kept his nose there, and there will be a challenge into the first turn for James Baldwin. He's got halfway alongside. What about behind? Free wide with Yuri Kastorp squashed in the middle of Darren McCormack and also Mac Backham in the Porsche. Single file for the first free. Mac Backham goes for a slide as they battle through the Mercedes arena.
It enabled Yuri Kastorp to get pushed out even wider, but now tries to fight back on the inside of that heroic car. Out of the Mercedes-Benz arena, look at them run themselves off the track. That is not a cut track, to reiterate. They are running the natural line of the surface. In through the second sector they will enter, side by side with Kastorp and Tattler.
Thomas Tattler on the outside for turn 6 though, and he's a bit wide, and so Yuri Kastorp is going to be able to just get his nose ahead and push him off, brush him aside for that 6th position. Ryan Barneveld watches on from behind as well. Will he make the dive in towards the hairpin? He breaks a little bit early. Conservative for the moment as Tattler goes for the over and under.
I think Kastorp opened up the corner. We talk about the alternate lines. He can take down at that Dunlop hairpin, and maybe Kastorp just opened that door, albeit slightly. Barneveld sits in behind after a pretty good result in the opening race. Was able in the Drivers' Championship to get into the top 20, and he may be carrying the hopes of BMW MBS competition to start the tournament off.
Half and Lasse Back were side by side, a bit further back as well, and still side by side. I think Lasse Back has got that place now for Furia, as Luke Bennett also tries to gain places. He's managed that too. James Baldwin on board with him at the moment as Marcel Chinchik leads towards the end of the opening lap of the race, over the curve through the final chicane. It's close between the leaders, in fact, but there wasn't much challenge in between them on the opening lap there through the Mercedes arena. Everybody was willing to get single file early on and then run in line.
Remember, one of the talking points so far this weekend has been the fact that the Mercedes uses the fronts more than the rears, and we have seen Baldwin and the rest of the Mercedes crews be struggling with understeer later in the race. You need to very much make it the most of the starts. 8-lap races. By the time we get to lap 6, that Mercedes will likely start to drop back from the Audi.
On board with Ryan Barneveld here, who needs to get BS competition off to a good start as well. He's arguably their strongest driver, certainly most experienced here in Riyadh of those who are racing, the 4 of them. He's been here from the start and has put on a good performance as well, has the Dutchman, but never made a final over the course of the regular season, which is maybe not standing them in good stead. He's 8th place at the moment, and generally we would say for the teams, top 6 go through, right? So if you're inside the top 5 on most races, then you can guarantee yourself a place in that final.
And I think that's kind of where maybe my math was wrong earlier when I said 120 points. I did completely throw a number out there, by the way. That's sometimes what you do up here in the desk when you want to sound smart. We'll see how smart that ends up being. I think realistically, though, in terms of consistency, we know just how difficult it is going to be over the course of 8 races to stay inside of the top 5. At this level of sim racing, yes, everybody is good, but as Barneveld potentially will get a slowdown penalty, they are pushing to the 10th degree.
Well, that was certainly an off-track or a track limits violation, you would say, because that was not ideal. Durham will capitalise on that as well. He finds himself on the outside line of the all-important right-hander, and he's wide. Lasse Back will go through on the both of them.
Back is back to join the fun. It's BMW on BMW up the hill into that slower chicane. Too wide, too deep they'll go. Barneveld sees the outside line compromising him. Bennett wants to join the fun as well. Look at them all swarmed. Ozil Dirham almost dropped to the back.
But he's still on the inside of Barneveld here into the final turn. Johan Harf hands back and he might well make this 3 wide over the final corner. He swings to the inside. Oh, that was rude. Ozil Dirham just pushes Barneveld out wide. They are not pleased with each other at the moment, as on the defensive goes Lasse back with Luke Bennett.
They are losing each other plenty of time, what the top 6 would want to see as they start to stretch their legs. Barneveld up the inside of Ozil Dirham. After fighting for half a lap or so, they've gone to the very back of the field, and the BMW M Team BS competition car will drop to 12th spot. Luke Bennett, though, in contrast, from the back up to A.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the interaction between Ozil Dirham and Barneveld next time they see each other in the end of 8 laps here, because they were at each other's throats there towards the end of the lap 2 and the start of this one as well. That was aggressive racing from the both of them, and yeah, clearly it's not helped either of them, to be honest. They were fighting for 8th, now they're second last and last.
And now that Luke Bennett, by the way, has been able to get past the 4 machines that will surely continue to fight. He's got 2.5 seconds to close to Tumas Tatala after being promoted to 3rd by the race control decision. Surely that red line BMW is thinking, I must get myself up into the top 6 to be able to make sure that my teammates later on will have a slightly easier task with which to work with. You don't want to give your teammates too much to do. Ideally, their very final driver in Group D, Enzo Benito, wouldn't need to do a thing.
No, absolutely not. So that's the ideal situation. But let's see here for Luke Bennett. There he is on the right-hand side and the left. We're on board with him at the moment. He should have the pace here, ideally, to get away from those 4 behind him. But you never know, as we get a little glimpse of the trophy that they're all fighting for on the right-hand side as well. Heavy, as Max Benneker demonstrated in the trophy lift yesterday. It is heavy, we can tell you that for sure. Top 7 relatively together for the moment, all gaps less than a second, but the Nürburgring problem in that it's difficult to overtake is certainly striking them at the moment.
About to get halfway through this race next time by. Let's talk about the fact that Max Benneker now $100,000 richer, as poor Johan Harf's going to interrupt that talking point to the inside of Lasse, back deep under the brakes. Has Harf outdone himself? Yes, he has, and back swoops back up the inside. Not going to be able to get the position back, though, because Johan Harf has the overlap and the inside and through turn number 2.
Oh, back all out of shape there through turn 2, and he's going to lose that place. It's 9th now to Johan Harf, who's up there for Apex Racing Team, 10th place only in the last race.
Let me get back to that point that I was trying to make. Right, life-changing money for Max Benneker, but life-changing money for these teams as well. The winner's going to walk away with $250,000. What does that do? Well, so much talk in the last couple of years has been around sim racing facilities and houses. Coando, the one of the first to do so. Redline starting to do so recently as well. Could that money enable a team to bring their drivers in person, to bring more performance and, well, maybe push even further?
Oh, it's certainly going to help them along to $250,000, as there's no doubt about that. And of course, the top 6 teams will all receive tens of thousands of dollars, so it certainly helps along. Coanda, by the way, had their team house on the very first one a good while ago now, wasn't it? I can't remember exactly the year, but it was a good while ago.
I think it's technically 2019. Now, Josh Rogers and company who moved into the house were technically the first full-time sim racers. There was another batch of VRS drivers that ended up being part of that. David Williams, Pablo Lopez, and a whole bunch of drivers. Crazy to think that in 4 or 5 years, we've gone from the first sim racing house to now 48 of the world's best drivers, many of them full-time in this industry.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the big difference we've seen over the course of the last half decade or so, and who knows where we're off to in the future. Darragh McCormack on board with him at the moment as he tries to do a very similar drive to the one at Monza. Did have a little bit of work to do in terms of some of the overtakes to make. That's the same situation here, although Isaac Price is in front of him at the moment. This is a better race from Price, only 9th in that opener at Monza, and now inside the top 3, and so on balance, doing his part for the team, certainly. I mean, if we're talking about top 5, so maybe 10 points a race for a team is all right. Maybe 120 was a little bit over the top.
No, I wasn't that far off, really. In terms of the order of magnitude, at least I'm somewhat close there. Still watching the two BMWs, and similarly liveried BMWs, I'll point out, in that BMW M Team BS competition, and Fury Machines. Back's going to get swarmed around the outside as the Zebra tries to go the long way around. Bit of a hip check there, but Barneveld maintains control of his car and then dives it down the inside of turn number 6 and forces back out wide in return.
Well, that's another couple of drivers off Christmas cars list and all sorts there, because Back and Barneveld were into each other through turn 5 and 6, and now Ozil Durham will look to gain on that as well. He's down the inside and into 11th place with a nice time down the inside of the hairpin.
Nürburgring can produce good racing. They forgot that in race number 2 of the finals yesterday.
They really did, yeah. It was single foul from the start until this point. Yuri Toman was the only one who was even bothered about overtaking, and eventually did save us a little bit, but so far it's his teammate who's been avoiding overtakes as much as possible. He's leading this race by a second ahead of James Baldwin. Maybe there will be movement up the front, but I feel like these three are going to provide most of the entertainment, to be honest, just because they hate each other so much.
I think we're going to be mostly looking second on Back as well. Chinchik almost a full second clear of Baldwin. Halfway through the race, are we now in that phase where the front's starting to go on that Mercedes? Isaac Price closing in the BMW, Dara McCormack behind in a second on the Mercedes as well. There's a look to the inside from Ozil Durham. Barneveld will slam the door shut, but here's the look up front. McCormack across the line and on the hunt to try to get to the inside of Isaac Price.
Yeah, nowhere near close enough here in towards turn 1. Well, outbroke himself a little bit on the way down the hill there, but he's getting closer. We can see every time we go on board with him, he's just getting that little bit closer to the back of the BMW in front of him. And maybe that is the sort of precursor, the bubbling up of a move, and now a little bit of a moment for Price. The pressure beginning to get to him ever so slightly. Darren McCormack causing that at the moment. Just has a look across at the timing screen to check how far back Mac Backham is as well, no doubt. A bit of a slide on the way from Isaac as well. This is really getting to him now. Darren McCormack applying all of the pressure, and soon enough, the pressure may tell.
And this is where I talk so much at the Mercedes and its tyre woes. The BMW, if you're pushing, if you're in a battle, can very much be cooking up those tyres, and I wonder if Price is trying to struggle right now. Look how close down at the Dunlop hairpin it is. Maybe a couple of inches between the two.
Maybe less. It was very close around the Dunlop hairpin there at the bottom of the circuit. Now they'll plunge uphill through the Schumacher S for the 6th time of asking. This is the section of the road where you do get a little bit more spaced out from your competitor generally, because it's such a high-speed corner. You need to close in through here, though, get a good exit through that right-hander, and then power on for a move in towards the last chicane. It's not going to happen this time, though, for the Irishman.
No, I don't think so. You need to be a little bit closer into the heavy braking zone because the car in front is going to be able to cover off the line as Price did there. McCormack not going to force the issue, and I think crucially for McCormack, after what was a very difficult round in the Drivers' Championship, let's not forget, all these drivers are in the almost the same groups that they were, racing at the same tracks with the same competitors, with the exception of Dara McCormack and Daniel Pastor.
Out over the start-finish line with 2 laps to go for the leaders. It's 1.2 seconds for Marcel Chinchik ahead of James Baldwin, Isaac Price and Dara McCormack battling for 2nd place. Very, very close to one another on the penultimate lap for the moment. It's just another case of how is he going to find a way through now. You're sort of waiting for a mistake if you're Dara McCormack. This is a replay I've been waiting for, because the stuff that was going on back here was absolutely mental at one point in the race.
Luke Bennett trying to work his way on forward. Johan Harth in the mix as well, and you can just see chopping and chaining at so many different points. It's a lot of fun, but as race director has already had something to say in the first race, I've got to wonder if that in particular, Ozil Durham pushed out into the gravel by Barneveld, is going to be something else that's reviewed.
That's what I was looking for, and I think Barneveld has probably got a case to answer for there, or will have one, because that was pretty rude on Ozil Durham. And then the Turkish driver has just taken it out on everybody by trying to make moves, and this was the move into the final turn. He heads down the inside, and I think he's about to return the favour in the background of this shot. Luke Bennett just gaining places everywhere, and then there's the push in the background. Then there was Lasse back defending from Luke Bennett here down to the outside of the final turn. The Team Redline driver has really done what he can from this race, starting from 12th.
Yeah, and now crucially just trying to build to the cars in front, trying to maximize the points that he can bring to the team. Of course, like I said earlier, Enzo Benito in that Group D will want to see the points total in the triple digits before he even gets in the car. I think that should be good enough for him to and the team to surely feel confident. With 1 lap to go at the line, Bennett's done enough to be able to get within 1 second of Tumas Tatala, but is just going to run out of the laps to get up to 7th spot.
Last lap here at the Nürburgring, and so far Marcel Chinchik has set RHG Esports off to the best possible path, or nearly the best possible path, with a 2nd place at Monza, and so far looking good for a win here at the Nürburgring. The top 4 seem relatively pleased with where they are, especially Isaac Price, who's returning from a 9th place at Monza, looking to atone for that a little bit with a good result here. He might want these extra 4 points with James Baldwin, but he's not going to lay it all on the line to get them.
With Isaac Price finishing that first race down in 9th position, I think there is some urgency to get points on the board. That doesn't mean I think he's going to go for the move. He might be a bit more concerned about Dara McCormack behind and making sure that he's not going to get close enough in through that run on the back straightaway on the braking zone into the NGK chicane to be able to have a lunge. You can see, though, 2 seconds now between 1st and 2nd. We're going to talk about tyres a lot today, I feel, and the Mercedes is going to be the one that struggles the most.
I mean, James Baldwin and Darren McCormack obviously very good drivers, but we've seen the Mercedes struggle on occasion for that extra 10th or 2 that it especially had in Munich. I mean, are we seeing these 2 drivers overperform in the Mercedes? Are we seeing those 2 drag this car towards the top 5 and the others are going to struggle? Or is this where the Mercedes can be at Monza and Nürburgring?
Well, going off finals day yesterday, Baldwin and Brzezinski, the 2 Mercedes that we have, neither was really able to make a consistent mark. James Baldwin, 2 best finishes out of the 6 races that we had was a 4th and a 5th place finish. So at the very least, he's going to be able to add a better sort of a finish today. And well, that's going to be the job done for James Baldwin. He'll be watching on for the rest of the Mercedes AMG Petronas team.
It's job done for Marcel Chinchik as well. Only 4th place yesterday, which is quite a lowly position by his standards. But so far today, he won't finish below 2nd. He was runner-up at Monza. He's going to turn that around here in Germany. Out of the final turn now for the Hungarian. Hint of a slide, hint of a celebration. Marcel Chinchik wins at Nürburgring for race 2 here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Here at Gamers8, it's the team's group stage, and RHG Esports are off to a wonderful start.
Yeah, Marcel Chinchik, our defending champion, does exactly what he needs to. Will put onto the board 45 points for Roman Grosjean's team, and for Dara McCormack as well. The victory in the first race, the 4th place in the 2nd race. He'll be pretty happy with that. Baldwin 3rd and 2nd. Those are 3 strong teams that have got up to a very strong start.
3 of those top 4 inside the top 5 in both of those races. That is key as Mehdi comes alongside his fastest driver, arguably controversial, alongside Marcel Chinchik there. A little bit of a chat about what's happened. Still a lot of work to do. 45 points that he has gained there. It's not going to be enough on his own. He's going to need his 3 teammates to deliver as well. Let's take a look at the highlights of that race then, with the lights out from the start. Marcel Chinchik got off to a decent one, but James Baldwin gave him a run for his money through the Mercedes arena.
You could see behind, that was a big send from Yuri Kastorp trying to get past Dara McCormack. He ends up making contact with the Porsche Coanda Esports machine on that run up in towards turn number 2. And then on the outside, you see the bit of a slip. Matt Backham fortunately holds on to the number 16, but up the inside went that heroic machine of Tumas Tatala to try and get the move done on the Maus Audi, but fighting back through the Mercedes-Benz arena. It was a sign of things to come.
Yeah, this is on board with Isaac Price here, who had the job of holding on to 3rd place, which is exactly where he qualified, and see what happens between the leaders in front, really. He followed Marcel Chinchik on the way in, didn't get bubbled up behind James Baldwin, and very quickly found himself single file. Baldwin smartly tucking himself into the inside there at turn 2, just to make sure that he didn't fall further back in that race. Let's go down to the stage then, and Bonnie, who's now down with Marcel Chinchik.
A track that doesn't really offer many chances to overtake Marcel, so leaning into kind of more of the idea of qualifying being extremely essential. Do you feel the same way?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's a really hard track. I think it's the hardest for me, especially, but I was trying to put together a good lap on qualifying, and it happened.
صحيح، يوم سألنا المتسابق معنا انه كيف كان السباق بشكل عام، وخصوصا في المضمار هذا تحديدا، بخصوص انه صعب اي احد انه يقدر يتجاوز. ذكر المتسابق قال صحيح انه كان جدا صعب، وحتى برضه ما يعني كان صعب عليه، لكنه حاول باللي يقدر عليه وقدر انه يتفوق فيه.
We've kicked off our 8G to an absolutely flying start. Congratulations with a second and a first. Was there anything that you were working on between yesterday and today? Because it feels like you're in really good form today. Are you feeling good today?
Yeah, feeling really good. It was good that I could start with Monza because that's the best track for me, I guess. So it gave me like the energy, you know, and I could carry on like to Nürburgring. So it was really good.
سألنا المتسابق أن بخصوص السباقات اللي كانت معنا في الأيام الماضية، يعني اليوم مختلف تماما، أداء أفضل بكثير، فكيف شعوره الحين في السباقات هذه؟ قال من جد هو يعني يشعر بشعور أفضل في هذا اليوم، خصوصا أنه بعد ما فاز في السباق الأول كان في المركز الثاني، والسباق هذا في المركز الأول، فجدا سعيد في الانتصار هذا، وخصوصا أن مونزا قبل يوم تسابق فيه الثاني برضو قدر أنه يحقق فيه مستوى مرة ممتاز.
Well, our commentators have been calling you the master of Monza, so we're really glad that you feel that way as well. Congratulations once again on the second and first. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview, and congratulations for putting your team on the front foot. And with that, we're going to head back over to the desk to continue our first day of the Team Championship.
وهذه كانت مقابلتنا مع المتسابق معنا تشينشيك، لكن الحين خلونا ننتقل مع المحللين نتكلم تفاصيل هذا السباق ونرجع لكم في اللي بعده.
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Fantastic showing. Amazing result there for Marcel Chinchik as well. You must be happy, surely, because he was your previous prediction. Ultimately, it didn't work out for him over on Monza, but Nürburgring, he managed to make it work.
Yeah, fantastic. Like, I think he's I was really afraid of him when I saw him today in the morning, but...
Afraid of him? What did he do?
Sorry, not afraid of him. Afraid for him. Afraid for him. And he completely just turned it around.
Yeah.
And we have our champion back in a super form.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in with our provisional race results as we break this one down even further. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't highlight the fact that Isaac Price didn't ultimately take too many risks, if any at all, and ultimately stayed in his lane as well, finishing in third place there as well. Did you think that it would have been worth him taking some risks to potentially try and get himself a second or maybe even a first place?
I think it could be, but after that not very good race in Monza, I think he really needed points right now and make sure to get safe points. So if he would, for example, attack James, he could have lose position to Dara because Dara was ready and he was very, very ready to go forward. So I think Isaac did exactly what he needed to do, and now it's about his teammates to go forward.
And how about Thomas Tassler for the side of Heroic as well? How did you think he performed?
I'm very happy with him today. Like, he's doing quite, like, he's like not fighting for the top, but he's being very consistent. I think in Monza he finished P6, now he finished P7, so he's being very, very consistent, and I think his teammates might be strong as well for the next of today. So I'm very curious how they will look.
Our overall team leaderboard for our team championship standings as well. Things are not looking too hot over in the FaZe Clan camp side of things either. Talk to me about that one. How do you think their driver has been doing thus far?
Yeah, so far it looks very bad for them, and I hope they will turn it around. But it also doesn't look very good for Porsche Coanda at this very moment. They are same points as Mouse, and we know the Mouse team is very strong. They are very consistent altogether. In Porsche Coanda, we see a little bit of difference between the drivers. For example, Josh Rogers is fighting for the wins, and his teammates are a little slower. So I'm wondering if he can technically carry his team forward.
Furia as well being one of those teams only having themselves 1 point on the team championship standings so far. We spoke about Lasse back at the very start of the broadcast as well, coming in as the newbie of the team as it were as well. So what do you think the approach for the team is going to be now heading into Group B?
I think his teammate needs to absolutely send it and deliver. Like, they are in a very difficult position right now. That 1 point is not good enough at all. So they have to go full in. Let's say it that way.
At this point, though, if you are looking at your team championship standings, do you feel that element of pressure comes in on the teammates as well? Or do you think it's just going to be like, you know what, let's put it to the back of our minds and just focus on our own race?
Yeah, I think that pressure is getting worse and worse. If your team is not performing, your teammates are not performing, and you are below that line going for the final, don't forget we are talking about $600,000 prize money. So compared to the driver championship we had yesterday, where you were just on your own, like, today that pressure is multiplying every single race. If your teammate or you will make a penalty or mistake, bad qualification, bad race, it multiplies for the next races. So that pressure, I honestly cannot even imagine it.
I love the fact that it is ultimately shared pressure though, right? As you mentioned, penalties are shared, prize money is shared, but also the points that you're garnering for yourself and for your team as well. Well, after the break, we're going to be having Hockenheim Ring, and it's going to be Group B. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be breaking down all those teams.
You know how this goes.
We are back once again, everybody, here from ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. We've just concluded our Group A set of races, Jardier, and we're going to be diving on into our Group B. Talk to me about your hopes, expectations, dreams, aspirations, and everything in between for this group, because boy, oh boy, do we have some big names here.
Oh, yeah. We have such a good names. We have also drivers that would like to turn the race around for them, because we have some drivers that under-delivered on Thursday. Even on Friday, we can technically say, what are you going to do today?
Well, I want to focus in a little bit on Kevin Ellis Jr. in particular, surviving the shootout in order to make it through to the top 12 for our Driver Championship finals. Would you say he's had the worst of the pressure now? Would you say from here on out it is smooth sailing for him?
Ellis Jr. for me is becoming like a favorite driver, because I love emotion in racing. It's
don't we all?
that I just love it so much, and he was so happy on Thursday when he made that shootout, the top 12 shootout to the finals. And the whole Friday, he's just, when you see him on the camera, he's always, like everybody's like when they drive, they have like a grimace of the face, like someone is like angry, someone is like very focused, and he always looks like a little bit happy all the time. And he became a little bit my favorite. He did very decent in the finals. He got some very nice prize money, and I think he can carry his team today very nicely as well.
That's basically what I've been asking for, by the way, for context, throughout this entire event. I want to see more emotion from all of you drivers out there, because I'm getting sick and tired of someone winning a race. We saw it happen with Marcel just moments ago. He won the race, and you wouldn't think that he had. Honestly, he's just like, yep, okay, done now. Doesn't want anything else to do with, you know, showing us some emotion, some excitement, some passion. Nothing. These drivers are stone cold-hearted drivers, I guess.
Hey, let me drive. I will show you some emotion as well.
Okay, right. That's a bet. We're going to get you on broadcast driving. You're going to show us what's up, and you're going to give us your fastest quali lap time. But also, Jack Keithley is another one that I really want to focus in on, representing Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports as well. Confident about the team championship Jack was yesterday when he joined us.
Yeah, very nice. When we had him here for the chat, he was very confident, down to earth, such an experienced driver. He's racing for so long, and he knows what to do. And I did really like that he wasn't making any excuses, nothing like that. He literally said, I know exactly what I made a mistake. I need to improve this. I'm okay now. I will deliver tomorrow.
Would you say he's got quite an analytical mind in that sense? Is he going to be the kind of person that not only points out his own mistakes, but also the mistakes of his teammates as well?
Yes, 100%. Like, Jack is exactly that type of guy. He knows exactly what's happening and when it's happening, and he's doing exactly this.
I'm wondering if that's kind of like the team synergy that comes into play, though. Are his teammates also going to be providing the same kind of feedback, or is that going to put you on tilt if your teammates are like, well, you did this, and this wrong in that previous race?
I think you need to find like a correct balance. Like, obviously, like especially in this kind of racing when money is on the line, you need to have a proper criticism, but also don't put your teammate off. You need to say, hey, you could be a little faster in this corner, you can do this, but don't put him off. You know, don't put him even more under pressure.
Well, we've spoken about some incredible drivers, but our LG driver to watch is Mr. Kevin Siggy himself, representing Team Redline. Obviously, yesterday we saw him supporting Jeffrey Rietveld, his teammate in the Driver Championship Top 12. We also saw a lot of frustration coming out from him. So talk to me about how you think he is going to perform over on Hockenheimring.
I think Hockenheim is, one of their strongest tracks, and I think Kevin will do a good job, but I think I want to see him handling the pressure from yesterday. We were talking about emotion, and I think Kevin is giving you a lot of emotion when racing. When he's frustrated, the wheel takes all the beat. So yeah, I'm curious how it's going to go. I hope it's going to go well for them, because Luke Bennett was doing a good job, but was it enough to make their team go forward?
Well, I know before the break we were talking about the BMW and how it fares up over on a track like Monza. How do we think it's going to do over on Hockenheim?
Luke Bennett was telling us that the BMW is really good, especially in the first corner of Hockenheim, where you can go over the curb a lot. You have to be careful of the track limits a lot, but the BMW, he said, performs very well on this track. You can go wide in the corners, you know, over the curbs and stuff like that, but they really need to be careful on those tires.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out how Kevin Siggy is feeling about this race.
I'm here with Kevin Siggy, who is the Team Redline driver up next. How are you feeling? You ready to go?
I am ready to go.
How do you think Luke did? What kind of place has he given you to kind of go on from here? What have you got to do after that?
I think in Monza he did really well. I mean, that's the best he can do with the car that we have in top speed. I mean, he got P4 and then luckily got P3 after the penalties. I mean, Nürburgring, he off-tracked it again, but I mean, it is what it is. It happens. I mean, he's been one of the best in Nürburgring, and he obviously wants to prove that he's still the best there. So such a small mistake. I mean, yeah, it can cost you a lot, but nevertheless, I mean, he did an amazing overtake in the chicane and got P8 in the end. So it's not the end of the world. Decent points, and we just have to do a little bit better in other tracks.
And you did quite well yesterday in the group stages, didn't you? So you're confident for the next set of group stages, but this time instead of for your own individual accolades for the team?
I mean, it's always been for the team anyways, because I mean, the team is more important than the driver itself. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit better than yesterday. I mean, in the finals, I wasn't really that great, but in the group stage, I felt much better to begin with in the races. So I hope to do the same. I hope to replicate that and get the team the most points as we can.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your time before you jump in. We appreciate it. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you there to Rory. Catching up with, of course, our LG driver to watch, Kevin Siggy, in this race. Bit of a change up in the commentary booth because I'm bored of standing next to George Morgan. I'm Lewis McGlade. Ewan O'Leary is still in the commentary booth. We can't get rid of him for now. We're now heading into a different group. This time it's Group B. It's a different set of drivers, a second driver for each of the teams.
Yeah, certainly. So these were the guys who raced against each other as Group A on Thursday. They're now Group B. It doesn't really matter. They're driving on the same tracks, and that's the whole idea. General consensus, from the teams was that we want to practice the same two tracks really for this part of the competition for both group stages. So they're generally against the same people they were before, like Kevin Siggy against the drivers, the 11 drivers that he beat twice on Thursday.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, of course, our championship leader driver, teams-wise, at the moment, is, of course, Marcel Chinchik. But heading into a different circuit, we know... Oh, sorry, Marcel Chinchik is RHG. I can read and I can speak as well. We're heading into a different circuit now. We've done Monza, we've done Nürburgring. We're now going to do Hockenheim and Spa with the drivers that we have in here. You can see, obviously, all hands on deck at the Apex Racing team. Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be the driver for them this time. A couple of other drivers to focus on, obviously, Marco Pajic out in this one as well. One that we kind of want to focus on a little bit is Freddie Rasmussen, because when we talk about the teams and some of the positions they've been in, Isaac Price finds himself, or Isaac Price did a 9th and a 3rd, putting G2 Esports into that top 6. Actually quite a decent opening performance. It means that Freddie Rasmussen is going to be under a lot of pressure, and he's actually going to be our first driver out in qualifying.
Absolutely, lots of pressure on him, especially for a new driver relatively as well to ESL R1 competition. We know how strong he is in GT3s. Generally over on iRacing, he was the best GT3 driver in sim racing for a period of time, I would argue. Maybe some people would argue against that, but Fred Rasmussen knows his way around a GT3, but not so much around ESL R1. The only problem for him is that he's had a slow first sector already.
Straight away, T1 must have run wide as we head into this qualifying session. 21.6, he's done a 20.1, or 20.1 is what they were aiming for.
And remember what Luke Bennett said when we had him stood here on the broadcast yesterday. The Hockenheim laps are basically made, or it's make or break at turn 1. So clearly Rasmussen has gone for broke, and he has broken everything. He has got to slow down, and that was the key that Luke Bennett said. You need to nail turn 1. It sets you off on a good path here in this circuit, but Fred Rasmussen unfortunately has got that wrong immediately.
But of course the major thing to focus on there is where will he end up with the other drivers that may have slowed down penalties as well, because there are quite a few that could well end up having them throughout this session. So Freddie Rasmussen setting a 45.6 in that middle sector. Painfully for him, that's actually not bad. A couple of tenths off, but still in the ballpark of what we'd expect as he comes through the final corner, probably aiming for about a mid-37 here as he comes through that final corner and up towards the line. Freddie Rasmussen will set a 37.7. I can tell you where that will be, and it won't be the front.
No, it will probably be a bit further down the back for him, I'm afraid, at this point. But as you say, Isaac Price got G2 Esports off to a good start, and so if Rasmussen can just tick along with the points in the same way, then it'll be fine. Let's not forget that Price did exactly the same thing at Monza in his first race of the two, as Kevin Siggy comes around the final corner now. Big things hope from him for Team Redline based on what he did on Thursday. He's over the line now. It's a 36.0, exactly where he wants to be.
That's a solid lap time. We'd like a lower 0, but oh, Tommy Isgard has had an issue going up towards Mobile 1, and he's backwards and now reversing.
I know what he's done here. He's got as close to that left-hand side wall as possible, and he's clipped it.
Well, there we go. So he's not going to be the next driver to set a lap time. It will actually end up being Erhan Yuyovski. Decent, or first sector's a little bit off. That's a terrible mistake from Tommy Oscar. He's definitely starting from last. We don't actually see many crashes in qualifying in ESL R1. In fact, I think that might be one of the first.
Very rare to see that kind of thing happen. So yeah, that is somewhat of a surprise. But yeah, as I say, he's trying to open out Mobile 1 as much as he possibly can. You're staying to the left-hand side, but he's just misjudged it slightly. He's clipped the wall, and it's sent him into a huge accident, I'm afraid. Erhan Yuyovski then will be the next driver to come across the line for REG Esports. Wonderful start from Marcel Chinchik. Yuyovski just needs to keep that going that little bit. He's over the line now, and it's a 36-0, slightly in front of Kevin Siggy.
0.006 of a second. Hello there. Wow, that's an impressive time from Erhan Yuyovski. The first sector was lacking a little bit. The second sector was absolutely spot on. Speaking of which, Kevin Ellis Jr. in a similar sort of ballpark. First sector a little slower, second sector a little faster. He'll come through the final corner now. I think it's going to be for third, but Kevin Ellis Jr. showed his one-lap pace on Thursday when he managed to work his way through into Friday's action at a 1v1 duel with Bajic. He'll cross the line, and it is third position, a few hundredths down on Yuyovski and Siggy.
I mean, has that kind of thing not been the story of Apex Racing Team's season? Good lap time, relatively so, but a tenth away. They're just missing that last tenth of a second, and in ESL R1 it costs you so many places to be just 1/10 away. Marco Bajic then out towards the line as well. He won round 6, of course, of the regular season and narrowly missed out on the finals for the Drivers' Championship held here yesterday. He got beaten by Kevin Ellis Jr., who he's racing against once again here. It's another time very close to his. My goodness, they can't get away from each other, can they?
No, they certainly can't. It's actually even closer than it was on Thursday. Ryan Barneveld had a really good showing in the opening race of the day, putting BMW M Team BS competition right up the order. Ibrahim Khan with the pressure on his shoulders to try and react to that, but unfortunately that second sector is somewhat poor. This lap time will put him in 5th position ahead of Freddie Rasmussen, ahead of Tommy Uskar, but surely behind the top 4. He'll cross the line, and I think that's exactly where he's going to go. A 10th and a half off, actually recovers with a decent final sector. He threw into a decent first, but it's not good enough for Ibrahim Khan. Still seems to be smiling though.
He just looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he? And that's all we can ask for from him. Did a few rounds, by the way, of the regular season, but not the regular driver there, not one of the regular drivers for BS Plus competition. Patrick Holtzman, arguably the weakest of the Maus team over the course of the regular season. I really hope that he can get back to some of the form that has shown him really dominating in iRacing at some points throughout his career. Let's see what he can do here in ESL R1. It's a 36-2, and once again, that is a little bit the story of his season as well. He's not quite been to the standard of the 3 others.
Yeah, he's not quite found the pace that Yuri Kastorp has found, along with Moritz Lerner, and of course with our champion here at the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco at Gamers8, that being Maximilian Benneker. Jack Keithley, who's joined us on the desk a little bit earlier on yesterday, will come through the final corner. The number 44 will cross the line, and he will head his way up the order to 5th position. Obviously after Dara McCormack's sterling opening group. That's a decent recovery, or decent addition to that from Jack Keithley.
0.104 away from pole, and he's 5th.
Yeah.
It's a really, really close qualifying session at the moment, and Erhan Yuyovski's time may be good enough for pole. Let's see if Mitchell de Jong can do anything about that as the American slides that Porsche around the final 2 turns, looking for a better performance than what saw him knocked out on Thursday. He goes over the line. It's a 36-1 from him, and he joins them within a 10th of a second of pole.
Yeah, fantastically close up in that top lot. I mean, the top 5 separated by a 10th of a second, and those behind aren't exactly a million miles away. Lasse Sorensen into that final sector. First sector's okay. Second sector for a BMW is actually not that bad. Kind of tracking to around about where Ibrahim Khan is, and to be fair, might end up with a decent final sector inside that 10th as well. He comes through the final corner. I think he might be around 7th place, maybe even 8th. He'll cross the line, and Lasse Sorensen drops to 9th, actually. Lost a bit of time in that final sector.
Under 3 tenths away from pole, but only down in 9th. It's not a good start for real-life racing star Lasse Sorensen as well, as Ian Porter, also a star of other disciplines than sim racing, makes his way through the final turns as well. Not the only American in this session, joining Mitchell de Jong, hoping for a better Thursday that saw him black flagged for failing to serve a penalty that he accumulated throughout the race.
Certainly so. Porter will come through the final corner to set his lap time. 20.5 in the first sectors, not really great. 45.8 in the middle sectors, not a million miles off, but that will find him dropping down the order to 10th. So Krim just ahead of Freddie Rasmussen and Tommy Østgaard, showing once again that Krim is making some progress, but this is a track that he said that he feels fairly strong at. Alas, maybe not strong enough. So Erhan Yayovski by 6,000ths of a second, Ewan. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and this was the circuit, let's not forget, where he basically quit at the end of that race to see him out of the Drivers' Championship.
Certainly so. Well, Tommy Østgaard will start from 12th position. 11th will be Freddie Rasmussen after slowdowns for the pair of them and a big crash for Tommy Østgaard. Ian Porter will start from 10th position, just behind Lasse Sorensen. Then we get to the tight margins. Patrick Holtzman in 8th position. Ibrahim Khan finding themselves just outside of a 10th position, a 10th rather of pole position. Jack Keithley in 6th place. And then we get to the really tight times. Marco Pajic, Mitchell de Jong, Kevin Ellis Jr., Kevin Siggy in second, falling just 6,000ths of a second behind the ALJ. Fastest qualifying lap, which was set by Erhan Yayovski. Absolutely incredible to see such tight margins in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. We know Erhan Yayovski's pedigree, especially when it comes to being a teammate. He assisted Marcel Cinčić to the title back in the Spring Major, and he's now trying to do something again for the team. Disappointment for him when it came to Thursday's action, of course, being knocked out. Well, he's listening to what we're saying because he's pushing himself forward.
He certainly is, yeah. He's probably tired also of us using that as an accolade for him, and he'd probably want his own.
Okay, he's a two-time GT Pro champion.
There you are. He'd much prefer that. but yeah, this was the circuit, as I mentioned, where things really fell apart for him, and at the start of the race, got involved in an incident and said, no, I'm out. And that was it. That was indeed true, unfortunately. What role will he have, though, for RHG Esports here, though? Because you mentioned it in the regular season and the major as well. He was very strong for that team. They got second, though, in the teams. If they're going to take on the likes of Team Redline, the likes of Mercedes and Maus and all of these others, they're going to need Erhan Yayovski, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, you've got to remember with Erhan that basically when it comes to RHG, they've already started out quite well. Marcel Cinčić's got a second and a first for the team, putting them at the top of the points. Now, if he can get another victory, if he can get another couple of podiums, RHG is starting to look really, really strong already to move through into tomorrow's action. And again, the points are reset tomorrow. It's just about being inside that top 6.
I mean, if he does the same that Marcel Cinčić did, I would argue they don't actually need to score any more points, because if you think about getting a top 5 every race, gives you an average of what, 80 maybe at the end of the day. That's probably an overestimation, I think, 80. Yeah. So Erhan Yayovski, obviously not mathematically, but has the chance to actually guarantee RHG's safety already after only 4 races.
Yeah, which is incredible. Again, it shows. I guess this is why when you put your team out in that kind of order, you want to make sure that you're putting them out in an order which is going to work. So you're getting your strong drivers out early, unless you feel maybe you want to put your strong drivers in late to potentially react. It is so difficult and tantalising, and there are so many right decisions, so many wrong decisions. Is it the right one for RHG, though, as we head into the second race on second group rather on Sunday? It's Marcel Cinčić on pole position, or Erhan Yayovski, who will lead the way down into the first corner. He'll manage to hold himself off from Kevin Siggy as they race their way through. Porsche Coanda and Mercedes also going side by side in the background as we head down towards turn 2. Everyone keeping it well within the track limits as it's 3 wide as there is a move through the middle from Jack Keithley.
Yeah, Keithley backs out of it though and looks to get a better run out of there. He's absolutely side by side with Marco Pajic through turn 3. He'll just get the space given to him. He'll have the longer run round Parabolica though, and just behind them, Lasse Sorensen will make it 3 wide.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight here. So you've got the side by side between the 2 Mercedes represented teams on the left. You've got the movement as well from Lasse Sorensen. A move over from Marco Pajic. He's trying to send one down the inside of Mitchell de Jong, and there's contact ahead, and it's Kevin Siggy that's been sent round as well. That's Mitchell. Who was it that sent him round?
Kevin Ellis Jr. for Apex Racing Team, and he drops back into the pack.
That is such high drama, and that is Kevin Siggy moving down to 12 through what we can only assume is no fault of his own, but we don't know for sure. We need to see that one again and again on replay. Erhan Yovsky now gifted with a 1.3 second lead, and he is not the kind of driver to make a mistake from that.
And Kevin Ellis Jr. has got a good run on Patrick Holtzman in towards the Mobil 1 curve. He's not quite made the move there. It's side by side between Tommy Osgaard and Freddie Rasmussen in towards the Mobil 1 curve. It's Osgaard who's gotten through. That's 3 places in 1 lap from him.
Yeah, certainly so. So to the outside, there was a little bit of a look from Ian Porter from Tommy Osgaard as well, riding on board with Freddie Rasmussen. I mean, we were saying about Freddie Rasmussen needing to have a decent drive here because Isaac Price has put in a 9th and a 3rd place to give G2 Esports 5th in the standings at the moment. They need to get more decent results onto the board, and Freddie Rasmussen is the one to do so at the moment. For this driver here, though, 2nd in shot, Kevin Ellis Jr., 7th place, if he is found to be guilty of spinning round Kevin Siggy, it will be a sizable penalty, which will drop him surely back down to 12th place and give him 0 points.
To be fair, Kevin Siggy's recovery from that spin was very good because he's already on the back of the train now. Ian Porter just clinging onto the back of this, and he's got Kevin Siggy not too far away as we dive on board with Tommy Osgaard at the moment, looking ahead at Ibrahim Khan for BS Plus competition. There may be a move down the inside here from the Porter into the big braking zone. He'll have a look. He won't go for it, unlike Kevin Ellis Jr., who has in towards that turn. Patrick Holtzman on the outside line. They'll be neck and neck on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, this is again fantastic stuff between the pair of them, riding on board with Tommy Osgaard, trying to find his way past Ibrahim Khan, but look at this ahead, because it's a movement to the outside from Kevin Ellis Jr. That could be a fantastic move around the outside of the Mercedes Arena section. They head their way through, and Kevin Ellis Jr. working his way back up past Patrick Holtzman. That is a fantastic move, as he's trying to work his way back again. He's recovering as well.
Lasse Sorensen very close to Jack Keefley just up in front, and Kevin Ellis Jr. going to aim to join them very soon. Let's have a look at a replay as to what happened with Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. Siggy was on the outside, he cuts back on the RHE driver, or tries to, and Kevin Ellis Jr. was already there.
Yeah, certainly so. As we'll take another look at it, this time on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. So the door was open, he tried filling it, the up and under.
That's not Kevin Ellis Jr.'s fault, in my opinion.
No, I'm not sure either. It's kind of, if you're going to leave the door open, especially on lap 1, you've got to expect it to kind of be filled.
Well, yeah, and when you're going for one of those moves, you go to the outside on the way in with one of the corners, you cut back to the inside for a smoother run, a better exit, good traction, and a run to the next turn. On lap 1, it's difficult to do that at any point. You've got to make sure that you've got space behind you to do that, because as you say, when you leave the door open like that, when you're taking a different line, you've got to make sure that nobody's going to fill that hole that you've just left. And unfortunately for Kevin Siggy, he has made his own bed there, unfortunately.
Yeah, certainly so. Defensive line being taken from Ibrahim Khan as Tommy Osgaard's trying to get around the outside. Freddie Rasmussen, who were on board with us. Contact between those two that are in those positions just ahead. Freddie Rasmussen now might take a look down the inside again. Spider cam over. You can see Freddie Rasmussen there, just basically the focus of shot as he's trying to work his way past Tommy Osgaard. It might be a move down the inside as well from him as he's trying to fight his way past Ibrahim Khan. Great stuff between the pair. Ian Porter also might be in the mix as he's defending from Kevin Siggy. Round the outside, brilliant stuff there from Tommy Osgaard.
And Rasmussen's going to have the run on Khan as well. He'll look to the inside of the Mobil 1 curve. They're 3 wide. Oh my word. Tommy Osgaard will hold on somehow to 8th place. It will be side by side between the BMWs.
This is brilliant stuff. And again, Ian Porter in the mix. We say Ian Porter and Krim, he's making progress in the world of sim racing. This is showing it. Look at this as he's trying to get past Freddie Rasmussen. Big kicks of oversteer as we head into that final complex. Doors open though for Kevin Siggy to work his way through, and Ian Porter will be dropped back to the rear of the field. Siggy's getting aggressive now as he's trying to get past Freddie Rasmussen. Two of the best drivers in sim racing fighting over 10th and 11, and Krim is just about able to hang on.
Well, that was fantastic. Ian Porter getting involved with the 2 BMWs just up in front of him and hounding Freddie Rasmussen through the final sector at Hockenheim. Great stuff to watch, and just another marker of the progress that Ian Porter has made. Let's not forget where he was the first time we were on an ESL R1 LAN event back in Poland. He was nowhere compared to where he is now. He is keeping pace with some of the best in sim racing, and it doesn't matter who you are, not many people can do that. Not many people in sim racing who have been driving for 5 or so years can make this amount of progress in 6 months.
No, absolutely not. It is incredibly, incredibly impressive. Like you say, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it might seem like sometimes it's been like, oh, well, yeah, of course, go Crim. But no, seriously, it is a very impressive drive. We'll focus our way up the order, though, because Kevin Ellis Jr. is trying to work his way past the next driver. This time it's Lasse Sorensen with the door open going into the Mercedes Arena section. Big shout out, by the way, to Mitchell de Jong. Second position in this race, doing really, really well to score some decent points for Porsche Rwanda, who have a 12th and a 5th on the board, so 10 points to their name, and they need to move their way up. Not exactly in a good position when it comes to that cut line in the top 6 in the teams. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking to the inside. No word from race control just as to yet, as to whether it's a racing incident or maybe even a penalty to Kevin Ellis Jr. That is something that might wait until after the race. That's a big send, though, down the inside of Lasse Sorensen, and just about leans on the rear right quarter panel.
That was very close to an incident, and Kevin Ellis Jr. has got to be careful, because while we don't think he deserves a penalty for what happened at the hairpin, he might get one.
Exactly.
So he will have that in the back of his mind, but he's not turned down the aggression at all, has he? He was really going for it on the back of Lasse Sorensen there. Didn't happen for him in the final sector, but yeah, he will have to be careful doing that kind of thing.
I mean, Kev's really good at quite a lot of these drivers. It's happened now. What can you do about it? It's already happened. You're either going to get a penalty or you're not going to get a penalty. There is nothing that you can do now that will change that. So just get on with it. Lasse Sorensen is next. Try and get past. Try and get past Keithley. Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe there won't be a penalty. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Kevin Ellis Jr. is just focused on recovering up the order and trying to work his way past Lasse Sorensen, working his way past Jack Keithley as well. By the way, Lasse Sorensen and Jack Keithley, this is a bit of a memory game, but I'm pretty sure they used to be teammates about 10 years ago for a team called Precision, which also had Bonner House in the team as well. I'm pretty sure they were teammates. I think they overlapped in that squad, 2012, 2013, that kind of period. I don't think they did that much racing together, but still, I think they were in the same camp.
I'll leave that kind of historical stuff to you, Lewis.
I know, you were a very young boy
I was in primary school back then.
Don't.
So anyway, back to a replay of what happened between these guys battling for 8th place at the time. This was Tommy Oscar. That was flying into the corner, by the way, from Ian Porter. Goodness me, who we're on board with here, by the way. Tommy Oscar got into 8th place then, round the outside of Ibrahim Khan. That was a good move. And then Freddie Rasmussen made it 3 wide, very nearly. And fair play to Oscar there for knowing exactly the length of that Porsche and just cutting in time. Ian Porter even had a look at making it 3 wide here as well. There wasn't quite the room for that.
That's a bit as well sketchy. This is where Porter was trying to get past Rasmussen. Krim just on the inside line, going through the chicane. Outside, the door was open, and of course Siggy working his way through, and unfortunately moving Krim down into the final position now. 1.2 seconds off, I think, his time of trying to hang on to the back of Kevin Siggy. He held off for long enough. Gaps still fairly close between a lot of the contingent, but you can see the gaps appearing between de Jong and Jofsky. This one might be a move from Kevin Ellis Jr., but the answer on this occasion is no, as he gets closed in on by Patrick Holzman and Timmy Uskar. There's a bit of a gap as well back to Ibrahim Khan behind that.
Yeah, it's where the action is, really. Further on behind the leaders. Erhan Jofsky looking safe in the lead. Mitchell de Jong safe in second, but those further behind are in a battle. It's from Jack Keithley in 4th, then Lasse Sorensen, Kevin Ellis Jr., Patrick Holzman, and then the rest further on behind. Tommy Uskar indeed getting fairly close, but there's Erhan Jofsky in a world of his own.
Yeah, he's flying right now. Like I said, as soon as he got put into that position after all the battling behind, I mean, I think he may owe Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. one, actually, after this race. We know that Erhan Jofsky and Kevin Siggy have had many battles over the last few years. Of course, I mentioned a bit earlier that Erhan Jofsky is a 2-time GT Pro champion on R-Factor 2. Well, the driver that he beat to do so just so happened to be Kevin Siggy, who he out-qualified by 0.06 of a second. That's how fantastic it was. But Siggy, with that pain earlier on, has gifted Erhan Jofsky the comfortable gap. And he's not the kind of driver that would make a mistake in that scenario. He'll just keep going, keep plodding along, keep ticking off the lap times. We know the quality of the Macedonian. But you've got to say, like, the lap times for those behind. If I'm Mitchell de Jong, Marco Page, if I'm Marco Page, I'm not even going to try and close up to Mitchell de Jong. 3rd place, pretty decent points for Page.
And at the moment, I've got to say, by the way, with Siggy so far down the order, it's putting Redline in a little bit of danger of going below the cut line at the moment to be the top 6 or not. So RAG pretty much the only safe team. Everybody else, well, it's chaos, to be honest. They're all involved as Jack Keithley on the defensive again. Lassie Sorensen looking inside and out as Kevin Ellis Jr. gets involved as well.
Yeah, certainly so. Kevin Ellis Jr. out wide, though, could cost him the position to Patrick Holzman. Bangs and bumps on the rear end from Lassie Sorensen and Jack Keithley as they head through. Patrick Holzman is going to potentially make his way past Kevin Ellis Jr. on this occasion. Not quite as they head through the fast kick up towards the Mercedes Arena section. The outside line is being taken from Lassie Sorensen as they fight their way through. The inside line being taken from Kevin Ellis Jr. behind. Jack Keithley's able to hang on to 4th position for now, but this is all being turned up to 11. The outside line being taken from Kevin Ellis Jr. leaning on the 2, and look at Tommy Isgard who's trying to get to the inside. It is 3 wide up towards Mobile 1, and Tommy Isgard to the inside. It's fantastic between them. Osgard's trying to pick up 2 for the price of 1 as they hit their way through Mobile 1. He's to the outside of the Sachs curve, and I think he might have to just settle for Kevin Ellis Jr. Maybe not.
How well has Osgard raced in this particular heat here, because he's gained the places from 12th all the way up to 7th now, and it could have been 6th would it not have been for Patrick Holzman's defence through the Sachs curve there. That was fantastic racing between the two of them. The heroic driver rising through the field with every lap, it seems, at the moment. He's got 3 to go. What a bit of racing that was.
And here is Freddie Rasmussen, Ibrahim Khan battling a bit further down the order. Big send down the inside from Freddie Rasmussen for G2 Esports. Bit of contact on the apex, but Freddie Rasmussen nonetheless picks up another position again, trying to get a decent haul, trying to pick up a few extra points. Finishing in 9th position, it means if he's going to follow on from Isaac Price, it means he has to finish in third place when we go racing at Spa in the next one.
Absolutely. This is, then we've rounded off the 4, haven't we?
Halfway.
Yeah, we're halfway already. Goodness me. It's getting tense already. Lassie Sorensen looking to the inside of Jack Keithley again, and Patrick Holzman will gain off of that. He's now side by side with the Furia BMW.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Patrick Holzman. That was, there was a little bit of a mistake there from Lassie Sorensen, who'd driven it in too deep, basically not quite locked to the rears. They've got ABS on board. Patrick Holzman's also trying to get down the inside of Keithley. That one's not going to work, but it was more defend from Lassie Sorensen, who loses out now, down to 6th place. Timmy Isgard and Kevin Ellis Jr. continue their fight for 7th.
Kevin Ellis Jr. there, we just got a glimpse of him on board. I don't know if you saw it, but he sort of smiled, not in a kind of I'm enjoying this way, but a kind of, that kind of smile kind of way, and said something on the team radio. Now, obviously, we don't know what he said, but I would imagine we can't repeat it here. No. Saying something about how ridiculous this fighting is that he's involved with right now.
Yeah, to be fair, you've got to say, as much as we're at LAN here, everyone's in person, everyone's fighting really, really hard. These drivers are still kind of enjoying this. It is a hard fight, but this is the kind of fight that if you sat at home, if there's not, $600,000 on the line, you're actually really enjoying this fight.
Well, absolutely, we are, and hopefully everyone at home is as well. But it's pretty stressful at times for the drivers as well when you're fighting for actual money. If there was nothing on the line here, then it would be a great fun battle to be a part of. But when there's so much stress involved with making it to that top 6, especially for Kevin Ellis Jr. with Apex Racing Team only having 5 points to their name over the first 2 races, this is important stuff. And Jack Keithley knows it as he defends again in towards the hairpin.
Yeah, here we go then. So Jack Keithley trying to hang on to 4th position. Patrick Holzman trying to steal it away. Lassie Sorensen also involved in the mix. Timmy Isgard going in a little bit too deep. Oh, that's such a good move from Patrick Holzman right around the outside of the hairpin. I barely can believe that he's made that one stick, but that mouse car up to 4th place. That is sensational. Oh. The battle behind as well there between Tommy Isgard and the Fury of Lassie Sorensen. Sees Fury coming in towards Jack Keithley. What has happened to Keithley right here? He's struggling right now on his tyres.
He is, and he's going to get freight trained because Tommy Isgard's on the inside of him now as well as Lassie Sorensen, although that won't happen for Isgard. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. on the outside. He can't make it work there either. There's one more lap here for Jack Keithley to hold on, and he's struggling right now in that Williams Esports Mercedes. They got off to a great start with Darren McCormack, and Keithley's doing just enough where he is to keep that going.
Yeah, as they head through to end the penultimate lap of the race, heading on to the final one. Hanjowski leads by 1.2 seconds over De Jong, over Payich. There's plenty of gaps between the pair of those. I don't see any switches happening. Patrick Holzman, though, under, not actually under any pressure now that he's been able to pull away from Lassie Sorensen. It's Sorensen that's pulled away from Keithley. It's Keithley that continues to feel the pressure now in 6th position. It was such a good drive until this point, but like I say, I think that front left, which takes an absolute battering in that final sector, is just going off for the number 44 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports.
And Holtzman delivering once again. Let's not forget he was a finalist at the Vegas E-Race, which was the biggest prize fund until this particular event. He's been around for a while, and at the moment, 4th place. He knows how to deliver on this stage. Now, Tommy Usgaard is going to have a go at Jack Keithley in 4th, 6th place. He goes to the outside line now. Very deep on the brakes from Keithley, though. He defended well beforehand. It's fallen apart slightly at the end. That was a push on Tommy Usgaard, and based on previous incidents, he might get in trouble for that.
Yeah, and Kevin Ellis Jr., look at this. So he's got past Tommy Usgaard. He's going to get past Jack Keithley here as well. This is a great recovery drive from Kevin Ellis Jr. Big snap of oversteer there from Tommy Usgaard. We head into the Mercedes Arena section where Jack Keithley is trying to send it back down the inside. Great racing between this grouping, though, and Kevin Ellis Jr. up a couple of positions.
Whoa, that was contact, and here comes Freddie Rasmussen. Oh, Keithley's off the road as well. He's going to have to get back in here before the wall. Oh, he only just did. Free wide in towards the mobile 1 curve. They've all made contact. Somehow they're all on the road still.
Oh, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. You don't see 3 wide through mobile 1 too often. It has been a calm and subdued race from Erhan Yovski, though, at the head of the field, who'll come through the final corner. And it's 2 wins today for RAG. The Macedonian on top ahead of Mitchell de Jong and Marco Bajic, who saw themselves being unfought throughout the rest of this race. Kevin Siggy's trying to pick up an extra one at the final moment as Timmy Usgaard comes across the line in 9th. 8th place for Jack Keithley, but the result of this race is very questionable indeed.
Absolutely. Where will everybody be at the end of the stewards deciding there? Erhan Yovski's going to be in the lead, I know that much, but everybody else, who knows? That was quite a race at the Hockenheim, but not for Erhan Yovski. It was very calm and controlled.
Yeah, the pole position from 6,000ths of a second would have told you that one was going to be extremely close all the way up to the line. An incident coming down into the hairpin put an end to that one straight away.
Sorry, Erhan Yovski with what we like to call headphone hair there.
A little bit. Oh yeah, there is quite the band. That's because he's sweating quite a bit. I mean, these races are hard work. Mehdi Al Fati over to have a couple of words with his driver. Of course, I know he can get in his ear, but getting down and feeling the emotion is more important. Let's take a look at the early stage of the race then. So Kevin Ellis Jr., this was the incident that basically sealed it for Erhan Yovski. Contact between the pair. Siggy dropped to the back. Kevin Ellis Jr. involved as well. Your thoughts?
I hope it doesn't rattle Siggy first of all for the next race, because we know it can do. As I said at the time, that's not Kevin Ellis Jr.'s fault in my opinion. Siggy kind of did that to himself and maybe knew that because he didn't get so angry about it actually compared to his qualifying laps sometimes, which he gets very angry about. This was the battling further back there that just enthralled us throughout. It was wonderful racing. Free wide into towards the Mobile 1 curve right at the very end. We didn't actually see the conclusion of this, but what a fight it was.
So good. Like I say, a bit of a lean there from Tommy Usgaard on Jack Keithley, and then Keithley dished it back coming through. Contact between the pair of those into Mobile 1. It was brilliant racing between the grouping there. But of course, at the front of the field, it was Erhan Yovski, who we're going to hear from now.
And a spicy Hockenheim race for sure for the viewers, but for you, seemed like it was pretty smooth sailing. How you doing?
After the hairpin, it was all right, but before that, I kind of overshoot turn 2, so Siggy was coming for an attack, and I think I managed to defend well, but unfortunately someone spun him. But after that, I think I was just managing my tires and looking not to get a cut track, so I think it went well.
فعلا عندنا المتسابق قدر يحقق النصر في السباق بشكل جدا ممتاز، فسألناه خصوصا في المضمار هذا جدا صعب فشلون قدرت تستغله لصالحك؟ قال انه بكل صراحه كان فيها حوسه شوي في البدايه، فهو استغلها لصالحه وبعدها حاول بس انه يوازن ما بين حراره الكفرات وقيادته ويصنع المسافات حتى برضو بين المتسابقين وقدر يتفوق عليهم.
Well, the team have got to be happy. Coming out of this, you've got 2 wins and a 2nd place on the board for R8G, so everyone's going to be ecstatic about that. So do you feel like that's eased off maybe just a little bit of pressure going into your next race, or are you still just going to attack it like you always would?
Oh, definitely eased quite a bit of pressure that I had, considering my poor performance in the individual side of the championship. So I think I'm just going to go for it.
فعلا عندنا المتسابق في سباقه او بالاصح مع فريقه في سباقات الاولى اللي كانت في المجموعه الاولى قدروا يحققوا النصر، وهنا برضه في المجموعه الثانيه قدر هو يحقق النصر، فباقي له سباق واحد قبل لا يتبدل يجي متسابق ثاني من نفس الفريق. فسالناه ان هل السباق الجاي بيكون عليك ضغط كبير بحكم انكم قدرتوا تحصلون نقاط مره كثيره؟ قال اكيد فيها ضغط عالي، وخصوصا انه ما ادى اداء جدا ممتاز في سباقات الفرديه اللي كانت معنا او في البطوله الفرديه، فيبغى يرجع الحين بشكل افضل ويحقق النصر لصالح فريقه.
That's what we like to hear. A real racer's mentality. Go and attack your next race. Congratulations on the win and congratulations to RHE for being top of the leaderboard in the teams at this moment. So for now, we're going to go back to the desk so they can chat about everything. And in the meantime, me and Atik, we're going to run upstairs to race control because we've got an incident to discuss.
بالضبط. الحين برضو اعزائنا المشاهدين راح ننتقل على الاستوديو ونرجع لكم مره ثانيه نشوفها مع اللجنه اللي عندنا والتحكيم، نشوف حتى برضو الحوادث اللي صارت وكيف تاثيرها على السباق.
Well, boy oh boy did Hockenheim certainly deliver on that one. Let's break this one down even further. Heartbreaking scenes there for Kevin Siggy representing Team Redline. Obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr., who would you say, whose fault was that?
Oh my God! Can we even say that? I think personally, I think it was Ellis Jr.'s fault, but it's so hard to say. I'm not race control, so obviously might have a completely different aspect on that.
Obviously, we're going to be hearing from race control a little bit later on, but taking a look at our provisional race results, Erhan Yayovsky on top. Surely R8G camp has got to be feeling pretty darn good after that.
Oh, they are in such a good position after the first 3 races. Second place and 2 first places so far, that is just fantastic for them. But also for Porsche Coanda, Michel de Jong finishing on second place, that's exactly what they need because the Bakum wasn't having such a good performance, but Michel right now, P2, that's exactly what they need.
I really want to highlight Lasse Sorensen as well, 9th on our starting grid, climbing all the way up to 5th as well. Very opportunistic, especially considering the fact that he was subbed in at round number 4 for the ESL R1 online portion of the spring season. He had an incredibly short stint at that and did not make a major appearance either. So I think the fact that he's been able to perform right here and right now is certainly exciting stuff. Do you feel like there's going to be pressure though on the Team Williams esports camp as well?
Oh, I think, right now they are in a good position, but that last race put, especially Jack Heatley, under so much pressure. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I couldn't breathe for half of the race because the fighting was incredible. It was very clean also at the same time. There was not too many pushing off, not too many elbows. Very nice racing, but I think Jack Heatley got under a lot of pressure, so we'll have to do a proper race.
He absolutely was under a world's worth of pressure. But let's go ahead and welcome to join us here on the desk, Dara McCormack, Mr. Jack Keithley's teammate. Come on up, Dara. Come on up. How are you doing, homie, after that race there?
Stressed, to be honest. Yeah, Jack did a great job and just unfortunate. As many people might know, the Mercedes struggles a little bit with tires, especially at Hockenheim. So yeah, I think he did a great job, just unfortunate in the circumstances.
Well, you were looking a little bit shaky and incredibly frustrated during the Driver Championship as well. How have you reset heading into today? Because we saw you claim a victory of your own.
Yeah, I should have really started off with that group in having Monza and Nürburgring in the Drivers' Championship. So yeah, wrong track choices from me, but yeah, it worked out a lot better today, as we can see, and we're in P3 in the championship, so that's really nice.
Can you give us a little background? Obviously the Thursday didn't went your way. Today is completely different day. Can you give us insight? How do you deal with that pressure? Because obviously on a Thursday we felt so bad for you. When we saw the camera on you, it was obvious that you were just devastated. Can you tell us how do you overcome this?
I try not to think about it. I talk to my girlfriend or my mom and dad. Just try and relax. Get those thoughts about the races out of my head as quick as possible, and once they're out, you kind of forget about it. You focus on the next days. So I just relaxed yesterday, watched the racing, felt happy for Cuba, and yeah, I got some help from mental coach and the team as well. Just relax, do what you like, and come back stronger.
Well, earlier on when we were interviewing Jack Keithley, we had kind of picked up on the fact he has a very analytical mind, as it were, and had absolutely zero issues with pointing out where he was going wrong in his races. My question to you is, does he do the same with you guys as well? Does he tell you guys where you go wrong in your races?
Yeah, it's more our engineer will tell us.
Oh, okay.
He'll be quite harsh on us. But yeah, I think we all analyze ourselves very heavily as well.
Yeah.
So we know our mistakes, and it just helps to have an engineer or a mental coach, you know, to say you're doing this wrong, you could improve it, because maybe you missed some of that stuff, you know. So yeah, it's really, really helpful.
I'd quite like to cast your mind over to the incident that happened with Jack Keithley, if you wouldn't mind, and help me break this one down. Where do you think he went wrong? Where do you think the issues occurred for him? Because obviously he was sitting pretty at fourth.
Yeah, I think here, you know, as I discussed before, the Mercedes tyre wear is quite bad, so he probably had to brake a little bit earlier than Patrick, and you can see he got on the grass. So yeah, it's not much you can do there really. Just a small little mistake from Jack and a great move from Patrick, and that's what it leads to. So, you know, I think he did great given the circumstances. It's his first land in a long time, so yeah, really impressive.
Can you give us a bit of insight for people who are watching, who don't play the game yet, because it's obviously in a closed beta stage? In a race like this, we obviously know that the tires are dying and dying faster. Can you give us like more insight, like how much impact it is, how much you have to adapt in your driving style, and obviously how much time you actually lose per lap time on all tires?
Well, if from the first lap or your quali lap compared to the last lap, it'll be around 1.5 to 2 seconds of drop just in 15 minutes, which is, you know, extremely aggressive. So you need to really, really look after the tires, make sure you can keep them alive for those last 2-3 laps, you know, depending on the track. So yeah, that's the main challenge really, and especially for the Mercedes, we have a bit of a tough time with that because we have to manage the fronts and the rears, whereas the other cars are a bit more rearward. So yeah, it's a tough time, but it's something that we need to work on, of course.
Well, race control, as you can see on your screens, discussing many incidents that took place. Dara, was Hockenheimring as hectic as you thought it would be?
Yeah, I think Hockenheim delivered like usual. There's always extremely aggressive moves. Yeah, we're just seeing. Whoa, that might be interesting.
Might be interesting.
I hope Jack gets some positions back, because it was unfortunate. You know, they were very aggressive on him, but I think he did a great job.
When you're watching your teammate in a race and you're driving, first of all, how does it make you feel? Like, I personally, I just can't stand it. I'm more nervous watching than actual driving. How does it make you feel?
Yeah. I get incredibly nervous, especially in endurance races and stuff like this. But this is with a team championship on the line. That's really stressful. You're like, please do well, please do well. And then when you see people attacking your teammates so aggressively, you're like, oh. So yeah, it's really stressful, really stressful.
Can confirm Dara McCormack is one of the most emotive drivers I've seen when he is not racing. We were sat there watching the race together, Dara, and I'm pretty sure you jumped up out of your seat and started yelling at the screen. So, I mean, that sums it up in a nutshell. And passionate teammates is ultimately what you want on the tracks.
I hope you should have a camera and record him, because you finally have that emotion what you desire the whole event so far.
You know what? I'm going to get the vlogging camera out, Dara. I'm going to set it up directly opposite you, and it's just going to be watching you the entire time. But how do you think Spa is going to go for Jack?
Spa for Jack. Spa is very good for Jack. Hockenheim is definitely his best track. He did a very good job. And Spa... Yeah, I mean, you can't really know until you get into quality. You know, his group is very strong, very balanced. I think he just needs to hit that lap, make sure he's in the top 6, and then, yeah, go from there.
Is there something you would say to him right now?
Just keep your head cool, because I know he's a little bit like me. We can both lose our heads slightly. Him less so than me, but yeah, I think he'll do an amazing job. He'll keep a cool head.
All right, well, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and check in with race control and see what's going on.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are at race control. Upstairs, we're joined by race director Adrian. Adrian, it seems quite busy up here. How is it today? Very busy?
Yeah, quite busy. Let's put it this way. Especially in the last race, yeah, we're keeping all the time busy. So.
Okay, well, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Only thing I really want to ask you about is the incident with the Kevins. Kevin Siggy specifically being spun by Kevin Ellis Jr. As we saw, it was quite towards the front of the pack as well. So a very important decision needing to be made. What is the outcome of this incident?
So actually, we reviewed it a couple of times, obviously enough to take the right decision, and there is a 3-second penalty for Kevin Ellis Jr.
a 3-second penalty to Kevin Ellis Jr. You do the maths. Obviously, we're going to throw it back to the desk so that they can discuss everything and maybe do a few calculations for us, for all the viewers at home as well. So, back to the desk.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما جينا في اللحظه هذه نبغى نعرف المخالفات اللي ارتكبوها المتسابقين معنا تحديدا كيفن السيجي وكيفن إليس جونيور، الحادثه اللي صارت بينهم. فسالنا هنا لجنه التحكيم اللي موجودين معنا واللي جالسين يراقبون ويعطون المخالفات عليها. ذكر لنا قبل شوي ذكر لنا ادريان ان فعلا فيها مخالفه على كيفن إليس جونيور مده 3 ثواني، وفعلا الحدث اللي صارت اثرت على كيفن سيجي وخلته يلف وياخذ يعني حرفيا ضاع من وقته كثير، فيها مخالفه. لكن الحين خلينا نرجع مره ثانيه على الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيل النقاط كيف معنا ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Dara, initial thoughts and feelings. What was your immediate reaction to that?
It was a little bit of a yes. We need to play a replay or something. We finally are getting the emotion.
I know, we're getting the emotion.
It's not visible.
Yeah, I'm good friends with Kevin, but more points we get, the happier I am. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. We're going to throw it over to an interview that we actually had with your team manager, so we'll catch you soon.
Thank you.
I'm here with Williams Esports team manager Michael Preston. Michael, well, Dara did the business in the first couple of races. How has Jack done for you in this one?
Yeah, I think Jack did a really good qualifying, started near the front and gained a couple of places with an incident on the first lap, and then he was sitting in fourth, struggled a little bit with tyres, which meant that towards the end of the race his pace went off a bit and it will get a little bit messy, but I think he did a really good job to hold on to. I think P7 in the end with some penalties, so yeah, really good, solid effort.
I mean, you guys are looking in decent position, right? Coming into this race, P2 in the team championship, we've got to get in the top 6 to go to tomorrow. Spa's up next. How's Jack there and how's the car there?
I won't comment too much on the BOP, but Jack has really good pace generally at Spa. For the team, I think the team element is definitely something we feel is a strength of us. We're less individual drivers and more we have a really good team unit, so I think the team's championship is probably somewhere we can do hopefully slightly better than the drivers championship.
Perfect. Thank you for your time, Michael, as always. Back to Jasmine and Jardia in the studio.
Well, thank you, Rory, and certainly some great insight there from the Williams team. Obviously, they've had a busy day. Lots happening. Dara McCormack, though, putting them right on the front foot. But still, there's a lot of racing still to be had. The next track on our list is Spa-Francorchamps, and it's going to be a special one. Very intriguing. But also, if we take a look at drivers that we want to look at, going back to Kevin Ellis Jr., suffering a penalty last time out. But this is an interesting track for him. Has a lot of great history at this circuit. Obviously, remember, heading into the drivers' finals, the final 12, he managed to get his place there when winning the shootout on that occasion, and he'd be hoping for something special here once again, Arjuna.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to him after that shootout. He said there was plenty of adrenaline, but as soon as he saw a time from Marko Pejic in that first part of the session, he knew that, well, he just needed to set a banker lap effectively, and he did so, even with a bit of drama through the final corner, getting the rear end stepping out on him.
Certainly did, though. He booked his ticket into the final 12, and he'll be looking to try and deliver something for Apex Racing Team, though, coming off the back of a visit at Hockenheim, which would certainly not go down necessarily favourably for him. This is a great opportunity for him to bounce back at a track that he knows and is certainly competent at. Already, though, we have seen the likes of Erhan Yuyovski give RAG a stellar result. 2 wins now in their last 3 races. Marcel Chinchik also delivering one of them as well. They're going to be pinning their hopes once again on him as we take a look at Kevin Ellis Jr. Get prepared, ready for the start of the race. Practice in full flow. They'll need every little bit of it because Spa, one of the longest circuits on this calendar.
7-odd kilometers in length, but the good thing is all the drivers, just like they do in the real world, know this track like the back of their hand. They know all 22 corners pretty well. And many of these corners are flat out. We've got the contrast between high-speed sweepers, medium-speed balancing corners, and the slow-speed traction zones. It's a really fun track to master, and it's one that takes thousands of laps to get the grips of.
Yeah, practice still very much underway as Haniyovsky makes his way out of La Source. Obviously referring back to the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. suffering on the back of that last result. The race director getting involved. Of course, we did hear from Adrian Fidalgo as well, as we now take a look at all the driver POVs. They look to get themselves immersed into the action and set ready for another field day of racing. And already I can see from the top, Kevin Siggy getting frustrated even in the practice session.
Yeah, and I think for Team Redline, they are very much needing to start to get some points on the board as the provisional points stand right now. Redline outside of the top 6, which will advance to tomorrow's finals day, and of course, our defending team champions out of that spring season. That maybe is one of the biggest surprises so far.
Yeah, and they've got a real issue on their hands because RAG have come out the blocks. They are fighting. They've got 3 races already in the bag with top 3 finishes. And I have to tell you, if you want to turn around a result that obviously led to Redline taking the team's championship, because RAG were in the midst of that scrap. They had every chance to do it with consistent names like Yuri Toman, as well as Haniyovsky, but Marcel Chinchik certainly was their man at the forefront, taking the Drivers' Championship during the spring season. They have come to party after not necessarily the most successful Drivers' Championship run. They're now here as well in the team's championship and getting back to the top.
I think when it comes to RAG, the most important thing is just the fact that I think realistically we need between 80 to 100 points to get there. They've already got 70. We've got so many races still left to go. They've got so much time to get there.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, we're going to throw it across to Rory because he's standing by with the RAG team boss, Mehdi Al-Fathi.
I'm here with Mehdi, probably the happiest team manager right now of RAG. Wow, you guys have got off to a good start today, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. 3 podiums out of 3, 2 wins. This is really good. So this is exciting, but there's a few more races left, so we'll have to give it all and make sure that we keep our spot in the top 6 and advance to the finals.
I mean, Marcel really ended yesterday with a lot of momentum. You know, he got a couple of wins at Monza, but then what's great to see is Erhan, who wasn't in yesterday, he's really come on and won this race. Fantastic for you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we all know that Erhan really has the pace to be one of the best drivers. So he was really looking forward, putting it all today, and that's what he did with a win. So let's see how he goes in race 2.
Yeah, and that's a Spa, isn't it? How is he? How is the car? Are you confident?
Yeah, of course I'm confident. Cautiously optimistic, of course, because I don't want any bad stuff to happen. So we will keep going and make sure that we give it all on track.
Great start. It seems like from where we are, it's just a case of trying to bring this one home now. So I don't want to jinx it, but best of luck. Thank you for your time as always, Mehdi. Back to Jasmine and Jardia in the studio.
Thank you, Rory. I'm not quite as attractive, however, as Jasmine, or Jardier for that matter as well. But nevertheless, I appreciate the compliment. Obviously, we just heard from Mehdi there. My jokes are fantastic, Arjuna. But yeah, we're talking about the RAG phenomenon. They've certainly been absolutely stellar, and listening to their team boss, he will have absolutely every reason to be delighted. The form has been great. Really starting to recapture where we saw them at their best during the spring season.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed finally getting to meet Mehdi and to work through some of these conversations around team management with him and get his insight. I think the one thing that we took out of Munich was just how passionate he is and how much he brings to that team with that fervor. Go back to Thursday night before, of course, our finals day on the Drivers' Championship. He told Marcel Chinchik at about 2 o'clock in the morning to go to bed and get some sleep. He's making sure he keeps on top of the drivers.
Yeah, a real dedicated squad member is Marcel Chinchik, but Mehdi making sure he stays in check as we see Tom Usgaard now rise up through Eau Rouge and Radion and now through towards the Kemmel Straits. And as you can see, the LED boards on the left-hand side, they are flashing green because there are no concerns, as we're now seeing him make his way up the long hill. Of course, a very steep section of circuit as well before you then reach Les Combes. Again, using all the curb on the left-hand side. You just see the wheel play as well in the camera screen just in the top right, and you can just see how physical it really is through this section. Of course, a series of S-bends that then lead you through Malmedy. You then got a very deep descent heading through towards Rivage, where you've got to brake in just as the curb starts on the left-hand side, cuts in second gear, and then puts his foot to the floor, as you can see from the rev counter, makes its way up in third, and then around the Jackie X bend as well. Pouhon comes up next, a very treacherous section, as we'll see very, very shortly, Arjuna.
Yeah, and of course you descend down from Les Combes. It's a climb all the way up through Eau Rouge and Radion to the top of the Kemmel Straight, and then down the hill all the way to the bottom of Campostavolo, and a run up towards Blanchimont. The drivers, of course, getting ready for that qualifying session right now, and at a track like this, we expect lap times to be into the 2:14.2s, 2:14.1s. I think we're hoping to see as close a qualifying session as we've had in the last couple of races.
Yeah, if you want to know where we should be in terms of sector times, of course, first sector around 38.7 would be ideal. 59.9 in the second sector too, and a 35.9 as well in the final sector. So that will be, should we say, the benchmark we'll generally look for when it comes down to these lap times. But like we said, lots of treachery. This circuit, of course, carrying an abundance of corners. You've not got just the high-speed corners, of course. We include the likes of Blanchimont, and then, of course, the rise up through Kemmel, heading out of Eau Rouge and Radion, where the drivers tend to keep it pinned. But then you've also got the really real tough sections, of course, technical in Sector 2. You've got the Lafanier chicane, which then takes you through towards Campus and Stavelot, and then you need to get straight back on that power as well when you come around Corbeil-Port-Frère, leading through towards the final sector. It is one of the most delectable circuits you'll see in motorsport. It is very tricky, very treacherous, lots of danger too, and some gravel traps which I'm sure will catch some drivers off guard. We saw Dane Warren, of course, back in the spring season get caught off guard there around turn 1. It's so easy to get it wrong heading through that point.
And those gravel traps are new, of course, to Spa, re-added in the last year or so, and that's one thing that for drivers that have done so many laps here at this track that maybe they are having to get used to. I will also point out when it comes to Spa, we've got two very long runs. It's what, 2 kilometers from La Source up to the top of the Kemmel Straight and to the Le Combe chicane, 1.7 kilometers out of Curve-Port-Frère into the bus stop chicane.
Incredible, absolutely sensational. In the meantime, folks, we can grant you a little view, a teaser from the Rennsport app. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to the desk as well with me, George Morgan, and Arjuna Kankapati as well. We have got, obviously, the Spa race coming up very, very soon, race 4 of today's festivities, and you won't miss a thing. We're going to be bringing it all to you. But first of all, I think we should take a look at the drivers in this particular group in finer detail. Tommy Usgaard, certainly one of the main focal points around the heroic team, and certainly he's going to be looking for a big result. 8th place last time. Erhan Yovsky, though, Arjuna, one to watch, especially after his strong performance last time.
Yeah, let's not forget Spring Major. He was the one that helped Marcel Cinchik achieve his championship. Kevin Ellis Jr., we talked about him getting into the top 12 on short notice, and with high pressure now looks to lead the Corby crew. There's Mitchell de Jong already running quite well for Porsche Coanda Esports.
Porsche Coanda, of course, very nearly celebrating. Joshua Rogers up at the sharp end. Mitchell de Jong having, he probably would admit, an underwhelming time at this point. Naturally looking to turn it all around, though. Coanda have a great chance in this team's championship as well. Marco Pejic, a strong figure, an event race winner in our spring series, of course, leading up towards the Munich Major. He's going to be in the fight. Patrick Holzman, what a pedigree this man has in sim racing, spreading across many echelons as well. Also looking ahead, we've also got Lasse Sorensen, certainly representing Team Furia.
Yeah, of course, this is the Brainish squad as we've dumped them to Danish drivers, to Brazilian drivers, and of course Freddie Rasmussen, the F1 Esports superstar, joins us for his ESL R1 debut.
Yeah, Freddie Rasmussen, of course, 3 times in F1 Esports in the top 3. Kevin Siggy, who has been in the midst of his own hard times, but twice a race winner previously. Jack Keithley as well, ever an expertise in behind the wheel of a sim rig for Williams. They're going to be entrusting him greatly.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the importer. We've seen so much progression from one of the best to ever do it in Call of Duty. Continues to now work with some new members at that Faves clan to bring some speed into that Porsche. Ibrahim Khan of the BMW BS competition squad. Oh, the Brits had a rather interesting event here so far here in Riyadh, but he's looked pretty quick, I think, so far.
Yeah, great group, great roster of talents as we make our way through towards the second race in this group as we make our way towards Spa. Of course, this is Group B. Already had some sensational results at Hockenheim Ring. Of course, the major story being that of Mitchell de Jong scoring that second place, maybe bouncing back to his best. We'll have to wait and see. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, is the driver we have in focus. I want to go back as well, once again, to that shootout, because obviously that was a huge discussion point, certainly for many. The shootout, a spectacle. I think we were all looking forward to that. At Spa as well, it was sensational. And you've got to give Kevin credit because it was a pressure cooker scenario.
I actually think that's one of the easiest qualifying sessions Kevin Ellis Jr. might have been a part of. And you might think I'm crazy, but I talked to him yesterday and we were reminiscing about some of the history that he's had in iRacing special events. And he was saying that the one thing that he regrets is never winning an iRacing Indy 500. And he says the hardest thing he's ever done is put together 4 laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in qualifying, where every corner might seem simple, but it's those adjustments on the wheel, getting the ARBs, the weight jackers set. Oh, I can tell you, multiple iRacing World Championship drivers have told me just how stressful that can be.
Well, paint me corrected. It has to be said. It still was, at the same time, a sensational effort from Kevin Ellis Jr., but he needs to try and recreate that same pace when we head into Spa later on. So make sure you don't go away. The Apex Racing team, I'm sure, will be clambering for your support for this one. Let us know in the live chats as well if you're a Kevin Ellis Jr. fan. What about as well Ian Porter? A great effort at Hockenheim Ring. And looked like, again, we're seeing that progression coming into play, even challenging for a few moves in the arena section.
He went a bit aggressive at times and got me a bit concerned that there were going to be some incidents. I think the thing that is going to surprise a lot of people is just how difficult this progression is, right? He was, what, a second and a half off at the start of the ESL R1 season, which is in and of itself getting very close to the best in sim racing. He's gotten to within half a second, excuse me, or a second, depending on which track to go to. Will Chadwick, the FaZe engineer, has been helping out a lot, as well as new teammates Gianmarco Fiducci and Jem Bullock-Bassi. That FaZe Clan squad feels like there's a lot going for it right now.
And they can pull on that real-life experience from Jem Bullock-Bassi as well. Of course, Formula 2 driver, of course, formerly, now currently racing in the Super Formula Series in Japan. This young man has done it all. Race winner as well in the Euro Formula Open Championship at Hungaroring. And certainly if you're Crim 6, also Ian Porter, you are going to be nurturing off that very experience, to say the least. Obviously, Furia as well. Lasse Sorensen coming into the mix. He's going to look to try and also bolster his prospects. Also very tenacious around Spa. Pulled off some outstanding overtakes as well when we were racing in our online modes. Of course, they called upon him at Furia in those moments where, of course, they weren't perhaps on their best. Certainly the initial LAN events at Katowice didn't necessarily go their way, but they really rose to the occasion through Lasse Sorensen in the online stages.
Yeah, we saw them start with 4 Brazilian drivers and 4 of the very best Brazilian drivers, excuse me. Jeff Giassi, one of those real to virtual crossovers as well. Lasse Sorensen on his debut very much improved the squad and now brings his Fire SimSport teammate Lasse back into the mix as well. We'll take a look at the points as they run right now, though. RAG, of course, still on top.
And if you're Mehdi right now, you are absolutely thrilled. 70 points now to his name for RAG, and they are ahead of Mercedes by 20 points. Williams Esports down in third. Of course, 39 points to them. Dara McCormack putting in a huge shift for them, claim to a victory at Monza and a 4th at the Nürburgring. Team Redline in a, should we say, unfamiliar territory. I would have thought they would have wanted to be a little bit higher than this currently. Of course, 4th currently for our current champions in terms of a team's championship. That coming all the way from Munich as well, just before Munich when they were crowned in the online phase. Porsche Coanda as well in 5th. Watch out for them. They can have a strong ending because we have yet to see the likes of Joshua Rogers. G2 Esports as well, 6th place for them. We've yet to see Max Benneker as well. Of course, Mouse down in 7th place. They're going to be really looking for Patrick Holzman to do something here.
And ultimately, all you've got to do is get into that top 6 in this team championship. We reset the points for tomorrow. We go from a fresh slate once again, and therefore, as long as you're in the top 6, that's all that matters. Yes, RAG will be delighted there. Other drivers have a lot easier of a task on their hands, but yeah, I think ultimately, first doesn't mean that much. It's all about just being that top 6.
It certainly is. And the Apex Racing team, of course, further down, we obviously allude to the driver that we're watching, Kevin Ellis Jr., representing that team as well. 12 points to their name, but Keely Enough still ahead of Furia and FaZe Clan, but only 2 points away from the bottom. So they're really going to need to grind out a big result here. Kevin Ellis Jr. will have a great chance here around Spa to do just that. So let's wait and see if they can certainly achieve that. Off that basis, though, RAG in control, but still plenty of names. We haven't seen necessarily some of the best drivers for some of the teams.
We say best drivers, but so often at this level of sim racing, I have to point out that George, you and myself, we might be both part of, let's say, RAG
Who am I to
Esports.
say?
but maybe you are faster at Spa, maybe I'm faster at the
Yes,
Hockenheim ring. And so
correct.
these team managers have had to place their drivers in the right groups to make the most of the speed that they have. And I think that's one of the most curious things about this format, is trying to figure out where the other drivers from the other teams are going to end up as well.
Well, there was only one movement, wasn't there, throughout the entirety of this. Dara McCormack getting swapped around with Daniel Pashtor, and that was the only play we saw in terms of the movements of the drivers and the rosters. So quite intriguing. Obviously, they're allowed to, amalgamate, shift drivers through different groups, obviously in relation to where they were, obviously during the drivers phase. But Dara McCormack, the sole movement. And I think that's a really good play there from Williams, because obviously they managed to get themselves 25 points at Monza.
Dara McCormack said he wasn't feeling that comfortable with the track selection on Thursday. He really does not like the Hockenheim ring, and so I think he was quite delighted to have Monza and the Nürburgring with which he could start with. And that's where, sometimes if you're not feeling comfortable, get your fastest driver to be in their most comfortable spot and get maximum points on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. As we take a look at Ian Porter, getting himself prepared, of course. They've got a practice session currently underway at this moment in time. Folks, just getting the drivers nurtured once again to this circuit, because, of course, they are coming in thick and fast. We've got such an outstanding list right ahead of us. We are going to be returning to the Nürburgring after Spa, so they do need to make sure they get the practice in on each individual track, because they do change each time around, just to test these brilliant athletes that we have behind the wheels here. There's Kevin Siggy representing Team Redline, of course, coming off the back of finishing 9th at Hockenheim Ring, nestling only 3 points to his name so far. He's going to be calling upon his best form that we saw, where he would become a double race winner in yesterday's team, should I say the day before's team championship, in order to lead up to qualifying for the final 12. He could not quite recapture that form, though, in the final 12.
Yeah, that driver championship was one that we thought maybe Siggy in that first day showed himself as one of the favorites, but just not firing off in the same strength come the second day of competition. Instead, it was his Redline teammate Jeffrey Rietveld that took the charge towards the front, ultimately coming short and being able to place third in the championship. There's a look at the teammates. You got Rietveld and Luke Bennett standing up, and of course the team managers, as well as Endo Benito, sitting down and watching over the screen. The one thing that we should note, you can see that the team manager's got a headset on. He's got the ability to talk to the driver at will. Driver can respond as well, and that's for any information that might need to be given. If there's lap times that you want to try and share in qualifying, so there's some benchmarks that with which you could work, and maybe you're trying to get the driver to be a bit more aggressive in a particular corner, as I heard Will Chadwick trying to help out some of his drivers earlier. There's so much communication that goes on the pit wall.
Yeah. The best moustache you'll find in sim racing, certainly here at ESL as well. There is the trophy that every team are vying for right now. And of course, it won't be decided just yet. Of course, we've got these preliminary stages to get through first before we whittle it down and head into our final round tomorrow. And certainly that's when that trophy will be lifted aloft. By who? We're not quite sure just yet. Currently, it's RAG on top, much to the delight of Romain Grosjean's team. Of course, former Formula 1 driver, now current IndyCar driver. And I'm sure he'll be watching on as well to see how his team does. Of course, we've only got a small matter of a few more moments left in practice, so the drivers getting the last-minute preparations in. It's oh so vital to make sure you're dialed in. There's Kevin Ellis Jr. making his way through Malmedy and just getting himself teed up for a move round Rivage section. The pressure will be mounting, though, as we head into qualifying. You see the practice banner there on the top. Very soon, that'll change to qualifying and we will be underway.
One lap again for these drivers. It's this unique format that we've really been enjoying since the season begun in earnest back at Katowice. And now for the drivers that are newer to this format, that's where I think one of the learnings has come. They've also had to learn about LAN events, the lights, the sounds, and in the case of Kevin Ellis Jr., we talked about the shootout. He was saying that just as he started his lap, he saw a cameraman pop into his eye line just to get that perfect shot of Kev's face as he rode around the lap. That's a little bit distracting, isn't it?
It can be. It certainly can be indeed. Qualifying, though, you just saw the banners on the back of the LED boards. They certainly are underway. The studio, the arena as well, lighting up here at this fantastic event we have here in the ESL R1. Brought to you by Aramco here at the Gamers8. All the drivers in the rigs getting ready for the start of qualifying as we pan across. There you see Ian Porter. We just saw him getting himself set and ready. All the drivers behind their wheels getting set. There's Tommy Usgaard as well, looking to try and ignite his, well, certainly his race. We'll need a big qualifying session this time around. In that mere 4 points, we'll need a lot more, and Heroic are going to be calling upon him because he has been, it has to be said, one of their strongest talents.
Yeah, of course, left Porsche Coanda Esports at the end of 2022 to join up with Heroic, bring the next crop of Norwegian drivers on forward. That's something that Tommy Osgaard has been focusing on over the last couple of years. He brought in Oscar Bikstrad to Coanda, formed the Coanda Junior squad to bring the even management crew, to have that little bit more of a database from which to work with. Then, as Bikstrad made his way into the Porsche Esports Super Cup, he got promoted to the main Coanda Esports team and now joins Osgaard at the crew over at Heroic.
Yeah, the Norwegian sensation now making his way up through towards Kemmel. Remember, we are looking for a 38.7 in the first sector. He will be making his way towards Leycom and very shortly make his way through Malmedy. Again, we take a look at the wheel play on the top right of your screen. Again, as I said, physical. 38.7 though in the first sector. That's bang on where he should be as well, making his way through Malmedy now at turn 7, down towards turn 8 at Ravage as well. Keep it pinned to the inside again, dropping to second as he'll then put his foot to the floor and just try and knead the car out of this section towards Jackie Expend, where he then enters in third gear, then back on the throttle again, up to fourth, use all the track there on the right-hand side, and now you've got the very deep descent. That is Puon, where you need to keep it tight.
Down a gear, but as brave as you can be to stamp onto the power early, and as Osgaard jumps into that 5th gear, watch as he straddles the curb on the outside, now sweep to the left. Just as you enter under that VRS bridge, onto the brakes, down into 3rd gear and clamber once again onto the curb on the inside. Sweep through the piff path and now to maybe one of the most important corners on the track. It's out of here that you begin a 1.8 kilometer climb towards Blanchimont to the flat out corner that leads to that final braking zone at the bus stop chicane.
Looked a little messy coming through campus, it has to be said, but the time is looking good at 59.7 in sector 2. We want to see around a 59.9 in sector 2, so he's looking in a good vein of form. Tommy Osgaard could be sensing something brilliant here for Team Heroic. Could it be a heroic lap as he comes out of Blanchimont now? Bus stop chicane coming up next. Only a matter of 2 bends remain as he now makes his Porsche, or manipulates the Porsche, heading through the next right-hander, now in towards the next left. One straight beckons, only a margin left. Now up towards the line. Where's it going to be for Tommy Osgaard? Is it going to be oh so good? It's a 35.8 in the final sector. It is good. A 2:14.4. That could be a good time.
We have seen pole dip as low as 14.1s, 14.2s, and so we'll see how it stacks up to the rest. Kevin Siggy in the first sector, slightly slower in that second sector as well, and so in that red line BMW, after already being involved in dramatic chaos in the opening race of the group at the Hockenheim Ring, Siggy will hope that this qualifying lap can put him once again towards the front and with a chance of getting the points on the board for Team Redline. The 2:14.4 the target, a 2:14.415, 8 thousandths behind.
Goodness me, 8 thousandths, a mere gap between them, nothing between them whatsoever. Mitchell de Jong now makes his way down through towards the final couple of bends as well, the man from the States, 38.7. Already in that first sector again. That's pretty much where we've seen it. 59.8 in the middle sector as well. That's pretty good. Again, Porsche's looking very alive and well heading through Spa-Francorchamps. Big sector 3 time required now as he makes his way up towards the line. 35.8 plants him now in 3rd place. 24 thousandths outside. All the cars currently within. All 3, I say, a quarter of a tenth.
We are getting the closest qualifying sessions we have ever seen today. The team championship has very much incentivized the drivers to deliver for their outfits. Kevin Ellis Jr., sector 1 and sector 2, trending towards Tommy Osgaard's pole position time, but now through that corner where he drifted the rear end in that hot lap shootout come the very final action on Thursday. A little bit tidier this time by, and the Scotsman with a 14.322 jumps to the top.
Fantastic lap from Kevin Ellis Jr. A stellar middle sector was certainly what delivered that result as well. Also gained a 10th on where he should, well, probably, a 35.8 was good enough. He went and did a 35.7 at that point. Erhan Yujovski sets himself a 38.7 in the first sector as well. That seems to be a consistent theme in amongst most of the drivers here, but looking to go ahead again and take yet another pole position as he did last time out at Hockenheim Ring. The Macedonian, the magnificent Macedonian Yujovski up towards the line, and that is going to plant him though 5th place and nearly 3/10 out of the running.
Yeah, didn't look happy at the line either. A shake of the head and a bit frustrated, all things considered. Can Marko Pejic find some speed in the final sector? First sector a little bit off the pace, but the second sector where he found a little bit more time to get up towards that Osgaard time with a 2:14.4. A little bit tentative on that second turn in, trying to get the car rotated and onto the power. Look at them run wide and straight line it to the start-finish line. It's another 14.4, but this one towards the back is a 5th place time for the number 5.
Yeah, just over 1.5 tenths off the top time set by Kevin Ellis Jr. and it's looking pretty strong at this point. But Lasse Sorensen, as I said before, does have form here. Generally, race trim is better for him than qualifying trim, but do not count him out that the first sector is looking a little bit slack. Second sector, 59.8, is probably a tenth or so out of where he needs to be. But the Furia driver representing his team once again, coming up towards the line. He will, of course, lay down a foundation. He's going to try and join those at the top end, but can't. 6th fastest is where he stays.
Here comes Patrick Holtman, and look at that second sector into the 59.6s, albeit just by 0.02 of a second. Yes, that first sector is good as well. Is this Audi about to roar to the top? Patrick Holtman has not enjoyed the best of the ESL R1 campaigns, and now finally is his chance to deliver for Maus. Max Benneker already our ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers Champion, and now Patrick Holtman to the line just loses out to Kevin Ellis Jr.
And that only makes Kevin Ellis Jr.'s lap all the more impressive, but fair play to Patrick Holtman, who got in close, looking to bounce back after qualifying 8th last time around. He's on the front row, at least for now, but Freddie Rasmussen, 3 times in the top 3 in F1 Esports since 2018, hasn't been outside the top 2 in the last 2 years as well. Rasmussen making his way up towards the line. Can the Great Dane initialize a better time than last time? 6th place, just over a tenth of a second, nearly a tenth and a quarter outside that of Kevin Ellis Jr.
Here comes the BMW BS competition, number 87 of Ibrahim Khan. Best of the BMWs currently 4th with Kevin Siggy, and Ibrahim Khan's second sector of a 59.8 loses 0.2 or so to the benchmarks that the fastest have seen so far. This is where the BMW sometimes has heated up its rear tires if you've been pushing it too hard, but Khan looks nice and tentative as he storms onto the power. Short run to the line, it's going to be another 14, but this time a 14.6, and it's the slowest time so far, but only 0.3 off.
Yeah, not ideal, certainly just outside that of Erhan Yuyovsky's time as well. Jack Keithley, who's ever experienced as well, has already seen Dara McCormack go on and do brilliant things in these first 2 races we had, of course, at Monza in the Nürburgring. Now it's all upon him now, looking to bounce back after the 6th place qualifying session at Hockenheimring. Makes his way through the bus stop, and with a 38.9 in the first sector, it's not going to be useful. 59.7 in the middle sector is where he needs to certainly be, but that final sector, not enough. It's 9th place for Jack Keithley.
Here comes Ian Porter. The first sector actually relatively competitive. However, it's the second sector where he is the only driver in this Group B, race number 4, to slip into the 1 minute bracket, in fact almost going into the 61 second bracket. We are going to see Porter likely down the back, but let's see the margin. Let's track that improvement going back to the very start of the ESL R1 campaign in 2023, where he was, about 1.5 seconds off the pace. Ellis Jr. with a 2:14.322, only 1/100th back went to Patrick Holtman. Not sure what the time was there, but Ian Porter doesn't look too unhappy.
No, I don't think so. I think obviously there was some positives to take from that. Certainly that first sector was sensational, but Kevin Ellis Jr. bouncing back, he received a penalty at the Hockenheimring, but a thumbs up there from the man representing Apex Racing Team, and that's how you do it, Kev. He's back.
What a lap it was. Here's the starting grid, though.
It certainly is, and it has to be said, Ian Porter still at the back of the grid. Alongside him, Ibrahim Khan in 11th place. 10th place going to Erhan Yuyovsky, with Jack Keithley alongside him too. Marco Pejic joined, of course, by Lasse Sorensen as well, 7th and 8th respectively, as well as 5th place going to Mitchell de Jong and Freddie Rasmussen. Rasmussen starting 6th. In 3rd place is Tommy Uskard. 4th place, Kevin Siggy. 2nd place, though, Patrick Holzman, who is, of course, going to be starting on the front row of the grid. Your fastest time, though, your ALJ fastest lap, going to Kevin Ellis Jr. He's on pole as we make our way into the next race here at Spa-Francorchamps, and fresh off the back of that stellar run where, of course, he went down to the shootout to battle to be in the final 12 in the Drivers' Championship. He's back here in the Teams' Championship, proving again why he loves Spa oh so much.
I think the crazy thing is that time that he just put in qualifying is only a tenth of what he did in the hot lap shootout, a lap where he said he didn't feel that much pressure and managed to slide through the final corner.
Incredible stuff indeed, and there you can see, as I said, ALJ fastest lap, pole position going to that of Kevin Ellis Jr. What a time for him to certainly rise to the occasion, and certainly for that of Apex Racing Team. They're going to look to try and garner every little bit they can out of this, and you know what Kevin Ellis Jr. is like. He doesn't mind a scrap, and certainly here around Spa-Francorchamps, that's exactly what you need. You need a tenacious talent, a tenacious figure behind the wheel that doesn't mind, of course, running wheel to wheel. This man's just who you need behind that wheel.
And I mentioned his oval racing experience. I wonder if that somewhat helps him in a race like this, where draft plays so much of a factor. Knowing where to position your car, when to defend the inside, when to try and cover the outside line, those are those split-second decisions that you can only really build up by racing.
Absolutely. Of course, the Audi R8 LMS is considered one of the most versatile cars in racing. We've seen it again here in Rennsport as well. A fantastic platform here for these young talents. Of course, these superior athletes that we see here in sim racing. Of course, we've arrived here at the Gamers8. We're witnessing some of the best in the world go at it, or the best in the world go at it here at ESL R1. Very soon we're going to enter Spa-Francorchamps, and the final moments of practice just kicking in. The big question is, though, Arjuna, I'm going to ask you this. Where do you see this going? What does Kevin Ellis Jr. need to do to solidify his place at the front?
Well, we know Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to have one target. That is win this race. He was the strongest of the Apex Racing Team drivers in the ESL R1 campaign. Very much carried the team on his back in some ways. And now we'll need to try and set the rest of his team up in somewhat of a successful spot. So, well, as we head into that final group of the day, Jamie Fluke hopefully doesn't have to get the elbows out too much. Apex, as they run right now, have secured just 11 points so far. Remember, top 6, the target.
Yeah, they came into this one with 12 to their name, remember, of course, prior to Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, putting together that 11th place last time out. It looks like there's going to be ones in the number, but this time it could be just a solitary one, which I'm sure he'd be absolutely pleased about, because that will garner him 25 points. But we'll have to wait and see whether he can do that. The drivers lined up onto the grid as we await to go racing. The timer is ticking down now, and very shortly, as you'll see from the arena, there will be all 5 red lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light, and it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. It's certainly up at the front here. Kevin Ellis Jr. getting a huge start. Patrick Holzman unable to usurp him right from the beginning as well. Further down, we can see Tommy Usgard also trying to get himself into the mixed heroic, looking to try and garner onto a top 3 place at the expense of Team Redline, who have had to fall back. Foul in 4th place as well, as we now see them rise up now through Rouge and Radion. A stellar start, though, from Kevin Ellis Jr. Just what he needed, Arjuna.
And now he's got to watch, though, with the BMW slightly slower in a straight line. How is that going to play itself out? The double, the triple, the quadruple toe. Who's going to be the most aggressive? It's the Maus Audi that has to watch to the inside as Tommy Osgard goes bold, but Patrick Holzman goes bolder.
He certainly does, wheel to wheel now as they come through Lakon. They've got Malmedy coming up next. Usgard now making his way down the inside, but can't quite find it. Very well defended from Patrick Holzman. Kevin Siggy as well, waiting in the wings. Another look down the inside here from Usgard as he looks to try and perhaps try and weave a way through. He might have an opportunity. He's looking very dynamic in the Porsche, but look at Kevin Siggy there under pressure again. Mitchell de Jong asking all the major questions, just not quite enough to make a move as Freddie Rasmussen dances with Lasse Sorensen.
Yeah, for Mitchell de Jong, after the 3rd place finish in the first race, to be able to get another top 5 is what he will want. Look at that down the hill in through Pouon behind the G2 Esports BMW of Freddie Rasmussen. Lasse Sorensen trying to cover off Jack Keithley. The Mercedes uses up its tires relatively quickly, but this is one track where it equalizes a little bit more. Not the rears, not the fronts rather, getting eaten up so much. The rears get hit hard too, and I was talking with Dara McCormack a moment ago. He says the Spa suits the Mercedes quite well.
Certainly does. 7 laps of racing ahead. As I said before, one of the longest tracks you'll see in this calendar. 4.352 miles ahead of them. That's 7.004 kilometers. 19 turns, as we have said, as they make their way through Corbeil-Paul Frere. Very soon Blanchimont will be up next. Great chance to get the draft in place as well. The slipstream oh so effective and can be very, very useful as we now look and see Lasse Sorensen now running on board with him as he makes his way down through towards the bus stop chicane. Currently locked in behind that of Freddie Rasmussen in the G2 Esports BMW. 2 BMWs in tandem here at this point as well. Enter Jack Keithley in the Mercedes in behind 2. Marco Pejic in unfamiliar territory in 11th, and he's taken a drive through.
Now, was that a jump start? I didn't necessarily catch it off the line, but the only thing I can think of for Pejic to immediately dive off to pit lane is that, well, unfortunately, he mistimed the jump on the start.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, now he will sink to the back of the field. Ian Porter will now take up 11th place as we now see Tommy Usgard coming out of La Source now, powering up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Kemmel Straight will deliver certainly a clinic for him as they now rise up now, heading up through towards this very, very long straight, but an uphill climb certainly is what they'll find as now they head up towards Les Combes now. Kevin Ellis Jr. is now marshalling out a gap of near 7/10 of a second. Uskar now putting his foot to the floor as he looks to look either way on Patrick Holzman, who once again goes defensive. A battle in the back as well with Jack Keithley and Herhan Yuyovski as they now squabble, heading through Les Combes. Again, twisting of the wheel here as they head through Malmedy. Uskar waiting in the wings in third place within 0.3 of a second. You get the sense that he's just waiting to pick his spot.
I mentioned for Patrick Holzman, not necessarily the most successful and enjoyable of ESL R1 sprint campaigns. However, for Mals, with both Yuri Kastrup and Patrick Holzman starting off this team championship, I don't want to say they put their two weaker drivers in, but they put the two drivers in that have had the less success over the course of the championship. Moritz Lohner, Max Benecke will be up next, and of course, with two drivers like that, if Patrick Holzman can hold on here and add 20 valuable points to the cores, Mals will be feeling very confident about their chances of heading on to tomorrow's racing.
Absolutely. Freddie Rasmussen as well, two-time Formula E Accelerate champion as well, makes his way through. He's currently got his defensive armour up because, of course, Lasse Sorensen is hot on his heels. Just look at him, nigh on pushing the car around the track as they come through Campus and Stavelo, heading through towards Corbeil-Pourfray once again. Lasse Sorensen currently sat in 7th place, still chasing after Rasmussen, as I alluded to. Mitchell de Jong further up as well in 5th. Of course, they'll be looking for big results as well from him, and of course Joshua Rogers, the man who would go close to winning the Drivers' Championship until it all went wrong around the Nürburgring. We're currently seeing a rear view here of Rasmussen's car as they head down towards the bus stop chicane. Lasse Sorensen not going for the move, but getting in nice and tight as they now peel through towards the next right and left. And again, Sorensen still pushing, still prodding, waiting for Rasmussen to make a mistake.
If you look at the ages of the drivers behind those two BMWs, you might say that this was youth versus experience, but boy, does that feel disingenuous. Yes, Lasse Sorensen has been around sim racing for so long, team manager over, of course, at Fire Simsport, but you mentioned all the success that Freddie Rasmussen has had in F1 esports. He's been able to do that in other platforms as well, but coming into a new platform for the very first time, that's where you've got to adapt. The one thing that Rasmussen has as a bit of an advantage, though, this land environment will be very familiar for him.
Yeah, and of course G2 Esports wouldn't throw him in the mix unless he was capable enough. Only had a month and a half of practice leading up to this event, which is sensational. His quick adaptation could surely be praised in amongst this list of outstanding roster of talents here, as we now see them come wheel to wheel again, heading through Les Combes. They've got Malmedy coming up next. You see Holzman and Osgaard currently together too. Kevin Siggy just over 2.5 tenths out the way. Further back, Mitchell de Jong, who is watching all this unfold as we ride on board here with Tommy Uskard. And again, a great stellar showing from him. We saw his qualifying pace over the course of the Drivers' Championship unfold, and it certainly was impressive. Haven't quite seen the same since, but I tell you what, he's looking comfortable here at Spa.
Yeah, and you know, one of the drivers that was able to make it to the spring major finals over at Munich, but because of the way the points played out, he was always on the back foot somewhat heading into day one, where the points carried forward. We've definitely seen Tommy at times be the fastest Porsche in the field, which is crazy to say when you've got the likes of Josh Rogers and so many other drivers that are quick in that car. And I've got to assume for Tommy, there must be some confidence coming from being the leader of a team. Yes, you can always develop faster if you've got faster drivers around you, but the motivation, the autonomy that comes from being the man behind the team, he seems to be relishing it.
Yeah, he certainly does. So the BMW, as we now ride on board with Kevin Siggy, known to be able to allow its tyres to last. Of course, Siggy is going to try and perhaps go long here at this point. Might challenge Tommy Uskar late into the race. Team Redline needing an abundance of points if they want to try and challenge RHG at the top end. Of course, we're getting similar pictures to what we saw in the Spring Series in a sense that RHG are showing early dominance. The question is, can they carry that through to the rest of this team's championship? Let's wait and see as they now power out to the bus stop chicane once again. Kevin Ellis Jr. having a tremendous drive right now as Tommy Uskar gets once again close and personal with Patrick Holzman. A deep descent now heading in towards the source. Very tight, high braking section too. You can see the gravel trap on the left-hand side. Oh, so risky as they now power out from there. And yet again, I'm looking on our screen here, Holzman, he might be under a little bit of jeopardy here. Uskar is dipping in to within the 0.3 of a second, into the 0.4, flittering out of it. He's threatening Patrick Holzman right now.
He is very much getting closer and closer and closer, but I guess the problem is going to be that for Patrick Holtzman, he is so far behind Kevin Ellis Jr., he is getting less draft from the car in front and feeding more draft to the car behind. So Usgaard just going to get closer and closer and closer as those laps tick away. I'll just touch on Kevin Ellis Jr. for a second and his performances in the spring season. He reached 4 finals in the regular season. The rest of the Apex Racing team, 3 amongst the 3 drivers.
Incredible form. He is the shining star for Apex Racing team. We all saw it from the shootout as well over the course of this championship squabble, as we're now seeing them head through now the Jackie X bend, as we're now seeing, of course, that man Freddie Rasmussen still trying to work hard to maintain his pace. There's the RAG as well, belonging to Erhan Yuyovski, coming into this as team leaders, of course, team championship leaders here at this point too, as now they make their way out of Pouon down towards the Leifania chicane as well. He's got Freddie Rasmussen in front, as we've said. Jack Keithley as well, a second behind, however, and losing aero on the back of that RAG Audi R8 LMS. Kevin Ellis Jr. now, we go back to the front as we see Holtzman in behind. Now that gap has flitted out. 7.5 to 8 tenths of a second is where it sat for quite some time. Tommy Usgaard as well in third has lost a little bit of ground himself. The driver's just sort of getting into an orderly fashion. I get the feeling this is one of those calm before the storm moments.
It's where we're also trying to maybe save a little bit of tires for those final couple of laps, because you may say 7 laps, 15 minutes of racing, well, tires aren't going to matter, but no, the way that you push your tires through the course of the race will very much impact the equipment that you have to fight with come the end, and so maybe just a little bit of restraint shown through the drivers right now. One note as well, when it comes to the balance of these cars, I said Mercedes maybe a little bit more favorable on the tires here, but Spa, one of the tracks that I think across the board a lot of drivers say there's not much to complain about in terms of BOP. That's a good thing.
No, it tends to be a pretty even footing. I think we're seeing that in terms of the deltas as well in places. Lasse Sorensen, however, a second off from Mitchell de Jong, but then again he is under a little bit of pressure from Freddie Rasmussen as well, so it might be that he's more concerned about what's going on behind him at this point. Jack Keithley, I think, having that same experience with Ibrahim Khan in behind too. Of course, we alluded to the fact that BMW are going to be looking for an upturn in their fortunes. It's now Freddie Rasmussen comes over a Rouge and Radion once again, and still on the tail this time, but look who's on the tail of him. It's Erhan Yuyovski, and I tell you what, fear the RAG as now they go to near enough 3 wide. They will do now. Freddie Rasmussen challenging Lasse Sorensen. A brilliant stellar move here as well, but how about the invitation for Erhan Yuyovski? Can't quite push for it. Lasse Sorensen defending to the hilt as they head through towards Malmedy, but it will be Freddie Rasmussen up into 6th place. Enter Yuyovski though here, Arjuna.
Around the outside, can he make it stick the long way around? If he's brave, it converts back to the inside and still has that overlap. Sorensen has to show respect, but not willing to fight too hard. Yuyovski doesn't want to see the train for 6th on pack lose even more time.
Yeah, certainly a stellar showing here from Lasse Sorensen to defend here against that of Erhan Yuyovski, but Freddie Rasmussen, a great move, an emphatic move where he needed it most. He certainly was losing time to the cars ahead through the car of Lasse Sorensen, holding them up at this point, had to make that measured overtake in order to try and just hunt the runners in front. He's got 1.5 seconds to find now Mitchell de Jong, so he needs to put his foot to the floor. We've only got a small matter of 3 laps, if you include this one, remaining here in this race. Kevin Ellis Jr., just over half a second now clear. That gap though reduced here, Arjuna. Remember, that was 8 tenths of a second. It's now near enough half a second.
And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Holtzman getting a little bit more of that draft now will keep him closer to Kevin Ellis Jr., feed him a bit more of the hole in the air with which he can slither into the rear diffuser of the Apex Racing team machine. For Tommy Usgaard, you've got to wonder as well, now that he's got a bit more of a buffer back to Kevin Siggy, if he can close up to the back of the Audi, is he going to be more incentivized to go for the move, knowing that Siggy's not going to be able to try, and like Yuyovski, join the party?
Absolutely. Tommy Usgaard, as we're currently riding on board with him, currently sat 3rd place as well, within 4 tenths of a second. Again, they come together and heading down through towards the Le Source section. We're seeing Lasse Sorensen as well on screen as he tries to give chase to Freddie Rasmussen. Erhan Yuyovski might be done waiting as well. He had a chance, certainly, to perhaps unlock the door when they nearly went 3 wide, heading up through Kemmel. Chose to back out of it, probably the intelligent thing to do as you make your way through towards Lake Com. But nonetheless, now as they peel up through a Rouge and Radion once again, it's Freddie Rasmussen leading them through, and in behind this time. Take a look at this. Sorensen getting the lift this time that he would need to challenge out of Freddie Rasmussen. They're going to run side by side again, wheel to wheel now still as they head up towards Lake Carm. Urhan Yovski once again watching all this unfold. The Macedonian though has got a wonderful drag heading up through now towards this next right-hander, but Sorensen ain't able to make the move here at this point. Yovski forced to wait behind as they head through towards Malmedy. Rasmussen doing enough to shut the door.
And with the BMW's 1 or 2 km/h deficit in top-end speed, you've got to wonder how difficult it must be for Rasmussen to really defend if Sorensen wants to go for it. I think that was tactical from Sorensen. Penultimate lap of the race, doesn't want to be the one left pulling the 2 machines behind. But what concerns me is a Yovski in that 3rd spot behind, being able to take the double toe. Here's his view though, as he almost got squeezed onto the grass a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, Patrick Holzman, we've got the onboard view, which is quite amazing actually when you look at it. This is what you generally see from a driver's perspective inside the car. And as you can see, the 2 cars ensuing battle there, heading through towards Malmedy. That, of course, being Lasse Sorensen and Freddie Rasmussen. Again, looking to the outside here. This time, of course, Patrick Holzman. The Mouse Audi, though, unable to make that key overtake getting around the outside. He did try and creep and peep. Sorensen shut the door as they make their way through towards Jackie X. Class driving, rubbing his racing, and that's what we're seeing here. We're going into now where we're on the penultimate lap of the race, and take a look at the gap once again. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Patrick Holzman. We did see it dip to the 0.3 of a second mark. It's now sprung up to the 0.5, but I tell you what, Usgaard now, the man to watch. Holzman under a little bit of stress.
It's going to be that exit out of La Source. 2 kilometers before you're next on the brakes at the top of the track at the Lacombe chicane. If Oscar can get to the outside, do watch if maybe Holzman gets a compromise through Malmedy, and then the opportunity presents itself down the run in towards Bruxelles. I'm not sure exactly who's going to be the bravest of them all, but 1 more lap to go for these drivers in Group B.
Climactic moments, that's what we live for here in ESL R1, and I hope you all do at home as well. A cheeky look in the mirror there from Kevin Ellis Jr. down the bottom left-hand side of your screen. He knows that there's a lot ensuing in behind. He knows that Holzman wants a piece of him, but at this point, Tommy Usgaard is keeping him honest at this point as well. So essentially giving Holzman a battle on 2 fronts here at this point as they now hurtle up towards the Long Kemmel Straight. Kevin Siggy as well with Mitchell de Jong for company as well. A red line Porsche Coanda battle that certainly we have seen on many echelons here and many, shall we say, journeys through the past of sim racing as we run on board here with Holzman coming through the Lake Com section. No move can be made, surely not at Kevin Ellis Jr. He's driven a mature drive here as the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, I think we were more worried about Patrick Holzman coming under fire from Tommy Oscar, but I don't think that exit out of La Source gave him the run, and now you can see the margin actually closer between the top 2 than 2nd and 3rd spot. There's a battle though. Ooh. Rubbing wheels for Mitchell de Jong and Kevin Siggy, and for the 2nd consecutive race, bye-bye Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy again unseated by a Porsche Coanda. What that could mean as well, as I said before, history as well between these 2 teams that has long existed, and this time they come together again. Mitchell de Jong, as we ride on board with him, you can see expressionless but then a shake of the head as he knows that was not necessary, and I'm sure now he's going to look back and question as to whether that was an issue on his part or whether it was Kevin Siggy.
It did look like, to be fair, the Porsche was very much on the inside curb. Siggy trying to squeeze as much as possible. I'm not going to say either way. I need a couple more looks at that one to be able to try and get an opinion on that. Race Control has infinite views, ultimate discretion as well. Out the front of the field, though, no such drama for Kevin Ellis Jr.
And what's that going to do to Redline's title hopes here in this team's championship? That's the important one. It's bragging rights, folks. At the end of the day, they all want to be labelled the best team in sim racing, the best team in ESL R1. Redline, despite winning the Spring Series Championship, it's going to be that much harder for them, though, this time. But Kevin Ellis Jr., what can we say about a man who has done it time and time again? Apex Racing team will love this because he's going to come up towards the line and take victory. It is Kevin Ellis Jr. He wins at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes! He can scarcely believe it. The shout of what is surely pure adrenaline. The very first victory here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco for the Apex Racing team.
Pure raw emotion from Kevin Ellis Jr. He's a passionate young man. He's certainly a talented young man as well. Has every right to be thrilled. Kevin Siggy storming off in the background as well, but take a look at the reaction. P1 Kevin Ellis Jr., you deserve it, my friend. Tremendous effort, 25 points after the heartbreak at Hockenheim, which led to him getting a penalty and moved to the tail end of the field. That is certainly redemption here for Apex Racing team.
Oh, but you can see the visible frustration and anger for Kevin Siggy. Ultimately, not much that he could really do. He will be fuming, furious, and I think ultimately watching on in disgust for the rest of the day.
And this is exactly what it means to these drivers, folks. The team's championship, so so important, and Kevin Siggy knows that those points might have been vital when it comes to the end of this championship. Again, Porsche Commander and Team Redline coming together.
I mean, deja vu. How many times over have we seen that one before? I'm sure it's not going to be the first and last time here in ESL R1 either.
No, not at all. He's just sitting there and reviewing with his team boss at Team Redline, and again, a throw up of the arms. His fellow driver, of course, Enzo Benito, in behind, just overseeing what went on. You can see as well Luke Bennett on the left-hand side. Of course, they all want to be on top in this fight. But naturally, the job now has been made that much harder. But take nothing away from this man. It's Kevin Ellis Jr., folks.
And what a maturation it's been for him. Started in the Apex Racing Academy as an oval driver, has developed into one of the best in the iRacing World Championship. Now a race winner here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Here's a look at the crucial moment, though, for Siggy. De Jong trying to get to the inside, and ultimately the car squirreling out of control for the Porsche and collecting that right rear of the BMW.
Yeah, serious collection indeed. Kevin Siggy, unfortunately, feeling the brunt of that at this point. The Porsche Commander team went on, though, however, to the end of the race. Here's the reaction. And there you have it. But we are going to be joined with our winner, Kevin Ellis Jr. He is with certainly Barney.
A strong track for you, Kevin, as we all saw yesterday in the Hot Lap Shootout. Congratulations for that win. Is that kind of your track of choice now? It's got to be.
Yeah, 100%. You know, coming into this event, Spa was always my best track. And it's funny, I said to the guys upstairs after Johan had a couple shaky races, I said, don't worry about it, I'm going to win Spa. I was partly joking, but I was obviously hoping it would come true. And yeah, and I'm just grateful that I could win a race here. This competition's obviously so stacked, and I missed my girlfriend's mum's wedding for this, so I'm glad that I could at least make it worth it. So yeah, sorry I'm not there. Congratulations to Kate and Steve, and I'll be home soon, Beth. I love you.
Nice one, Kate and Steve.
بالضبط اللي شفناه من المتسابقة معنا أدى أداء جدا ممتاز في هذا المضمار في مضمار سبا. شفنا أدى أداء جدا رهيب وقدرنا يتفوق، فقال أنه من جد كان يستنى هذه اللحظة من زمان عشان يقدر يحقق الانتصار في هذا المضمار، وعطى برضه تحية لكل أصحابه وأحبابه اللي جالسين يتابعون. كم قال هذا الفوز لكم أنتم.
You were holding off Holtzman very well throughout that entire race, but kind of towards the end, we saw the emotion going through your face when you crossed the line finally. Were the tyres starting to give out? Were you getting a bit nervy about that?
Yeah, I said on like lap 5 to Mark. You know, the tyres were really good, and then I had a small slide in sector 2, and they sort of shot up a couple of degrees, and that's just enough to just lose all sorts of grip. So I had to sort of adapt my driving style a little bit. I expected him to come back to me anyway. I couldn't quite break the draft on him. He was always kind of there, so I expected him to sort of pull back, but just had to keep calm, keep breathing, and just remember the marks and keep on hitting them.
صحيح، في شيء جدا مهم اثر عليه برضه في السباق، وكان برضه مسبب له ضغط كبير اللي هو برضه حراره العجلات معه في السباق، فخصوصا في الجولات الاخيره فكان تاثيرها جدا كبير. قال صحيح انه كان ضغطها عالي مره، بس انه حاول انه يسيطر عليها بشكل جدا ممتاز، وفي نفس الوقت حاول انه يصنع المسافات اللي كان يحتاجها، وفي نفس الوقت قدر خلينا نقول بتعاون برضه مع اصحابه وبعض التوجيهات اللي حصل عليها قدر يحقق الانتصار.
Well, Kevin, you could breathe a sigh of relief because you've managed to get some points on the board for Apex Racing Team. GG's, well done for securing that win. And going into the second half of the day of competition, it's going to heat up. Tensions are going to rise. We're going to throw it over to the desk for now because we're going to be heading over to race control once again.
بالضبط اعزائنا المشاهدين، حاب اذكركم ان 6 فرق بس هم اللي بيكملون معنا الى النهائيات، والحين عدينا نص المشوار، باقي لنا مجموعتين بس. خلونا نروح على الاستديو نرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Kevin Ellis Jr. has managed to secure himself and the entirety of the Apex Racing team a victory. Yaroslav, talk to me. How do you feel about how that race panned out? Because myself and you, we were sat having a little bit of a chit chat, and you were like, you know what, it's been a fairly dull race. And right as he said that, I'm not kidding, Kevin Siggy has lost it completely.
Yeah, what a race, what a race. I must say, what a performance from Ellis Jr. That was fantastic. Like I was saying before, that he's like the happiest guy here so far. Yeah. Always smiling and such. And now we finally saw someone being really happy, you know, for winning the race, because he knows those points are really important for his team. So he did the maximum he could have done. But yeah, what a dramatic race in the end. Yeah. Oh my God, that is not good for Team Redline and possibly Porsche Commander, because it really depends on the steward's decision.
Well, Mitchell de Jong obviously costing Kevin Siggy points. If you ask me personally, how do you think Kevin Siggy is going to be taking that one? No doubt it's going to be difficult for him to even be able to have a conversation with people? Because we saw the frustration on his face.
Yeah, like obviously, like Team Redline today is having very hard time. Luke Bennett had a hard time, Kevin Siggy had a hard time, and you could see it on Kevin Siggy's face. He's a very emotional driver, and yeah, he was very, very frustrated with that. And well, I'm very curious how the penalty, or what kind of penalty there's going to be, and for which driver.
How harsh do you think it should be? I want your personal opinion.
Oh, when we see the crash in Hockenheim between Ellis Jr. and Kevin Siggy, it was 3-second penalty. So we are not giving like a stop and goes or 30 seconds penalties in these series because there's no reason for it. So I think I would say again it's gonna be something like 3 to 5 seconds penalty, possibly for Michel.
Okay, well, I'm curious to hear from Kevin Siggy himself to see how he's feeling. No doubt frustrations are running high. So let's go ahead and check it.
I'm here with Team Redline driver Kevin Siggy, a very disappointed Kevin Siggy. Firstly, thank you for your time. We know it's obviously a very emotional time straight after a race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm fuming, really. I really don't know what to say. I mean, I've tried my best. You know, qualifyings weren't the best. The car just feels completely different to what it did yesterday. There's a complete constant understeer, and then in the race again we can't do anything. We had no top speed, no traction. We can't defend, we can't attack, we can't do anything. Like I've tried everything I could. I mean, maybe that was a mistake of me in Spa, but like I don't know what else to do in this case. We're put in a position where we can't even fight, we can't even defend, we can't do anything, and we are expected to have solid results, and it's just not happening. We're just not having luck at the moment.
So where do you go from here? You know, where do you go? Is it a case of just understanding what went wrong, regoof it, or you know, regroup and go from there?
The only thing to do is really to just check the replays, assess what really happened, see what we can actually improve on, and then I mean just go to player lounge and chill, because otherwise I'm just gonna literally start screaming at people.
Perfect. Thank you for your time, Kevin. We appreciate it. Back to you guys at the desk.
I don't know about you, I certainly would not want to be on the receiving end of Kevin Siggy screaming at me and yelling at people, but as you can see here, we've got race control eagerly trying to figure out what the verdict of this outcome is going to be, because no doubt for Kevin Siggy and the entirety of Team Redline, it's an incredibly frustrating situation, especially when we consider the fact that he had terrible luck, quite frankly, when we consider the driver championship yesterday as well. I mean, I don't even know how you come back from this. I know that it's going to have the rest of the team certainly rattled as well, heading into their races too.
Oh yeah, they are under a lot of pressure right now. Kevin Siggy teammates, Enzo Bonito needs to deliver absolutely fantastic 2 races to go forward from this, because they are right now in the top 6, but they are dropping back really fast. So I honestly, like, I can feel myself being in the Kevin Siggy boots right now, like you want to throw punches left and right and everything. But yeah, I can absolutely understand the frustration, but let's take a look at the results.
Yeah, on that note, let's go ahead and check in with our provisional results, of course, whilst we are waiting for race control to reach their verdict and decision. I'm not going to lie to you, I feel like a little bit heartbroken for Kevin Siggy, obviously starting 4th on our grid, rounding things out on 10th, and that was due to the crash with Mitch de Jong. So I'm curious to find out what the final verdict on that one is going to be, but let's focus a little bit more on some positives here. Patrick Holtzman performing exceptionally well. What was it that made you feel and think that this race was a little bit dull to begin with?
I mean, both Ellis and Holtzman were not fighting too much. Yeah. There was no fighting at all. Basically, they were just following each other. Tommy couldn't do anything as well. He was basically top 3, nothing happened there. All the fighting was happening behind. We saw amazing fights between Rasmussen, Sorensen, Jajowski. Very clean driving, smart driving from Sorensen. I was actually surprised he wasn't trying any like aggressive moves. He was very, very careful, but I was actually surprised Jajowski took it very carefully as well. Obviously, they are in a good position. They are leading currently. So he didn't want to take any necessary risk, and it was very nice to see.
Now, we saw there on the results that Marko Pejic was 7th on our starting grid, dropped all the way down to 12th. What can you tell me about why on earth that one happened?
I think by the look what happened, that Marko was serving drive-through. It seems like he jumped the start. The drivers are using manual clutch, you know, to start the car, and it's kind of complicated sometimes to do it correctly. Obviously, the nerves when you're seeing the countdown, the lights going up, the nerves are there, you know. So sometimes you just flick with your finger, and well, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened.
Well, obviously discussions are still underway amongst the Team Redline boys as well as race control as well. How do you think this penalty is going to pan out? What do you think would be harsh enough?
I think like 3-5 second penalty could be realistic, but we really don't know. Like, we don't know how the stewards are working this. I'm just trying to analyze it, comparing the Hockenheim incident we saw earlier between Siggy and Ellis.
You know, I'm curious though, we're seeing representation from the side of Furia as well as the Apex Racing team. I'm not seeing anybody from Team Redline here either. Is this common for, you know, the actual team that's been affected by this to not be present at race control?
I'm honestly very surprised as well if there was some incident we haven't seen, but Ellis was on P1. Why is the Apex?
Yeah, I know. Maybe just nosying around, trying to get all the gossip and figure out what exactly is going on here.
Oh, they are looking at the Hockenheim. They are looking at the Hockenheim. So that's actually, maybe they are not agreeing with some mistake or some penalty that happened in the previous race. Actually, that's actually surprising. I'm actually surprising they are dealing with that now after race at Spa.
Now, what's the cut-off point between disputing something that's happened in a previous race as well?
I thought the official results are official results, but I think obviously we might have some little bit of time between the races to let the team managers to come to the stewards and, hey, you give us 5 seconds, but if we really don't agree, can you please review it one more time and then get the official standings?
Right, well, I've just heard that they have roughly about 10 minutes to dispute results following their races as well. So I'm incredibly surprised to not actually see any of the Team Redline people here. Obviously, I think it pretty much goes without saying with that incident that took place, it most definitely cost Kevin Siggy. My heart breaks for him though, man, honestly. Yeah. But let's chit-chat a little bit more about the fact that Monza is going to be our next track. And of course, we're going to be diving into a new group as well. Feeling excited about a bit of Monza?
Oh yeah. Monza was so far so good today. We saw some very good racing, some good overtakes, some good fighting. So I'm very looking forward for our next group.
Well, speaking a little bit more about the group that we have just seen, I want to go ahead and check in with Crimsix because FaZe Clan have not necessarily had the best of results so far. Let's see how he's feeling.
With FaZe Clan driver Ian Porter, aka Crimsix. Ian, how's that for you?
It was fun. Still terrible, but fun.
You say terrible, right? But you are not far away from some of the best drivers in the world. Obviously, with your history, you're a very competitive guy, right? Yeah. But you got to put some perspective on this. You are doing a fantastic job.
No, sir. I hate that excuse, okay? That excuse is the absolute worst. I don't want to hear it anymore. Listen, if I'm horrible, you tell me I'm horrible. If I'm good, you tell me I'm good. But none of this 6 months in, oh, you've improved a lot. Shut up.
With that, are you back next year or are you giving up?
Yeah. What? Nah. I'll see you in the parking lot after. Nah, you're pissing me off now. Okay.
Ian Porter, everybody.
You know what, bro? Ask and you shall receive. Ian, Crimsix, as much as it was fun to have you with me on the desk back in Munich, I said it then and I'll say it now, bro. I was expecting and hoping for more improvement a lot quicker than it has been thus far. So I'm intrigued to chat with him a little bit more because honestly, back in Munich, he said, I'm gutted to be behind the desk. I want to be in those rigs. You've had the opportunity now to sit in those rigs. Granted, he's not necessarily had the most amount of time to kind of gel together with his teammates heading into this event, so that comes with its own struggles. But I have to know, at what point do you say, you know what, my improvement is not happening anywhere near enough? I'm curious to hear from him and find out what the routine is. How are you going to continue improving? Because I want to see results, and I want to see results fast, Mr. Crimsix.
Totally agree. But you have to understand like one thing, like even though Ian is not making excuses, he is still not coming from the sim racing background. Yeah. All of these guys are racing for 5, 10, 15 years. And Crimsix, even though he's a professional esport player, he world champion in different games.
I mean, it's a completely different genre.
Exactly. He's still missing those 6 years and more years of practice and such. Although, I personally would like to see comparison between his practice and practice of other drivers to see if there's actual possibility for any excuse. If somebody does 40,000 kilometer practice and Crimsix 10, or is the other way around?
Well, I do believe that I have some information that Crimsix is amount of time he's put into Rennsport is absolutely astounding, exceptional. He's got a fantastic work ethic when it comes to sim racing, most definitely. We were talking with him in Munich and he was chatting a little bit about the difficulties that he's faced. But you know what? One thing that I certainly admire is the fact that he's not going to give up. And I really do admire that. And like I said, I want to know from him firsthand, how long do you think it's going to take you to get the results that you want? Realistically, you tell me, Jardier, how long is it going to take for a brand new player within the sim racing world and community to make the improvements to be able to keep up the pace with those other drivers?
To be fair, I think he has a big advantage that he's in such a team as he is.
Yeah.
He has a great teammates, has great management, a great everything, great background for himself. I personally think in the past 6 months he improved massively, let's be honest. From absolute zero experience, he went massively forward. To be fair, second behind these guys after half a year of driving is not bad at all. I personally would say next year, when we're going to be back here driving, I think he's going to be fighting for top 5, top 6.
I'll tell you what, if we are back here next year, Crimsix, if I do not see significant improvement, homie, I'm going to be coming for you, okay? I'm not going to be holding back whatsoever. But yeah, while Race Control are checking in with those results and discussing what exactly should happen, we're going to throw it to a quick break. But hopefully when we are back, we should have some results and more information for you.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake them up. Wake them up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats, give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love is strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, hit the charm of the third strike, had to. Turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same, stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Was blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me? It's time you get woke, my God.
This is ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8 in Riyadh. If you're only just joining us, then my name is Jasmine. You can go ahead and call me Veracity. And alongside me, I have the expert, that is Jardier, as well, to give you folks the lowdown thus far. We've had a big old incident for the side of Team Redline, have we not, Jardier?
Yeah, dramatic incident, putting them in a very, very dangerous position.
All right, let's go ahead and bring that up so that you folks can actually see it firsthand. Talk me through this, Jardier. Where do you think the mistake occurred for this race?
Ooh, this is so hard. Like there is a, you can see Michel is getting on the curb on the inside, and his car oversteers a little bit, and that basically causes all the problem. So yeah, like honestly, when I watch it like this, there must be some penalty for Michel. Unfortunately. Oh my God, look at the emotion from Siggy. I would be screaming so much. Imagine at this point in your head, the first thing you have is, oh my God, $600,000.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, it's a world's worth of pressure. We've been saying it time and time again. But I want to hear from the decision makers, the deciding factors between just how harsh that penalty is going to be. So let's go ahead and check in at race control.
Okay, so we're up here. We've just arrived at race control. There's a big conversation going on over here. Before we get to that, though, we can just see incidents are being reviewed all the time. We've got lots and lots of screens, lots and lots of live feeds, lots and lots of penalty options and guidelines. But this is the big topic here. Kevin Ellis Jr. speaking with the race director. Kevin, actually, what was all that about then?
Talking about the Hockenheim penalty, actually. You know, from my side, I looked at the replay after I got out from the Spa race just to make sure, and you know, the point of contact with Kevin Siggy, my right rear tyre was still on the apex curb. From my side, I was well in control of the car. If he decided to slot in behind P1, there would have been more than enough space for me and him to make it through the corner cleanly. My argument to the stewards was, you can't go for a cutback when there's a car 0.2 behind you, and the stewards are saying that I sent it in from too far back. So I mean, obviously I've got to respect the decision. I don't agree with it, but they're the ones with the end decision. It's just a bit frustrating. There's a few times this weekend where cars have turned in on other ones, and the car has been turned in on, it's not been left racing space on the apex, and they've been, you know, losing positions out of it. But if you push someone off on the exit, you get penalised straight away.
It's always, you know, that's the good thing about racing, right? There's a perspective for absolutely everything. But that was in the past, because you then went on to Spa, didn't you? And you wrapped it all up. So you've got to be happy with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely driving a bit angry, I think, from Hockenheim, because, you know, it's just gutting. I think, you know, if I had played it a little bit safer into the hairpin on lap one, we could be looking at a double podium, which would have shot us even further up the standings. Yeah, so a part of me is kicking myself, but the other part of me is like, well, we needed every point we could get. We were 9th or 10th in the points, and we're keen to make it to tomorrow, so I had to do something. And as I say, I was in control of my car, I was on the apex curb, I can't go anywhere else, so that is what it is.
You're all racers, you're all on the edge. We appreciate your time, Kevin. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, what do you make of that? That is a slightly delayed outcome and dispute taking place there.
Yeah, like honestly, that incident in Hockenheim is like, as a driver, I kind of understand both of the points, but you know, stewards, you know, the biggest nemesis of the racing drivers is we have, you know, so I don't know, like honestly, I think that incident in Hockenheim should be on Ellis' side in terms of his penalty, but yeah, it's very questionable. Maybe even I would putting it personally to like a racing incident or something, but yeah.
Talk to me, how much of an impact do you think this would have had on the overall results?
Well, we see massively, like Team Redline. Look at Team Redline. They were few races ago, they were in the top 4, and now they dropped all the way to P9. That is absolutely massive pressure right now, because we have G2 Esport, Porsche Coanda, and Apex and a Heroic ahead of them. Very, very close.
Man, oh man. All right, so coming on up very, very shortly, we have got Monza. Right, Spa was a little bit hectic. I know everybody is wanting a day at the Spa. I sure know I need one after watching all of these races. But what do we think about Monza, especially considering how intense and frustrated a lot of those drivers would have seen Kevin Siggy getting? Do you think that kind of element of, I don't want to take too many risks, I don't want to full send it, I just want to play my own game and focus on what I'm doing individually, it is going to have now?
Of course, yeah, that's one of the points. But at the same time, don't forget all those drivers, they have their team managers who are calculating the points, every single position, every single race, every single quali, and they are preparing for what's coming. So the pressure is getting higher and higher because there's less and less points in the next few races.
Taking a look at the guys, I'm seeing a lot more posing, a lot more reactions as well. And you know what? That's all I've been asking for throughout the duration of this entire event. So you know what? Ask and you shall finally receive. So thank you very, very much to all of those drivers for continuing to give us the world of emotion that we've been hoping for. Okay, driver-wise, talk to me. We're heading on into our Group C lineups now. Rumor has it you know a certain FaZe player pretty well. It's Gem.
Well, who doesn't know Gem in Borubasi in the sim racing, you know? He's one of the huge personalities in sim racing, one of the most successful sim racers and real racing drivers, we can say. And it's so awesome to have someone like Gem on our grid, because not only he was amazing F1 eSport driver, but he was successful real racing driver. And it's so awesome to have him here, because you have someone who just is starting sim racing at Crim6 basically, and then you have some really young sim racers who are, well, Gem is someone who they can look up for, because he made it into the real racing and he's still doing esport like this. So that's amazing. That's amazing.
So what do you think a driver like Crim6 can learn from the likes of Gem? What kind of benefit and contribution can he make to the development of Crim6 individually?
I would be using driver like that daily for practice, like 100%, like analyze, help me, what I'm doing wrong in this corner, what I'm doing, when I'm losing on the brakes and such. Look at the Motec data and everything and try to copy exactly what he's doing to go forward.
All right, well, on this graphic right here, you can see our team championship race lineup heading into Group C. We also have the likes of Moritz Lerner representing Maus as well. What can you tell me about dear old Moritz?
Another real racing driver.
Yeah.
How incredible is this? In a sim racing scene, we have two real racing successful drivers on the same track, fighting against each other. Moritz, fantastic driver. He's so good in analyzing stuff as well. He's not making any excuses. When something happens, he's like, okay, I made a mistake here. This was my fault. Next race, I will win. And he goes.
Well, I feel like this is definitely the group of drivers that have real-life racing experience. I'm curious to see whether or not that actually provides any benefit or kind of edges them a little bit closer to taking away a victory. What do you think? Do you think we're going to get any of our real-life racers finishing on podium?
I think so. I think if you remember Monza on Thursday, we have seen, I think it's until this point still the best overtake we had from Moritz Lerner, last lap Monza, overtaking one car at the first corner and absolutely wicked move into the Ascari from the outside. That was awesome.
All right, well, let's go ahead. I think we have some more information from race director himself, so let's go ahead and find out what they have to say.
Welcome back to Race Control. We're joined by Adrian once again. It feels like everyone's after their pound of flesh today. We came up here earlier. There were disputes about incidents going on left and right. Let's focus in. Kevin Siggy, poor Kevin Siggy. He was spun again at Spa. Do we have an outcome after this incident? A decision hasn't been made.
Yes, there is a decision about it. There is no further action to be taken because obviously enough the stewards deemed that actually Kevin Siggy was also part of the fault of that spin he was in.
Okay, and let's cast our minds back because we also saw Kevin Ellis Jr. up here trying to dispute the spin that occurred with Kevin Siggy also at Hockenheim. Is that going to be taken any further, or is the decision staying concrete?
No, this decision has been taken, and obviously enough is going to be that decision that sticks.
بالضبط اللي سألنا فيه هنا عندنا اللجنة نبغى نعرف تفاصيل السباق الماضي كيف كان وفعلا عندنا كيفن سيجي للمرة الثانية أخذ لفة من جد يعني للأسف الشديد يعني جالسة تضيع منا لكن سألنا اللجنة أو سألنا أدريان تحديدا إن هل فيها قرار هل فيها مشكلة هل فيها برضو أي من البلنتيات اللي ممكن تكون معنا قال إن لا قال هذه تحديدا كانت الغلطة على كيفن سيجي لكن اللي قبلها ما كانت الغلطة منه واتخذ القرار فيها وسألنا قلنا لأن ما زال فيها نقاشات مستمرة في السباق الأول فسألنا إنه طيب هل فيها تغيير برضو في القرار قال لا القرار في السباق الأول تم اتخاذه مهما كانت التغييرات القرار هو نفسه والعقاب زي ما هو.
They have the final say up here. That is it. It is final. So that obviously gives you guys at the desk plenty to talk about while we address going into group number C. We're going to kick things off. It's going to get spicy once again. We're past the halfway point. See you very shortly.
والحين بعد ما عرفنا تفاصيل السباق هذا كيف هو معنا خلونا نرجع مرة ثانية عند الاستوديو نشوف التحليلات اللي عندهم.
I'm not going to lie to you. What? I'm a little bit speechless. Kevin Siggy must be absolutely raging right now. Obviously, as you mentioned, we haven't necessarily seen how or why that verdict was made. We haven't seen it from multiple angles. But from the angle that I saw, I would be raging.
Yeah, like obviously, as we saw, like we haven't seen proper angles from the incident. We are obviously not stewards, so we don't know exactly what's happening and such. But yeah, I'm sure I would love to see Kevin Siggy when he learned that decision because he is for sure not going to be happy with that. But nevertheless, that's going to actually make a lot of impact on the championship right now because Team Redline is absolutely under massive pressure. Our overall winners of the team championships in online competition.
Well, you know what? I think that sets us up perfectly for our LG driver to watch. It is going to be Jeffrey Rietveld from the side of Team Redline. Jeffrey now has even more pressure on his shoulders than he did so before, especially considering that final outcome and verdict for Kevin Siggy. Right now, he's going to have to distinguish and put aside his emotions and go into this cool, calm, collected and focus on the upcoming race that is going to be Monza. But you know what? I want to hear from Jeffrey himself. How is he feeling about heading into Monza? Is he feeling confident and can he take away a victory?
I'm here with Jeff Rietveld, Team Redline driver. Firstly, Jeff, congratulations on yesterday. I know we haven't touched on this P3. How was it yesterday for you? You happy?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a tough final, but I think Max won it in the end. Josh second, me third. So if you look at the quality of the drivers in this competition, I can be happy, I guess.
And you were Mr. Consistency yesterday. So how can you take that into today? You're going to continue and try and make sure that you get those good results. I mean, where is the team right now going into this in your view?
We are in a pretty bad position right now. We've been really unlucky in multiple races already, so hopefully I can turn it around and score some good points.
So what's the strategy? Is it a full send affair?
It's definitely a full send affair, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeff.
No worries.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, race 5 not far from getting underway, and that was Jeffrey Rietveld of Team Redline, who will be their representative at the next race, which is at Monza, of course. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Lewis McGlade for another race, and we're past the halfway mark in the group stage in the Teams Championship. Now, 4 races remaining to find out which 6 teams will be heading in towards the final at the finals tomorrow, where $600,000 are to be paid out. We're looking forward to this, and Team Redline are going to need a turnaround with Jeffrey Rietveld there.
Yeah, certainly so. They're in a bit of a bad position right now, mostly courtesy of that kind of race. Kevin Siggy being spun out, kind of regarded as him being pinching Mitchell de Jong onto the curb, then going out right. I mean, they're not very happy within the Redline camp, and they find themselves below the cut line. Very scary times for a team that we were expecting coming into this to, honestly, based on practice, to be the favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before we dive into that too much, or just before we move forward towards the next race here at Monza, what did you think about that decision to not have a penalty there for Mitchell de Jong?
I think it's 50-50. I mean, Siggy pinches him onto the curb, so I kind of agree, but also at the same time, I mean, that's pretty brutal. I don't know what I would do if I was in that position, and stop trying to get answers out of me in that case.
Well, yeah, Kevin Siggy was very, very unimpressed indeed about that one. Yeah, he's just going to have to deal with it and maybe come back tomorrow if indeed they get there. But this is where we'll be racing at the next one. This is race 5. It's at Monza. One of the drivers who is out there at the moment is Oscar Bixrud for Heroic. It's been a decent day for that team so far. 8th place, not so far away from the cut line, which is currently held by Apex, the last place inside that top 6. And Oscar Bixrud is going to need a good performance here to help them along.
Yeah, he's an impressive driver, the youngest driver in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here at Gamers8. So certainly one to keep an eye on from our point of view. But I think, Ewan, we should probably take a look at the standings right now, because like we said, Redline, they are below the cut line. We're looking for the top 6.
We are indeed. So Redline currently, 4 points away. Heroic only 3. G2 only a couple of points away. It's very, very close around that top 6 marker, but the big surprise, as you say, is Team Redline. They're down in 9th place.
Yeah, that is, like I say, it's huge. It's absolutely huge to have a team like that below there. But of course, you know, we've got Jeffrey Rietveld in action in this race. Anyone who will remember back to yesterday will obviously remember, yes, there was an incident, but fair enough. But he was obviously one of the drivers contending for the Drivers' Championship yesterday in a thrilling fight between himself, Joshua Rogers as well in there, and of course Maximilian Benneker came through to take victory.
Unfortunately, those two are not racing each other today, Rietveld and Rogers, and neither Benneker and Rogers are in the last group, but Rietveld not with the others of those who made it to finalist mode yesterday. Do wonder what he's going to do today after clinching that 3rd place, and already $52,000 to his name as well. See how he gets on. But out of the hit groups, this could be one of those which he can get a result from. Let's go down though, back to the stage once again, and have a little look at Kevin Siggy, who's with Rory.
Again with Kevin. Sorry, Kevin, you're going to be sick of me after this one. We're here, you're chilling out after obviously your racing, and we've just had the news that there's no further action from the incident at Spa. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I've seen it beforehand, and I wasn't very pleased, but I also can sort of understand why it was the case. It's just a matter of the game having this sort of contact model that doesn't allow you to race very often when like the guy's front bumper is at your rear. So it was just an unfortunate spin in the end. I mean, no further action. I mean, I guess it's justified in that sense. It's that decision that decision has been made. So I'm still kind of angry about it, but I mean, I can't do anything about it. I mean, I've looked at the replay multiple times and I can sort of agree with them, but I mean, I wish I would have done something better, but it is what it is.
So a good period of reflection after the initial obvious, emotion, because it means so much, this, doesn't it? There's so much money on the line, not just for you personally, but the entire team. So it's obvious that emotions are going to be high, but we really, really appreciate your time. We're glad you're feeling a little bit better about it all, and yeah, we hope to see you again soon. Thank you so much. We'll see you again, guys.
Kevin Siggy seemingly having calmed down ever so slightly after that incident now, and he said there that he understands from both sides. Do you necessarily believe him?
No.
I don't.
We are in qualifying anyway, so it could be time for his teammate Jeffrey Rietveld to put one over the squad. I've got to say, first sector from Maurice Lerner here, actually really good. Second sector, he's not going to be so much. That was courtesy of missing the apex in the second Lesmo. He got a slow down penalty from that as well.
Yeah, that's a couple of seconds away for him, or a second and a bit, so that's going to be down the order for Moritz Lerner. Unfortunately, he's finished 7th in the regular season points for the spring, and said to me during the spring major that he'd rather watch, to be honest, than drive. He was so
I
lonely.
remember that.
Yeah, he was so enthralled by what he was seeing in front of him, he didn't really want to drive anymore, but instead watch along as we were all enjoying. He makes his way over the line, though, and sets an unimpressive benchmark of 48.3. You'd expect most of the drivers following on from this to be doing a bit better than that.
Yeah, including this man here, Dane Warren. First sector, a couple of hundredths of a second slower than what we'd expect. We know he should be in the 0.7s. Second sector is okay. This will beat Moritz Lerner's time. What we're expecting is a low 46. A 0.0 is decent. We'll have to wait and see what this is going to be. I think it's going to be a 0.1 or a 0.2 as he crosses on. It is indeed a 0.1, a 46.135. That will not hold pole position, I am almost certain.
Well, let's see if Thibaut Casabon is going to be the one to take that away from him. As we were saying earlier on, IHG Esports don't actually need to do anything else now. We don't think, anyway, to progress into the finals tomorrow. They've had such a good start with Marcel Chinchik and Erhan Yoshki taking 2 wins out of the races so far. Thibaut Casabon is going to make his way to the line now, and it will be a 46.2. He can't quite take that pole away from Dane Warren just yet.
No, certainly so. Next up, though, is the driver we need to focus on. Team Redline below the cut line. Jeffrey Rietveld, contender for the Drivers' Championship yesterday here at the Gamers 8, of course, ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Rietveld will come through the final corner of the Parabolica. The sectors are looking okay. First, average. Second, really sensational. He'll cross the line to set a 46.045. Now, that is a time that will take some beating.
It certainly will. Let's see if Oscar Vikström can be the one to do it, because he's also below the cut line with Heroic, is the Norwegian. As you say, the youngest driver in this competition, looking to use pace ahead of his years, you might say, to climb over Jeffrey Rietveld. We know the Porsche is very strong around here. It's arguably the fastest at Monza, but will the driver be able to just power it towards that? It's going to be a 46.4 for Oscar Vikström. Unfortunately, a bit further down than they need to be.
Saw the shaking of the head. He wasn't particularly pleased with that lap. Next time, though, 5-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion Bunner Huis will be coming up to the final corner. The first sector is good. The second sector, not so much, about 0.2 off. I think it'll be faster than Bixter and slower than Casabon into 4th position for Bono. He's looked pretty relaxed this weekend as he comes up towards the line. He'll put his Mercedes into 5th, actually. Lost a lot of time in that second sector, but only a couple of thousandths behind the Norwegian.
Now, Pedro Sanchez losing a couple of attempts here or there, and this is not a favourable position for him to be in, of course. Used to being a downforce driver, driving cars with more aerodynamic downforce than this, and not used to being on Rennsport either. He's making his debut on this platform here for BS Plus competition, who really do have some work to do. They're nearly 20 points below the cut line at this stage, or rather just over 10. So they need a good performance from Pedro Sanchez, but that's not going to happen there. It's a 46.6 from him.
Oh, wow. You can see him hitting the wheel. Jakub Brzezinski's received a slow-down penalty here on the exit of Ascari. He'll do what he can. He'll come down into that final sector. We'll have to wait and see. The first and second sector actually not too bad. He was tracking pretty well, but just a little bit of an excursion late on, and I think we might well be aiming for a time that might actually end up being slower than Moritz Lerner. The slowdowns at the exit of Ascari can be brutal, and it does end up being slower than Moritz Lerner. That is a big shame for Brzezinski. Dara McCormack doing a lot of work early on, and unfortunately not quite having the assistance he needs if Williams are to progress. They find themselves above the cut line at the moment, but that could change.
Look at how disappointed Jakub Brzezinski was as well. He knows that alongside Dara McCormack, he is one of those drivers who really does need to perform well, because last up is Daniel Pastor making his debut in ESL R1 here today. That could be crucial for them. Peter Berryman makes his way over the line as well for Apex, and an important opening session from him. It's a 46.5 though, only 6th.
Yeah, certainly so. Obviously, after that race win from Kevin Ellis Jr., it's put the Apex Racing team inside the cut line, so they will be moving through going into tomorrow's action should everything finish as it's going. Gustavo Ariel now into the final corner. He will come up towards the line. It's not looking great in that first sector, though. Again, time around where Pedro Sanchez was, maybe ahead of Berryman as well. I think it might be 7th. As he crossed the line, actually ends up being 6th, so just ahead of Berryman by 100ths of a second.
Jembolit Bassi here as well, looking for a good performance, but I'm afraid a couple of attempts away from where he needs to be. I think the only driver remaining to maybe topple Jeffrey Rietveld is Joni Tourmala in the BMW as well, of course, as Team Redline. Bulabassi in the Porsche that currently holds 2nd and 4th up at the top, but the Super Formula competitor probably not going to be getting near to those guys. Had a good couple of races on Thursday, actually, but it still wasn't enough for a top 12. Could do with that again, but it's only a 46.9 here.
Yeah, I'm not too shocked by that lap time from Bullock Bassi. That first sector was quite a way off. The second sector was also quite a way off. These sectors from Joni Tourmala aren't actually looking like they are going to contend with Jeffrey Rietveld, so it does look like the ALJ fastest lap for qualifying will go the way of Rietveld, because Tourmala's coming out through the final corner. Up towards the line he'll go, probably into the mid-pack there, and certainly is. He'll actually go up to 4th position, 3/10 off. This group has not set any consistent lap times comparatively to the groups we've had previous.
Absolutely not, and that's why I was arguing that this group was possibly the weakest on Thursday compared to Group A, which is what we were arguing about a little bit beforehand. Jeffrey Rietveld, though, has taken the pole position. You'd certainly expect him to, based on the performance he put in yesterday and the day before, and maybe you would say that this kind of group and this kind of performance gave him a bit of confidence heading forward into those rounds. It's Jakob Brzezinski at the back, though, alongside Moritz Lerner. 2 disappointments there on the back row, with Jembolit Bassi and Pedro Sanchez just inside the top 10. Peter Berryman and Gustavo Ariel are on row 4, ahead of Bono House and Oscar Bixford, who's inside the top 5. Joni Tourmala stuck into 4th at the end, with Thibaut Casamont in 3rd, Dane Warren, and then Jeffrey Rietveld, who has the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here for race 5 at Monza. 3rd place overall yesterday in the drivers' standings. Now in the teams' championship, looking to pull Team Redline from the depths of being below the cut line.
Yeah, and certainly so. Of course, in Thursday's action, you were saying when he was racing against this very group, he actually ended up with a 1st place finish here at Monza. Finished 3rd in the other race, which ended up being Hockenheimring on that day. Their second race will actually be around the no, it will be around the Hockenheimring as well. Wow, so things are looking quite good for Jeffrey Rietveld at the moment.
Yeah, everyone in the groups, by the way, doing the same tracks. Apart from that change we've already talked about with Darren McCormack and Daniel Pastor, they have changed around which tracks they're doing and which groups they're in, but everybody else thinking that it doesn't really make sense to change, to be honest. I might as well just practice the 2 circuits. Jeffrey Rietveld, though, with the pole position, a pretty unbeatable lap time in the end. It's not an absolute peak in terms of what you can manage, but in this group, it was.
It's not in the same category as that pole time that Joshua Rogers set yesterday in that Nürburgring. Genuinely one of the best laps I have ever seen in sim racing. It was incredible. He said to get that lap time, I know it's completely off topic, but to get that lap time, he had to beat his optimal lap, which he'd set at home, he'd never set his optimum lap because it was all like the optimal sectors put together. He went faster than that inland. That is how good that lap time was from Joshua Rogers. We'll see him out a bit later on in the final grouping. But of course, one of the drivers that was contending with him, that was beating him yesterday, Jeffrey Rietveld, in this one, looking to continue on this excellent form he's had at LAN here.
Yeah, he really has had excellent form, and especially considering the regular season and the major that he had. It's somewhat of a surprise, it's got to say, but a pleasant one, and Team Redline will be hoping that he can pull them along into that top 6, because at the moment they are shockingly outside of the cut line. Let's not forget, of course, top 6 progress through to finals day tomorrow in the teams championship, where $600,000 are being competed for. In terms of the others, it's going to be about making your way through the order. Moritz Lerner and Jakob Brzezinski are starting from the back row.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, a lot of work for those when Mouse are in 4th position. Obviously, again, a little bit of a reminder of those 6 teams that will be progressing at the moment as we pass halfway through. R8G, Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, Williams Esports, Mouse, G2 and Porsche Coanda just about will be the 6 drivers, or 6 teams rather, to progress. So the Apex Racing team find themselves just below the cut line. Heroic, Redline, BMW, BS Competition, Furia and FaZe.
I think especially those 3 just below the cut line are dangerous in terms of getting into the top 6. Not sure about BS Plus Competition, Furia or FaZe Clan, to be honest, but you never know. Anything can happen.
We can blame Felix for BMW.
We can. I'm sure he'll be very pleased about that.
But obviously, Felix Van Delft, the one that's on the pit wall for them.
Yes, sorry to them. Didn't get anyone. None of those guys got anyone through into the finals tomorrow. Yesterday. Let's not forget. So yeah, maybe that is going to form and to be expected. Race 5 at Monza then, ready to get underway. Eventually, when those lights come on, the Jeffrey Rietveld will be on the front alongside Dane Warren, and it is a good start from Dane Warren alongside. Rietveld may well have just done enough to hold on to the lead on the very long run in towards the Retafilio for the first time. It's Thibaut Casamon on the outside of Warren as well, as he gets the slipstream in towards the first chicane, and Yoni Tomola gets involved as well. Everybody diving down the inside, including Peter Barryman of Apex Racing Team. But out of the first chicane, everybody makes it all cleanly.
Yeah, I think it was Oscar Bixford right into the rear end of Yoni Tomola. Contact between the pair of them, pushing them all out wide, but thankfully they all managed to come through in all of that somehow. You've got the Apex Racing Team, Peter Berryman behind the wheel, battling it out with Fury as well. BMW and Team BS Competition in all of that. We go side by side up towards the Rogier. Let's see if we're going to have any 3 wide. No, we are not. Fury down the inside. Gustavo Ariel trying to make the move on Peter Berryman, and he is going to sweep his way through. He's got to do it though at the Lesmos.
It's going to be side by side and nearly 3 wide. On the inside is Pedro Sanchez. Very aggressive from him as Gustavo Ariel is pushed out wide. Moritz Lerner trying to make some moves as well into Lesmo 2. This is fantastic racing from 7th on backwards. The top 6 enjoying this. They are getting away.
Yeah, this is that was pretty bold from Pedro Sanchez. I've got to say that was aggressive down to the first Lesmo, and it might well cost Gustavo Ariel, who's now been passed by Moritz Lerner, who's been passed by Jakub Brzezinski as well. Just about coming down to Ascari. Brzezinski around the outside is able to keep it on the road, so it is the pole getting ahead of the Brazilian driver Cembelik Bassi, the only driver behind him now in 12th place. The run on the back stretch up towards the Parabolica sees Jeffrey Rietveld leading, and I'm sure he's going to cross the line to hold on to the first lap.
Absolutely. Well, it's still pretty close actually between all of the 12 drivers in this race, but Jeffrey Rietveld has probably had the best start of those at the front, and Dane Warren's qualifying pace has once again put him up to a better position than he's able to race in by the looks of this early form. Yuni Tomola in the slipstream, gaining on the inside now as well, and he should have this third place on the brakes, so let's Dane Warren really fight for this, and he will. Very late on the brakes, Tomola not aggressive enough, and Warren holds on to third.
Yeah, counter to how we've seen some of the Porsche Commando drivers racing in kind of races prior. This is a slightly different performance from Dane Warren. He knows he's got a bit more weight on his shoulders. Porsche Commando are not a million miles above the cut line. They need to get some decent results, and they need results like this. He must hang on to third. Yoni Tourmala's going to back out because, again, G2, they are in the hunt for it as well, so they can't afford to risk anything too major. This is what is making this format so exciting. It is risk versus reward, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through the competition today, and we're looking for the top 6 teams, and they are battling brutally hard around all the circuits today.
They certainly are. It's been wonderful racing, and Monza providing it once again. Added, of course, for the Munich Major into Rennsport, and what an addition it has been as well. For the lead, Jeffrey Rietveld and Thibaut Casamon only 0.2 of a second apart at the end of the second lap, or coming towards the end of the second lap. Dane Warren still hanging on to third here, just around a second behind. Then it's Yuri Tomola, Bono House and Oscar Bigstrud inside the top 6. Jakub Brzezinski's making places as well. He just got through on Pedro Sanchez.
Yeah, missing the part of that move. We'll see on board here. This is, of course, looking down the inside of Dane Warren. Yoni Tomola, it was just about over the curb on the inside, managed to hook it back up, no position switch. Gustavo Ariel straight down the inside of Pedro Sanchez. Contact between the two BMWs, riding in 10th and 11th position, and BMW M-Team BS Competition out wide. Whilst the liveries are close, they are not the same team.
Certainly not, but Gustavo Ariel has got the slipstream there and should be fine. As Thibaut Casabon goes to the lead, Jeffrey Rietveld has to give that one over as RAG Esports lead another race here on Saturday in Riyadh. What a day they're having.
Yeah, and you've got to say, clearly, Marcel Cinchik, the master of Monza, has been giving some advice to Thibaut Casabon. He's been a fantastic addition to the RAG squad as we see the likes of Moritz Lerner battling it out with Peter Berryman. Once again, behind all of that, Pedro Sanchez and Gustavo Ariel battling it out for 10th position, but the progress up the order from Moritz Lerner has been fantastic. Same with Brzezinski, as Gustavo Ariel's going to look to the inside for Fury to try and get past the BMW MTBS competition car. He's going to half commit to it. They might be into the back of Brzezinski here. Not quite. Brilliant racing.
Absolutely fantastic. And Gustavo Ariel heads to the outside now of Sanchez Albert, who gets pretty out of shape out of the second chicane. Unfortunately, gets back in place again before the next two right-handers, but good racing there from 10th on backwards. Cembele Passi involved as well. Those three, of course, not so experienced in Rennsport and ESL R1, having not done the whole season, unlike Jakub Brzezinski, who was one of the very best drivers as well, of course. Made the Munich Major, didn't make it all the way to day 2, unfortunately, but was in the top 12 for yesterday in the Drivers' Championship. He's up to 9th place now, following Moritz Lerner through as they make their way through the order.
Dane Moritz closed back into the race lead as well. He's only 6 cents off, dragging Joni Tourmala with him. So for Jeffrey Rietveld and Thibaut Casabon, since the RAG driver has hit the front, question marks are going to be thrown around. Jakub Brzezinski to the inside of Moritz Lerner into the Parabolica. The defensive line's being taken from Moritz Lerner. It's aggressive from Jakub Brzezinski. He knows he needs to work his way up the order. He knows he needs to assist his teammates Jack Keithley and of course Dara McCormack when it comes to their position within the points. That was tight stuff. Good defence though from Moritz Lerner.
Very good defence, and now Jeffrey Rietveld is playing the game. Thibaut Casabon leads, but just notice the way that the Dutchman held off there. Is he going to do that all race, or are we going to see a period of waiting? Is this going to be similar to the race we saw with him and Max Benneker yesterday? It was, what, race 4 maybe? Race 5? Where he needed to win to get finalist mode. It was race 5. He needed to win to get finalist mode, but couldn't quite get there in time. Well, waited a long time and then couldn't get there, having waited for the final 3 laps or so.
But these two teams are in very different positions. Thibaut Casabon does not need to win this race. Jeffrey Rietveld kind of does.
However, how much would Thibaut Casabon like to prevent Redline from going through into the top 6?
Exactly. That's the team games they're going to be playing. He'll try and defend that. At the moment, basically on our points from what we've calculated, effectively RAG are pretty much going through. But it's all about that battle for the cut-off. If they could prevent Team Redline going through, that would be big. Let's take a look at a replay though. Moritz Lerner trying to work his way around the outside of Peter Berryman. Very tight stuff. And it was Moritz Lerner working his way around the outside of the Curva Grande, inside for the Roger. Fantastic stuff between the pair. Berryman able to hang on.
Yeah, really well along the outside there, Berryman. Couldn't quite get to the inside again for the right-hander, but the exit from Lerner just wasn't quite good enough. And now Lerner's lost a bit. Well, where has Berryman gone? Wow, what's happened to
Peter Berryman?
Well, that is a bizarre, and he's just at the back there, so there's been an incident here. Peter Berryman has definitely had an incident, possibly with Moritz Lerner, but I don't want to say that too early. He's dropped down to 12th though.
Yeah, that is a bit shocking there for Peter Berryman. Like I say, he's about 3 seconds off the back of Cembele Passi. He might well be able to sneak a few points into this. The great race pace and victory that Kevin Ellis Jr. Had to move Apex Racing Team up in the point standings to just below the cut-off point might well be unravelled here a little bit from whatever's happened to Peter Berryman in the recent past. What we do know though is we've got a battle for the race lead, and it's not 1 or 2 cars. It goes down to 6th place. It's Casabon, Rietveld, Warren, Joni Tourmala, then Buderhaus and Oscar Bichterud all involved in this strain as Brzezinski's battling to try and get past Lerner for 7th.
On board with Jeffrey Rietveld right now into the second chicane. Casabon leading, but does Jeffrey Rietveld even need to move from here? Because if you think about it, Apex Racing Team scoring 0 points is absolutely massive for Team Redline. It's very helpful indeed, and they would vault straight in front of them by some distance with this one. They would also get near to the likes of Heroic and possibly G2 as well. Jeffrey Rietveld maybe doesn't need to move from the position he's currently in.
No, certainly not. Well, you can see Cembele Passi there driving along. just kind of out in a bit of nowhere land at the moment. 10th position at the moment. He's about 6/10 behind Gustavo Ariel, not close enough to fight, but this is where the fight really is. Like you say, Thibaut Casabon's done a fantastic job to hang on to the race lead, but with still plenty of time left in the race, you've got to ask the question, as we were saying earlier, how much does Rietveld risk to get past Casabon? How much does Casabon risk to keep Rietveld behind?
Well, let's see. Out of the final corner for Thibaut Casabon right now. He's going to have some defending to do here, you would imagine. Jeffrey Rietveld close in behind. Then it's Dane Warren, who is even closer. Now Rietveld's going to go for it, maybe because of the presence of Warren and the fact that he's getting a little bit closer, wanting to protect that second place rather than go for first. It's side by side into the first chicane between Redline and RHE, two of the top teams in ESL R1, rubbing shoulders door to door on the exit of the first chicane, and Dane Warren's involved as well.
Yeah, that's up there for some excellent defence, but Dane Warren might well be able to make the double move. Let's see what he can do. Once again, Casabon's not defending from one driver, he's defending from both as it's nearly 3 wide up towards the Roger. This is incredible stuff, but it is going to be RHG just about hanging on to the race lead. That is fantastic defence from Thibaut Casabon.
And Dane Warren couldn't quite get the exit he needed, but Yoni Termala could. He's on the outside very nearly, in towards Lesmo 1, and can't make it all the way around there, but top 6 absolutely together. This race is going to kick off now with just 3 laps remaining. Thibaut Casabon leads, but for how much longer?
Yeah, he's desperately trying to hang on at the moment, but you kind of get the feeling it's a question of when, not if. You know, between this lot, there could well be some switches coming up. There is a look at Dane Warren in the top right of your screen. You can see his face. On the left-hand side, you can see the emotion, or lack thereof. He is laser focused on this race. Of course, with the Porsche Commander Esports team, they do have Joshua Rogers coming up next, but for them, they would like to secure their position into tomorrow's event without the requirement of Joshua Rogers, so he can just get out there and go and do something special.
Yeah, I did ask Dane earlier on whether that was intentional to put Josh Rogers last and put himself penultimate as well, because I would say that in ascending order of speed over the course of the season, that's the way they've done it. But he said, not really, it's just kind of happened like that with the circuits and the way that they selected it for day 3, so fair enough. At the moment, he's third, just behind this man, Jeffrey Rietveld, not looking for the lead quite so tightly this time.
Yeah, certainly had a look down the inside, but nothing too major. Again, when you have those looks down the inside, it may well be more so a defensive gesture towards Dane Warren rather than an attacking one. There's still 3 laps left to go in this race, and I think they're just being patient. The 6 drivers that are battling for the race lead still remain in single file as we head round Curva Grande. They still remain in position, and they still remain in that fight for the transfer spots.
They do. Now over the curves again through the first chicane. This is the battle that has been really intriguing us so far in this race, from 1st to 6th. Most of these teams you would expect to make it, maybe with the exception of Heroic, who at the moment are gaining on Apex Racing Team, and Williams as well, who they need to gain on if they want to get into that final 6. It's still very close around there though, of course, in that region, and we're still not entirely sure who's going to make it out of the group stage. In towards Ascari, looking back from Thibaut Casabon. Top 6 as close as they ever were. Now what does Jeffrey Rietveld do? One unsuccessful attempt. He hasn't got much choice but to go for it, because Dane Warren is right behind.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be a tough end to the race for Casabon. I mean, I've been in this kind of position, not in this grid, don't worry, but I've been in these kind of positions where you're in the last moments. You know that every one of these drivers is being patient behind you. It's not about fuel saving, it's not about anything else. This is a sprint race after all. You're just being patient behind. You're waiting for your right time to overtake to stop the move switching back around on you. And you just know that there is a big move coming. This could be it for Rietveld.
Oh, he taps the brakes.
Taps the brakes as well. Wow.
Taps the brakes. Well, maybe he's realised that Dane Warren wasn't quite as close that time. I'm convinced that he doesn't really need to or want to go for first here, but he's just protecting from Dane Warren, who's just in behind at the moment. And on that occasion, the Porsche Commander Esports driver was just not quite close enough. What about on the run towards the second chicane? Because arguably, Rieveld's even closer this time, and he took it towards the inside, taps the brakes again. and still not happening.
I think it's because he's not far enough alongside for him to feel comfortable to go for it. Again, Rietveld is playing the game where he knows the team need 20 points. If 20 points is what they'll get from this race, then so be it. It would be enough to kind of catapult them up above the cut line. You don't need 25. Rietveld, though, is still trying to find something. He's right over the rear end of Casabon as they head through. Quarter of a second between the pair of them. Dane Warren also into the mix. It's really, really close. I think Morris Lerner and Jakub Brzezinski are closing in on this.
Is Thibaut Casabon going to have his heart broken on the last lap at Monza for the second time in a week? This could be massive on the last lap here in race 5 at Monza. Out through at the Ascari chicane again. Dane Warren keeping a very nice line through there. Mashes the curbs on the exit and actually just struggles a little bit with power now. And Johnny Tomola will get quite close on the way towards the Parabolica. Is this the situation we're going to see on the very last lap as well? As once again, Jeffrey Rietveld taps the brakes on the way into the final turn. 1 lap to go around Monza, and still any one of 6 teams could win this race.
Yeah, it's absolutely madness at the moment. They're all fighting for 25 points. They're all fighting to get themselves in that top 6, but this could be it. Final lap of the race then. Thibaut Casabon leads, Jeffrey Rietveld behind. Dane Warren also involved in the mix. Is Dane Warren going to go for anything? Is he going to force Jeffrey Rietveld to potentially try something here? Rietveld is down the inside. Casabon is under attack, and Rietveld is sending it, the Flying Dutchman, down the inside into the left of Filio as they leave the corner. This is advantage Rietveld.
Advantage Dane Warren somewhat as well as he takes it free wide, and Warren continuing to push Casabon. He wants to eliminate Team Redline and just as much as RAG do. He's trying to make it free wide around the Curva Grande. That's not going to work. He looks left and right. He can't find the room at the moment. Down the inside for Casabon. Jeffrey Rietveld really late on the brakes. He's made it work. Fantastic overtake.
Incredible from Jeffrey Rietveld on Casabon. That was amazing. It's better than the move we saw from Holtzman earlier on Brzezinski. On Keithley. That was absolutely fantastic from Jeffrey Rietveld. It was brave, it was bold. He didn't need to do it, but it's still throwing down the gauntlet to the rest of the field. You were counting out Team Redline. You were wrong.
Casabon just got it ever so slightly wrong through Lesmo 2, and now Dane Warren's on his case going into the Ascari chicane. Jeffrey Rietveld still leads here. There'll be single file. What's going to happen into the final corner here?
Yeah, certainly so. So Rietveld then leads out of Ascari, hopefully not pushing it out wide. Casabon and Warren in tow. Tourmiller also in there. Butterhouse will want an extra couple of points. Dane Warren will want an extra couple of points, though, because he's going to try and look down the inside. Defended, though, from Casabon as we head down towards the Parabolica. They've all forgotten about Rietveld. He's gone.
He's gone, and he's going to take the win here for Team Redline. Casabon's going to have to go on the defensive, and Dane Warren will get a good run. It's going to be Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, who wins race 5 at Monza. What a fantastic one it was as well. Thibaut Casabon beats Dane Warren to the line, with Yoni Tomola, Bono House, Oscar Bigstrom coming over the line within milliseconds of each other.
Yeah, again, incredible. What a race victory from Jeffrey Rietveld. I've said before with Rietveld, he's looked strong at points this season, but at LAN here, a different level. This is a different Rietveld. This is a Rietveld we've not seen so far in ESL R1. He is phenomenal this weekend.
And for a Dutchman, he's coping with the climate very well. I've got to say, you wouldn't expect this to be the kind of situation he'd be thriving in the 45-degree heat, but goodness me, Jeffrey Rietvald's having a good week, and at the moment, he's pulling Team Redline towards safety, towards the top 6. Enzo Benito knows it as well. He's going to have a job to do today. He might have thought that he'd be safe by the time he has to race in 7 and 8. Not the case. Jeffrey Rietveld has made his job easier, but it's by no means done for them yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just Team Redline, they were below the cut line coming into it. They will certainly be above the cut line coming out of it, courtesy of the driver, that man right there. He's just soaking up the pressure. Issues for Siggy earlier on, issues for Bennett as well, and all the like. It doesn't matter for him. It just doesn't matter. He is able to push them up to the top, and once again, look absolutely fantastic.
A further step to safety for RAG Esports, by the way, who are now only 1 race away from confirming their place mathematically in race 6. With still 2 remaining. That will be absolutely massive news for them. Let's have a look at a replay of how Rietveld did it right at the very end of this race. He came from relatively far back, but Dane Warren was hounding him quite regularly throughout that race, forcing him to go for this kind of move.
Yeah, so good. Down the inside, nice and tasty. Of course, Thibaut Casabon is able to hang it around the outside going into the Retifilio, but it all lasted up to the Rogier, where they were side by side all the way around Curva Grande. Dane Warren played his part in all of this as well.
He certainly did, pushing Casabon along, kind of cheekily hoping that Redline are going to get eliminated here by helping RHE Esports going along here, just to make sure that Redline could be denied points, but in the end it didn't quite work out. That was the second game for the first time. Dane Warren tried to get the exit here, ended up on the defensive from Joni Tomala. You can see in the black BMW just behind. Then there was the last lap here, and this was the one that Rietveld pulled off.
Yeah, certainly so. Obviously a little bit of assistance from Dane Warren. Smart stuff there. He wants them side by side, a little bit of a bump onto the rear end, pushes the Team Redline car straight into the first corner. Once again, side by side, going through the Retifilio. The outside line was advantageous towards Team Redline, and look at that, Warren, little bit of a bump to the rear end, just pushing that Team Redline car through a little bit, nothing too major, but as they went round Curva Grande, it all lasted up towards the Rogier, where Rietveld was able to go through.
Yeah, Warren not really knowing where to go here. Joni Tomala couldn't get involved either, but it's Rietveld for Redline again. Let's hear from him now.
Jeffrey, what an incredible race. We obviously just saw moments ago how much it meant to Team Redline. They all came up to you, they kind of patted you on the back, everyone's congratulating you. It's got to feel great. It felt like you were biding your time, waiting for the perfect moment, because we did have a few opportune moments. I heard the commentators absolutely losing their minds over it. You should watch it back, it's hilarious. However, was that the case? Or was it just, let's pick the perfect moment, and on the final lap, this is my last chance?
It was all about picking the perfect moment, because we lacked top speed. I had Dane behind, super close. And behind him, it was also very close, so I knew I had to position myself perfectly. I knew I had to position myself perfectly to, try and go for the win, because we really need the points. We've been quite unlucky in the first couple of races in the team championship, so really happy that we got rid of that bad luck, and we're back on the right foot again.
فعلا تشجيع على فريقه ادى او بالاصح طلع ثماره في هذا السباق، مستوى رهيب شفناه من جيفري في هذا السباق، وفعلا الاداء اللي قدمه برضه فيه يعني شفناه كان شوي بعيد عن المراكز الاولى في البدايه، فسالناه عن ايش السبب اللي كانت في هذا السباق، انه ليش خلينا نقول انك كنت شوي صانع المسافه واستغليتها في الاخير، فهل كانت هذه جزء من الخطه؟ وذكر قال اكيد لانه شوي عنده في قيادته ما عنده الميزه في السرعه العاليه، فيحاول يستغلها بالثغرات الى اخر لحظه، بعدين يبدا ياخذها في اللحظه الاخيره ويتقدم في السباق، وفعلا هذا اللي شفناه منه وقدر يتفوق فيها.
Well, you personally have had an absolutely fantastic performance here this week at ESL R1. So I guess the follow-up question really is, Hockenheim's up next. You've still got to get more points on the board. The job's not done. How are you feeling about going into that track?
It's my favorite track, so that's how I'm feeling.
فعلا سألناه عن المضمار القادم كيف راح يكون أدائك فيه، وهل أنت برضو واثق منه؟ قال لحسن الحظ أن هذا المضمار المفضل لي أنا، فنأدي أداء ممتاز فيه.
That's exactly what we wanted to hear. I love it. Congratulations on that race win. We get a spud from you right there. And with that, we're going to head back over to the desk so they can break everything down for our next and final race of Group C.
بالضبط. الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما أخذنا المقابلة خلونا ننتقل الحين مرة ثانية على الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Jeffrey Rietveld most certainly making Team Redline proud. How are you feeling about that one, Jardio?
What a race! What a race! This is exactly what I was waiting for. More P1. What a move and what a smart driving from Jeffrey. That was amazing. He was pushing, trying to get P1. At the same time, car behind him had to look back, look forward, proper position, not to lose position, but gain position. Perfect.
Giving more context behind Jeffrey Rietveld, during the Drivers' Championship, he gave us an incredible showing, a great performance with the support and help of his teammate Kevin Siggy as well. Managed to put up his own numbers on that leaderboard as well. But I'm curious to go ahead and check in with our provisional race results and standings to see exactly how that race ended up shaping up. Talk to me, Thibaut Casabon representing R8G. I'm super excited to discuss. Thibaut.
I'll tell you what, RAG looking so quick, so good. And Thibaut drove amazingly the whole race. Smart. He wasn't fighting too hard to not lose too many positions or put himself in a position where he would lose positions. Smart driving, fantastic, but in my opinion, RAG is looking extremely fast, extremely good, all four drivers, maybe even too fast actually.
Well, you know, one thing is for sure, myself and you, Jardier, we were sat backstage watching all of those reactions from the team managers and all of the Redline boys. So let's go ahead and find out how they were feeling after that Jeffrey Rietveld victory.
I am here with Andre, Team Redline manager. I'm laughing because we're fresh out of that amazing race there. God, tell us, how do you
summarize? I mean, Jeff, what we have seen yesterday, delivering race after race, amazing performance, amazing defending, amazing attacking, 0 mistakes, perfect performance. I mean, this is what we needed. It's been a bit of a very difficult day for us so far, and this is what puts us back on track. So everything, respect for Jeff, amazing, legend.
I saw, I think you went through every single emotion in that race. I saw you, there was so much animation. You were unhappy, then you were happy. What was it? Was it just the battling that you were unhappy with, or what was going on?
No. I mean, you know, we know we are in a position where we simply have to deliver. We have to win, and every single incident that we have seen in the previous races, we cannot afford it anymore. So obviously that adds a lot of pressure on Jeff, and lots of pressure on, you know, just to have the overall result. We need to be in top 6, and one more error means we're out. So that's why.
So this goes a long way to improving your chances, doesn't it? So looking to the next race, what are you looking for?
Another win by Jeff, another legendary performance. So that's what we need, and that's what he will do.
Perfect. Thank you for your time, Andre. We appreciate it. Back to you guys in the studio.
I absolutely love it. We've been asking time and time again for emotion, transparency with how the teams are thinking and feeling. Ask and you shall receive. I feel like Team Redline is always one of those teams that gives you that emotion, that reaction, and certainly that passion on the grids as well.
To be fair, yes, but they're also involved in all the drama and all the action, so we are always seeing them somewhere. And as you said, like, we are third day in this competition so far, and I feel like every single day the emotion, everything is doubling and doubling. And today, because we are racing for $600,000, the competition is getting really hard.
Really, really hard. That it absolutely is. So let's go ahead and check out our team championship leaderboard so far. As mentioned there, that Jeffrey Rietveld victory definitely helps out Team Redline a bunch. But you know what? I want to chit-chat a little bit more about the teams that are located towards the bottom of the leaderboard. We saw Apex Racing Team in the prior race managing to snap up themselves a victory as well. Heading into the latter stages of the tournament as well, what do you want to see from them?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see, because we have Apex Racing Team, Heroic, G2 Esport and Mouse very close to each other, and I just want to see them all fight as hard as they can. But yeah, like this is really close, because the Mouse team on the P6 is only a point ahead of G2 Esport, and obviously we know they are fighting very hard.
Well, Hockenheimring is going to be coming up shortly. How do you feel?
Our favorite, like so far, Hockenheim delivering. Or my favorite, sorry, pardon.
Is it our favorite?
Maybe not the previous one.
Yeah, I know. It was drama left, right, and center. So go ahead, give me your prediction as to what on earth is going to happen on Hockenheim.
Oh, I think Jeffrey Rietveld is gonna dominate, I would say, like personally, but like he is driving so good for Team Redline. It is unbelievable. I'm really so surprised. I know he's great. I know he's fast. I know he's your homie as well. But in the past 3 days, he's driving nothing but excellent.
Well, over on the previous track, we saw Kuba Brzezinski starting 12th on the grid, working his way up as well. So it's not to say that, you know, he's not been able to put up numbers of his own and continue making progress. The real question is Hockenheimring one of those tracks in which, you know, starting grid is not the be-all and end-all?
Yeah, like obviously on this track, like if you're on a P1, you're in such a difficult position coming into the first time on a hairpin. You have a long straight, hard braking so into the hairpin. We saw in the previous race, if you remember, we saw Kevin Sigge trying a little bit move on a P1, but it ended in disasters for him. So that hairpin is so amazing. So I think we're gonna see some really interesting racing once again, because this day today is really delivering some action and a lot of drama at the same time.
Do you think we're gonna see an aggressive driving style coming out from Jeffrey Rietveld, or a little bit more reserved and playing safer?
I think from this previous race, the Team Redline is going to be in a little better position now. They were missing a lot of points, and now they are back on track. They are in the top 6. They are doing good. I think in this race, Jeffrey already played it safe in a Monza, a little bit. But I think he's going to play it a little bit safer here on Hockenheim.
We know what, there's been plenty of teams that don't necessarily have the, the wealth of experience. Yes, a lot of these drivers certainly do, but the team chemistry and the fact that teams have been together for a considerable amount of time, some of these teams are ultimately lacking in that regard. I want to find out though, Furia not necessarily doing the best as it were so far in our team championship. I want to find out what is going to change moving forward and what is the approach heading into our team championship.
I am here with Gustavo Ariel, Furia driver. We haven't spoken to you too much this weekend. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. Enjoying this whole experience. It's my first time that I going to other countries, so I'm really excited to racing, and we already race here, and I'm so stressful, but it's fine. I'm so happy about the opportunity to be here, and yeah, it's been great.
Quite an incredible event for sim racing. This. What do you make of just the sheer size and the scale of this?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's my first LAN event, and to see all of the guys that are racing on the online event. So yeah, it's amazing the money they put on the prize pool, all the effort to the Rennsport guys to make it happen, all the ESL guys. So it's been amazing, an amazing experience. So yeah, I'm really grateful with the opportunity about Furia, because I was doing another competition at the beginning of the year of the World Championship of Other Sim, and now I'm here, full focus on this last part of the year. So yeah, it's been difficult to adapt. I had 2 weeks of training, so yeah, but I'm enjoying.
Perfect. So if this is your first LAN event, it's quite a LAN event to join for your debut. You're halfway through your duty, through your stint right now. How are things looking for your final race?
Well, it's been great. To be honest, I did a good qualifying lap on this one. I start almost on top 5. Yeah, as I said, 2 weeks of training is not that enough to an event like that. So yeah, I'm enjoying every second, learning every lap. So yeah, I'm looking forward to finish on top 6, and Kaique will do the last one, and let's see what position we finish, and maybe we can go for tomorrow. Let's see.
Perfect. Thank you, Gustavo. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, thank you for a quick chat there with Gustavo Ariel. Just turned 22 years of age a week ago, and, well, looking forward to hopefully seeing more of him in ESL R1. Our junior Kanki party alongside with George Morgan once again. George, we're excited. Let's talk about Gustavo, though, because I talked to him a week or so ago on a podcast interview. He told me something very interesting. He doesn't care whether it's in the real or virtual world. He just wants to be paid to drive fast.
That's the mission, I think, of everybody, isn't it? Certainly Gustavo Ariel, we have heard a lot about him. We heard in his interview as well with Rory, of course, spoke very candidly about his various activities in other sims as well and other competitions. But he's come here, he's earned his spot here in the world of ESL R1. Great to have him here. The big question is, can he handle the pressure against the big boys?
Kake Oliveira was telling me that he and Gustavo used to be somewhat of rivals, but now they formed a bit of a mutual relationship, and it's going to be interesting to see how the two of them can work together. You talked about the accomplishments on other platforms. Let's not forget the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, when Gustavo Ariel needed a win in the very final race to secure a top 15 and eligibility for 2024. Guess what? He did just that.
He did, and that just goes to show the true character that he does embrace, his pure pace as well, which certainly will not go unnoticed here at this very series. There's Moritz Lerner, though, getting set. As you can see, plenty of the drivers getting set for practice as well. But we got a little bit of a wait before we head into qualifying, but I'm sure the nerves will just be settling in just that little bit.
Yeah, we're at the Hockenheim for the next race, the final race as well for these drivers. Let's not forget, just 2 races for them to be able to make some headway into the team championship, and already that is starting to develop quite nicely. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a few moments' time. As you watch Gustavo Ariel soaring at the wheel through turn number 1, you may be wondering, well, how you can get involved in this Rennsport experience. Of course, these drivers working their way through the beta phase for this simulator, and indeed you can get in on the fun as well. And don't forget, you can also download the Rennsport mobile app to follow along with live timing, but also to get some rather unique insight into the world of ESL R1. You can grab 3 autographed signatures on a hero card. I've already selected mine. Curious to hear what you would do. One other thing that you can do in the Rennsport app as you register your account is select which of the 4 GT3 cars you would like to pick. George, which one did you grab?
God, you have to do this to me, Arjuna. That is absolutely disgraceful. No, I'm joking. I actually picked the Audi R8 LMS as well. So that's the car I picked. But you know what? I haven't had yet much of a chance to do it at home, but I have been practicing here live at the arena, and I'm having a whale of a time with it. It's great.
I grabbed the Porsche, so at least there's some mix-ups here. We'll see what Lewis and Ewan grabbed. One thing that we should note as we get ready to go for qualifying, we have reiterated on a couple of occasions, penalty points have carried over from the first 2 days. Those were accumulated by the drivers in the Drivers' Championship, and Peter Berryman, with a couple of penalties and some significant penalties as well, has been the first to be hit by a qualifying ban.
I tell you what, that does certainly throw a spanner in the works, and certainly for Apex Racing Team, who came off the back of Kevin Ellis Jr. picking up a crucial win, and now Peter Berryman essentially will not be taking part in qualifying. This will put them on the back foot, and of course in a team's championship you need every competitor on hand. This is going to make his race that much harder.
Yeah, Peter Berryman, the 2021 Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix champion, now came 12th in that previous race, had a bit of a issue earlier on and really fell back with loss of momentum. Apex Racing Team currently have 34 points. Remember, top 6 will advance on to tomorrow's action to fight for their share of $600,000. Mao's currently in 6th position on 47 points, 1 point back are G2 Esports.
Yeah, not far away at all. It's very close up at the sharp end as well. Let's take a look at that team's championship. R8G 98, as you can see, spearheading the way after what has to be said a stellar run so far. And bringing in, of course, we saw him briefly towards the tail end of the season. Of course, Thibaut Casabon, who very nearly took the race win, Arjuna. Of course, remember, they had Risto Capit during the spring season, didn't necessarily perform the way they would have wanted to. This new capture that came in at the end of the spring season has been oh so vital to this run of the team championship.
Risto Capit's still very busy. He's competing in Formula E Accelerate today, so they've swapped out the drivers and maybe found a new home for Risto Capit. Thibaut Casabon, very welcome, of course, in this ESL R1 paddock. There's a look at the drivers getting ready to go for qualifying. Let's talk to you a little bit more, I guess, about the Hockenheim Ring, and a track that has a lot of history when it comes to championships. I'll go back in time to when Alan Prost ran out of fuel in the days when Formula 1 was limited. Those championship points that he got by pushing his car across the line, enough for him to grab his 2nd world championship.
Incredible. They probably wouldn't allow you to do that today, but nevertheless, still absolutely remarkable from him. This layout, of course, that we're driving around has been active since 2002 till the present day, as qualifying now gets underway, Arjuna.
Yes, and so I think Dane Warren seems to be the first to fire on out. He grabbed the first pole position of the day yesterday as we fought for our Drivers' Championship, but in our only race that we had at the Hockenheim Ring, at least for him, Dane Warren only able to grab 6th, someone that's blown a little bit hot and cold over the course of the season.
Yeah, Dane Warren certainly has done, but qualifies extremely well. You'd be foolish to count this man out over a 1-lap pace. Of course, his race pace is known to be reasonable too, but he is known to have luck throw certainly misfortune come into his way on a few occasions, and has certainly felt that, I think, in the run-up to the Drivers' Championship fight. Of course, he watched his teammate Joshua Rogers go on and come unstuck heading around the Nürburgring as well. We will, of course, see Joshua Rogers later on here tonight, as we now see Dane Warren make his way out of the hairpin section, the slowest section, certainly at this circuit out of Turn 6. They're making his way down through towards Turn 7, where he'll eventually meet the Mercedes Arena.
And we've got 2 Mercedes-Benz arenas here, well, at least in Rennsport. We got, of course, the one here at the Hockenheim Ring. Let's not forget the one at the Nürburgring as well. Very different sort of complexes, though, especially with the track limits with which you can use. 20.350 in the first sector for Dane Warren. Relatively strong as he tries to break into the low 136s, potentially into the 135s. That second sector, though, of a 45.477, seemingly lining him up a little bit on the wrong side of the 136 bracket. But with Warren, as George mentioned, so quick in this qualifying process, it's through these final couple of corners where he will really look to try and hustle. It can be very slippery here, not just if you go wide onto the drag strip, but especially if you get yourself too clambering over to the curbs. For Dane Warren to the line in that Porsche Coanda Esports number 57, the line in the sand about to be drawn. Not exactly sure what the time is, but seemingly, I think, around a 136.
Yeah, a 132 in accordance to what I'm seeing at the bottom right hand of our screen, a 133 as it calculates upwards, 136 indeed. lead, but now looking as we now see Jeffrey Rietveld, I'm going to call this man the Phoenix, because he has certainly risen after a difficult spring season, now making his way through this echelon now, and unfortunately, in that first sector, 20.2 would be deemed a good time. Unfortunately, sending a 21.8, suffering from a slowdown perhaps, a tap on the head. He knows he made a mistake.
And I think that's going to see Rietveld start not last, but maybe penultimate in front of Peter Berryman. Lots of work for Redline to do, but with that last race result, they've been able to insert themselves into the top 6. Bono House, no such concerns in terms of slowdowns, but is tracking to be about 3/10 off of Dane Warren in that Mercedes AMG Petronas. Number 10 for the Dutchman out of the final corner. So successful in open wheel racing. It's going to be, again, around that 136 bracket. We'll get the time in a moment as he soars his way to the line. It's a 2.71, a 10.5 off.
Bono who's incidentally having a better Sector 1 than Dane Warren, but unfortunately it all came unstuck through Sector 2 and 3. Still nonetheless, though, a reasonable time to set himself in second place, just well within 1.5 tenths. Oscar Bixrud, one of the youngest members on this track, only recently turned 17 years old, competed in the Spring Series at the tender age of 16. One of the rising stars, certainly in the world of sim racing, as Oscar Bixrud comes up towards the line. First sector, not ideal. Certainly not ideal in the second sector. A 30.5, though, is better in the third sector, but only enough to put him third fastest.
He was very physical in the first race of the group. How will he fare? Potentially further back, almost half a second off. Here's Joni Tormala, very quick in the middle sector of the lap. First sector of the lap, slightly slower in that middle sector in the G2 Esports car. Remember, they are 1 point off of the top 6, very much locked into a fight with Mouse Esports. We'll compare Tormala and Lohner in a couple of moments' time. It's going to be the wrong side of the 136.3s. It's a 136.4 flat.
Yeah, Thibaut Casabon will be up next after Joni Tormala. Of course, Tormala's going to have a little bit of work to do there in third place, but this man as well, entering the RHG fold, certainly in ESL R1, coming towards the end of the spring season, taking over of that of Risto Cap at the first sector, looking pretty sour, however, 2/10 away from where we would generally see the times nestling their way, but a middle sector which isn't horrendous. 45.4 would have been better, but heading up towards the line now for Thibaut Casabon. Sector 3, a 30.3 is a stellar Sector 3 as he goes third fastest.
That was an important final sector as well, to be able to jump himself a little bit closer to Bono House. Just 2,000ths off there. Kuba Brzezinski, dramatic Thursday for him as he worked his way into the top 12 of our Drivers' Championship. Was a little bit more of a struggle yesterday, all things considered. First sector on the pace, second sector a couple of tenths off, but it is going to be in that benchmark of those top 3. 1.5 tenths splits the fastest 3 so far, and Kuba Brzezinski, the next driver into the 136.3s, but it is only a 3.53.
Yeah, next up after that we have Pedro Sanchez, one of the faces of the Monaco Sim Racing World Cup, competed as well in the 24-hour of Barcelona that I commentated on only a couple of years ago, and Pedro Sanchez Albert representing the Spanish contingent here for BMW BS Plus competition as he now rounds the final couple of bends here. 20.2 is looking good in the first sector. A 45.8, however, looks like slightly sour, crossing the line. Where's this going to put him as he does head into P7? Not enough, and outside by 6.5 tenths. I think he'll be slightly disappointed there.
I think we're a bit disappointed to not see Pedro Sanchez Albert on that lower third. Here's Moritz Lohner, mentioned that he is the one to track compared to Joni Tormala in the fight to very much establish yourself in the top 6 in this team championship. 47 versus 46 points so far. 24 in that first sector, a couple of tenths off what we've seen, but the middle sector very much making up for it. Lohner dances the Audi through the final corner, and as he runs his way to the line, punches his ticket into the 136.2s, but it's only going to be second for him.
Gustavo Ariel up next. He, of course, one of the drivers that we have pinned down to watch at 20.2, is very competitive in the first sector. Of course, Sector 2 now is what he'll need to register as he makes his way through towards this next sequence. Of course, heading through Mercedes Arena. He'll then dip through now towards turns 9, turn 10. Coming up next, the Brazilian representing Furia. Of course, a home country. Where Furia come from as well as a team. They all came across, remember, to compete at Katowice for the very first ESL R1 event, the first LAN event that we witnessed, where of course they would try and get themselves further, but Furia have been on the rise. A 45.830 is certainly not ideal, 4 tenths outside of where the benchmark should be. Sector 3, though, could yet turn something around. This could filter him in with the likes of Oscar Bixrud down in 7th place. Will need a huge final sector to raise himself higher than that. Little mistake, though, on the exit of turn 16 as he crosses the line, Gustavo Ariel, and that's a 30.5 in that final sector, and that's a 136.549 that places him certainly above Oscar Bixrud, 7th fastest.
do note that we saw a little bit more of the lap there because Peter Berryman not able to roll out in qualifying. A little bit of a gap there in the order. Jem Bullock-Bassey going to be the very final driver to punch in a time. That middle sector, kind of a couple of tenths off where we would expect it maybe, but that first sector somewhat competitive to the 20.2 that we do expect. He had some success on Thursday. He was surprised to be able to work his way into the top 5 after penalties, but for Jem Bullock-Bassey, it's a 1:36.647, maybe more where he expects to be. Half a second off a pole where Dane Warren once again sits with our fastest lap presented by ALJ.
It's not his first, it surely won't be his last. Dane Warren on pole here at the Hockenheim Ring, and has done it in grandiose style as well to bring Porsche Coanda closer and closer to the front end. Of course, they're all vying for that team's championship. 600k on the line. Take us through the grid, Arjuna.
Well, no time for Peter Berryman. He rolls from the very back, alongside from Jeffrey Rietveld, who's got plenty of work to do, with Team Redline needing those points. Pedro Sanchez in his final race, potentially in ESL R1 inside of Jem Bullock-Bassey, while Oscar Bixford, the 16-year-old, is alongside with Gustavo Ariel. Front 3 rows, Yoni Tormala and then Kuba Brzezinski line up on row 3, while Thibaut Casabon has very much impressed us here so far in Riyadh. He's got Bono House alongside. Moritz Lohner needs to deliver in that Audi. He delivered in qualifying, but not as well as Dane Warren, the fastest of them all. And another ALJ fastest qualifying lap goes the way of the Porsche Coanda Esports Australian.
Yeah, they've been a fantastic asset, certainly to ESL R1 as a team. They have been stellar. Dane Warren looking to try and elevate them further. Can they get themselves to the front end? A massive 25 points would go a long way to this team as they look to move their way through the championship.
And what a journey for Dane Warren. Left Australia earlier this year to go and join up with Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, and of course Mac Backham in that Porsche Coanda Esports Hub at Gronau, and it's been a really interesting journey for him. Let's talk a little bit more about the Hockenheim Ring for a second. About 4.5 kilometers, 17 turns, and we saw through the middle sector just how tight and twisty it can be, but we've seen so far over the previous 2.5 days that you can somehow make it 3 wide.
I like to call it Jekyll and Hyde, Arjuna, because in the first sector, of course, well, in fact, split the track in 2. The first half of the track is full of a straight. Most of it, the parabolica at turn 5. The final half of the circuit, of course, you've got the tight twisting section heading through Mercedes Arena. You then head through towards the stadium section as well at Sachs Curve. Now, this is where we like to see some of the overtakes being made. Turn 12 is an opportunity, not to mention turns 13 and 14. If you have a slow exit at the Sud Curve at turn 16, it can really impact you heading down the straight, but I'm sure we'll see plenty heading around the infamous parabolica into the hairpin at turn 6.
That is, of course, where Peter Berryman accumulated plenty of his penalty points a couple of days ago. Drivers practice a couple of standing starts here as well, because with that standing start in towards turn number 1, it's going to be very interesting, filtering side by side to see how they're all going to work. Of course, let's not forget that they are not just fighting for themselves, they are fighting for their teams to represent one another in that quest for $600,000. Tomorrow, our champion walks away with $250,000.
Ideal, it has to be said. I tell you what, I wouldn't mind a piece of that. But at the end of the day, these are the professionals for a reason. We just saw Max Benneker as well, who went on to become the drivers' champion in yesterday's affair. But as the drivers now look to get set, the lights are about to go red. Arjuna, I'm going to throw it over to you. I tell you what, I think we're going to be in for a treat.
We have only got 3 more races left to find out which 6 teams will battle to become the ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco team champions. The lights will build, the engines rev once again, and we drop the hammer at the Hockenheim Ring. It's a great start from Dane Warren instantly, but Moritz Lohner slots into line, does not want to let the Mercedes AMG Petronas car get a look up the inside into the opening corner. Somehow, we went single file throughout the entirety of the field, but now here comes the send. Here come some of the snakes as well. Furiel looking aggressive. Gustavo Ariel trying to get to the inside, but it's the run out of here into the parabolica where everyone's going to be careful. Thibaut Casabon not taking note.
No, not at all. I tell you what, Dane Warren, though, getting a very necessary start, though he does face pressure from a Max. I tell you what, though, the Mercedes under distinct pressure as they make their way down through towards the hairpin at turn 6 as well. Thibaut Casabon had a look down the inside of Bono Huis outside of turn 3 as well. Jakub Brzezinski also going deep as well. Huis has got a lot to battle with as he heads out now this section. Very, very slow corner. You need to get yourself back on the throttle ASAP before you then make your way down towards Mercedes. But but look at the squabbling in behind.
Brzezinski and Kazabon with contact with one another. Tormula tries to get to the outside, but he's got to be careful. Kazabon has been so aggressive, and now maybe we'll try and lean around the outside to try and work on forward. Looking rearwards from that Mercedes-AMG Petronas car. Brzezinski's tucked in behind. The top two not really breaking away just yet, but Kazabon, all the hype that we've been giving him, a bit of a tough start here.
Well, it is a tough start, but he has been absolutely electric. It has to be said, he has been looking to make all the big moves. I think he came slightly unstuck a touch in the rear, though, of Joni Tormula. That will certainly hinder that of the Audi R8 LMS, and he's got to be cautious because Gustavo Ariel is hot on his tail here.
Peter Berryman's up to 10th, but Jeffrey Rietveld has dropped to 12th. End of lap number 1, 10 expected here at the Hockenheim Ring. It's 7/10 that margin at the front that Dane Warren has been able to build up, but it's really here that we have to look. Pedro Sanchez Albert ducking and diving. Jeffrey Rietveld doesn't look for the move just yet. For Redline, it's been a difficult day. They cannot afford to stay back here.
No, not at all. You just see there the BMW BS Plus competition getting right into the mix. Peter Berryman, who's had the fight from the real tail end of the field as they come together again, 3 wide, turning through towards turns 2, 3 and 4 as they now peel outwards. Peter Berryman staying alive here. Jeffrey Rietveld in behind with Pedro Sanchez down in 12th place, currently watching all this unfold.
As it stands right now, it seems like the hopes of Team Redline, our spring season team champions, will not rest on Jeffrey Rietveld. They will rest on the shoulders of Enzo Benito. In through the Parabolica once again, they will dance 9/10 of a second at the front of the field. Dane Warren is building that advantage. It's behind where we're starting to see the pressure starting to build. Let's not forget in a 10-lap race here, around lap 7 is where we expect those Mercedes that run in 3rd and 4th position to really start to struggle.
Yeah, Oscar Bixford as well, having a mature drive. Joni Tormula, who we're currently riding on board with, in behind that of Jakub Brzezinski in P5. The gap currently within 4/10 of a second. We're going to take a look, though, at a replay. This being that of Thibaut Kazabon, who was right in the midst of all of this here, just letting the cars rumble on by as he now made his way down towards the hairpin, betting 3 wide heading through this segment. We've seen this time and time again. It always ends poorly, but they all manage to filter their way through safely.
I think Kazabon will have picked up a cut course there for running off the track, and so that's one of the 4 that you're allowed in 10 laps that will have gone and continued fighting. You see Brzezinski just shoves Kazabon wide. That's when Tormula went to the outside of the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports entry, and eventually Tormula not able to get on through on Brzezinski, but does get the job done on Thibaut Kazabon. Really nice, tidy stuff initially, and then Kazabon tries to fight it back in the run into that final sector. Unfortunately, was unable to get things done. In through turn 2 once again. Dane Warren's breaking away. Moritz Lohner's looking in the rear-view mirror.
Certainly is. Joni Tormula, high IQ strat, did keep watching and waiting, looking for every opportunity to strike. Eventually did end up pulling it off, heading through Mercedes, but now gives chase as he makes his way up towards the rear of Jakub Brzezinski. In behind as well, we're seeing the Porsches. Of course, Dane Warren, though, however, the Porsche in front of this whole affair. There's Oscar Bixford, part of the heroic team as well. Very wide entry line, though, by the car that is 2 steps ahead of him. That's Thibaut Kazabon, I think, who might have made a mistake, heading through hairpin as they now venture their way down through towards Mercedes. There is Oscar Bixford, a young talent that is surely going to rise higher and higher and higher now as we're seeing some wheel-to-wheel action here, Arjuna. It certainly is, and the R8G is coming unstuck as we now see Kazabon under threat.
I think Kazabon tried to go around the outside of Gustavo Ariel through the Mercedes-Benz arena. Not really necessarily the ideal passing opportunity. Now, Jem Bullock-Bassi is going to be trying to get up the inside in that FaZe Clan Porsche, but you can look forward from Gustavo Ariel. A bit of a buffer has started just to form. End of lap number 3, we begin to cycle on through, and Dane Warren not being allowed to totally break away. Moritz Lohner, after what was a rather difficult start from Maus initially with Yuri Kastorp. Patrick Holtzman very much bringing the form. 4th and 2nd now. Moritz Lohner picking that up.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Oscar Bixford again. I'm going to comment about how well he's driving. He's right behind Jem Bullock-Bassi. Of course, as we said before, former Formula 3 driver, Formula 2 driver as well, racing as well in the Super Formula Championship in Japan. A race winner in Euro Formula at Hungaroring as well, and has done some really, really special things with his career. Remember, he was formerly F1 Esports. That is how he got his entry as well into the world of sim racing, and has since then developed it and become such a peripheral figure in the world of motorsport and sim racing itself. Now comes home to roost here at ESL R1. There's Thibaut Kazabon as well in 7th place, currently chasing after Gustavo Ariel. Still a little bit of work to do, but he has impressed many and despite losing a few places this time around, he will hold that victory. Well, certainly not the victory necessarily, but certainly very nearly kept it. Obviously, Jeffrey Riyadh coming in to take it away, as we now see them now come together again. Apex Racing getting tied up. Peter Berryman, who has been on a real charge here, Arjuna.
Yeah, he's trying to work his way from the back. Will be slightly frustrated with that, especially after the result in the previous race. But look at Bixrud sliding his way through the corner and holding on to the position, but crucially costing the two of them both a couple of car lengths. Looking backwards from Jem Bullock-Bassi. A point on something you mentioned, Jem Bullock-Bassi getting his introduction into sim racing by virtue of F1 esports. This sort of a LAN environment is nothing new to him, as it is for a couple of these drivers that bring so much of that experience. Moritz Lohner included. He has been relishing the atmosphere that he has been drawing and feeding off the energy with. He has also been able to build that buffer up to Bono House. That is very, very important. Like mentioned, the Mercedes a little bit more heavy on the front tires. They are going to understeer more as we head to the tail end of this race, and I was talking with Dara McCormack earlier. One reason why he is the only driver to have swapped groups for the team championship, he wanted to get away from Hockenheim and have a bit more luck.
Absolutely right indeed. Mercedes basking in the glory that James Baldwin, of course, led to them as well. A third place at Monza. They went to the Nürburgring and scored a second place as well. Bono, who's looking to deliver yet another podium to their name to add to their locker. Of course, Marco Pejic also delivering a third here at Hockenheim as well, as we now see them make their way down the famous Parabolica as well. Side-by-side action again, as we now see the Apex Racing team once again coming together. In comes, though, the Team Redline cars. We see Thibaut Casabon once again under pressure from the Furia car in behind.
Jeffrey Rietveld has really got to make some headway. Every point that he can get is going to be, for Enzo Benito, a little less work that he's got to do. Look up the road from Thibaut Casabon as well. That's 2.5 seconds that the front 5 cars have been able to pull, and that is the cost of fighting so hard. It's been great to watch Gustavo Ariel and Casabon have been putting on a show, but with Ariel making another small mistake, trying to go aggressive, we're really seeing that these drivers know that for the teams, these are their final opportunities to score their points, and it is very, very close for a lot of them.
It is, certainly, and Gustavo Ariel not necessarily, well, while he's having a physical race, this isn't a bad showing for Team Furia. Obviously, points on the table. They will take some home. Of course, 6 points on the table here at this moment, should they take it at this point. They don't make their way through the final sector yet again. The Mercedes section, of course, heading through as well. The stadium section here at Hockenheimring as they come nose to tail still. Peter Berryman, who's currently on the rear of Jeffrey Rietveld, and of course has Oscar Bixrud in 9th place as well, as we now see them head down now towards turn 1 yet again. It's still, at this moment in time, Dane Warren holding on to the advantage. Has managed to stretch his advantage out to over 0.8 of a second. Bono Hoos as well in 3rd, with Brzezinski in 4th as they look to try and marshal an effort. Brzezinski, though, doing exceptionally well because Tormola's in behind and still threatening.
Yeah, only Tormola one that I think we really saw a lot from in the spring season in that G2 esports car, and so right now a really good spot for him to be able to leap forward on board with Oscar Bixrud, though, in the heroic car.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed, as we now see them look to come down towards now the very, very sharp end at turn 6, of course, coming together now as they make their way through. Still Oscar Bixrud and able to certainly try and challenge as they now make their way around, just keeping our eyes peeled for this one to see what happens. Bixrud forced to stay in behind that of Jem Bullock-Bassi, the phase driver, doing enough. The professional driver who's been in many scraps before. Bixrud, though, threatening right as they head through towards Mercedes. A beautiful switchback, though, from Bixrud, the Norwegian. Now looking to try and challenge again, but he can't quite do it this time.
Two precocious superstars in the making, fighting wheel to wheel, and more contact between the two. Bullock-Bassi's going to get shoved wide. Rietveld will take it 3 wide, and the BMW for Team Redline now tries to compromise Oscar Bixrud as well. Rietveld has grabbed 8th place in that final sector.
Yep, stellar move indeed. Jem Bullock-Bassi now being, wow, literally assaulted here on the left-hand side. Oscar Bixrud really challenging him. What a young, tenacious character this is. He's not scared of these figures here in sim racing as they rumble over the curbs, heading through the final corner yet again. And Jem Bullock-Bassi may live to fight another day against Bixrud, but certainly if you're Jeffrey Rietveld, you're loving life. You gambled, you took the places. You're now into P8 as he chases after Gustavo Ariel for that 7th.
These are valuable points, as mentioned, for Redline. Will not want to be eliminated on the first day of competition. Peter Berryman was on the grass, then went ultra aggressive to try and cover off Pedro Sanchez Albert. Oscar Bixrud on the receiving end of the shove, but fortunately that heroic Porsche able to hold on. And for heroic, these are Battles that they will want Oscar Bixler to try and avoid. Heroic on 39 points, Mouse on 47 points, the final car in the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Pedro Sanchez Elbed, 12th place, now soon to be 11th as they run wheel to wheel again, heading down through towards turn 6 still at the hairpin. Oscar Bixler once again watching all this at full contact now between all three of them, as you saw the Apex Racing car of Peter Berryman just touching the back of Oscar Bixler's car. He's now broke away clear, and credit to Berryman managing to marshal off that attack from Sanchez as he retains P11 at the expense there of the BMW, but he comes straight back at him here at the Mercedes section. Once again, no, Pedro Sanchez unable to unlock him like a tin of beans as now they head through this next right yet again, and still now as they crawl down through towards the Mercedes Arena section, it is still Sanchez down at the bottom end.
Coming to 3 laps to go, and with Dane Warren still under pressure from Moritz Lohner, I want to cycle back to day 1 of the Drivers' Championship. We called Group C the toughest of the groups. What did Josh Rogers do? He just went out there and won both races, and not just won them, dominated them.
No, absolutely right. He is absolutely stellar. He is sensational, can deliver too, as we now see them make their way through towards turn 1. There's Bono Hoos, who is certainly also just as experienced as many of these others, perhaps more in many ways as well in the world of sim racing. He will not be faced by certainly the gravitas of this event, despite how massive it really is. But this, again, brings out the best in the drivers. Bono Hoos arguably maybe not showing the best that we're used to seeing from him in the certainly the last number of broadcasts we've certainly had here at ESL R1. Certainly since that of Katowice, but now here this time at Riyadh as he battles here at the Gamers 8, makes his way down through towards turn 6 at hairpin, and he'll have to try marshal off. But look at this, the Williams now in trouble as Jakub Brzezinski still retains 4th, with Tormula very close to his tail.
And again, I'll just reiterate what I mentioned earlier, that at the Hockenheim Ring, we expect the Mercedes to lose its tyres around lap 6 or 7, and so the fact that on lap 8 we are still seeing Bono House as well as Brzezinski being able to defend is rather impressive. You can sense though for that Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports number 9 that there is that increased pressure that continues to come, and Tormula in the BMW seems hungry to try and make a move.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed, as they venture out of turn 6 now in towards now this next right-hander. They're coming in out of turn 11 now in towards Sachs Curve. The Williams getting so dangerously involved with that gravel trap as well. Yoni Tormula will see that as an invitation as they now head through towards turn 12, 13 coming up next, 14 as they venture through the final slalom section. Of course, penultimate lap will be coming up next. Dane Warren is checking out here, very nearly a second clear at the expense of Moritz Lohner in second, but he's also checked out ahead of Bono Hoos as well, who is not far away from 9/10 of a second ahead of Jakub Brzezinski. So Tormula now at the crux of the issue. This is the fight now building up for that 4th place, and Tormula will not go down without a fight.
Coming into this one, RAG 98 points, Mercedes-AMG Petronas 60 points, Porsche Coanda and Redline timed on 55. Out of those 4, 3 of them look like they will 2 of them, will add some decent points. RAG don't necessarily need the points as they run right now. It is Team Redline that we would expect to be slipping backwards for Jakub Brzezinski, running well in a Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports team that has come into this race with 52 points. After this, let's not forget that it's another couple of interesting tracks for these drivers to contend with, but it's a BMW on BMW affair. Jeffrey Rietveld dives it down the inside of Gustavo Ariel, as easy as you'd like.
Yeah, very smooth indeed. Nothing that Gustavo Ariel could do about that. Jeffrey Rietveld doing what he does best now, as we see more battling now in between that of the phase car. I think that's Jembola Bassi who's in the fight with Oscar Bixrud. Just in behind them, they've got Peter Berryman right in behind these two as well. So they've got a 3-way fight now as they head down towards Mercedes Arena. Again, the phase driver forced to go defensive, as now we see Bixrud trying to take the aggressive line down the inside. Can't quite marshal an effort as they now make their way through, though. Bixrud in trouble. Here comes Berryman on the attack.
And those two Porsches seem very, very evenly matched. Just the way that they're able to fight, the way they're able to close on each other. Very, very impressive stuff. Berryman's not going to be able to get it done on the entry into the final sector. Switches back to the outside. Bold place to be with how little grip there can be through this arena stadium section, and finally settles back into line for the time being. 1.3 at the front, though, for Dane Warren, who crosses over onto the final lap of the race here in the first race of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Of course, now as they come towards the tail end of this Hockenheim Ring Fiesta, it has been absolutely superb. Jeffrey Rietveld will not, though, take a second victory in conjunction with what he scored at Monza as well. 25 points will be going elsewhere, and currently it's looking like it's going to go by the way of Porsche Coanda. Of course, Dane Warren will treasure it, as now we see Yoni Tormula now make his way down through towards the Parabolica at turn 5 in full view. Dead ahead of him here as well. He has got got Jakub Brzezinski, who's been basically seeing a full rear end of Williams now for quite some time. That Mercedes-AMG GT3 that has been holding on to that fourth place looks certainly well marshalled as they make their way out of turn 6.
I think Bono House went very, very wide through the parabolica there. And one thing that I'm seeing from Joni Tormala is Brzezinski struggling on the tires, but Tormala doesn't seem to have the top speed. We talked about that a lot from the BMWs, to be able to close even in the double toe.
No, not at all. He needs to try and find something in the corners here as well, but this is where the Mercedes can be oh so effective. Of course, Kuba Brzezinski, who certainly has that ability to defend, this is where the Mercedes starts to use its muscle. As now they head through now in towards the final sector, there will be certainly no usurping Dane Warren. He's leading through now, 1.3 clear. He is having a stellar race here. We talk about his quali pace, but how about his race pace?
It's becoming a familiar sight at this point. The Porsche Coanda Esports team on top at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. It's Dane Warren, the Australian, that will take another race victory for the Porsche number 57. It's another punch of the fist. It's a double podium for Warren. He's done exactly what he needed to do for the German manufacturer.
Well, a smile on his face, it paints a picture. And certainly for Porsche Coanda, it's celebration. And certainly here with the fireworks, they get one step closer to the finals. And certainly tomorrow, we are going to be in for a treat. We've got plenty more action to bring you, though, folks. There's going to be more fireworks as we make our way through the evening. But it's all about that man, Dane Warren. He lights up Porsche Coanda with another 25 points.
And another pump of the fist. He looks relatively calm, all things considered, but he'll be delighted with the performance that we've seen from him today, able to deliver at both Monza as well as at the Hockenheim Ring. Next up, of course, for Porsche Coanda is going to be the other Australian, Joshua Rogers, looking for some redemption after just missing out on a Drivers' Championship yesterday. We'll get to talk to Dane in just a couple of moments' time, but with Group C and now 3 of the drivers in the books, we are increasingly shaking up to understand how our team championship plays out. Provisionally, it's R8G, Porsche Coanda, Mercedes-AMG Petronas, Maus, Williams, and Redline that are your top 6. Will Race Control have something more to say? We'll have to wait and see. Not necessarily sure there was too much in that last race to take a look at, but it was Rietveld trying to make some moves.
It certainly was. Rietveld then coming in very aggressive in towards the chicane section where he made contact with Peter Berryman was just in front of all this, but of course they had the BMW plus BS competition car right alongside them as well, of course being Pedro Sanchez, but Rietveld managing to loft himself forward, did try to hold on to the, should we say, the effective P11 spot, heading down towards the hairpin, consolidated that, but you do have to wonder whether that might be looked at later.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, for Redline in particular, are points they do not want to bleed. Rietveld at the back of the field very much had to work on forward with the elbows out. Once he was able to clear some of the fighting, though, that was when he was finally able to settle into a rhythm, and that's when we got to see Jem Bullock-Bassi and Oscar Bichterud start to go at it.
Yeah, they went at it for quite some time, and you could see they made contact. Rietveld then really snagged on the opportunity, sent it down the inside, and what a move that is, heading through towards turn 11. You can appreciate it more now in a replay context, heading in towards the left-hander through the stadium section at Sachs Curve. That was a stellar move.
It was sublime, and from there, as the 2 Porsches squabbled, Berryman watching on, the Redline BMW would pull away, and then on the very final lap, look to the inside of Gustavo Ariel. But let's go down to the stage where once again Dane Warren is ready to chat with our hosts.
Dane Warren, how you going, mate?
I'm pretty good, mate. How's the family?
Yeah, family's great. I told you I'd do it. Yeah. You know what, man? What a great race. I just want to get your opinion on it, really. Hockenheim, absolutely fantastic. You seemed like you were pretty much in cruise control. You had a decent lead. Like, did you feel pretty comfortable?
I'm glad it looked that way from the outside, because on the inside I was freaking out. I ran out of incidents with, I think, 2 or 3 laps to go, so it was just a thing of keeping it clean and bringing it to the end.
فعلا بعد ما سألنا المتسابق قلنا له انه كيف كان السباق بشكل عام، هو جدا سعيد انه طلع من كل الحوادث اللي صارت حتى بالاصح، والحمد لله انه ما صار له اي شيء، فجدا يعني يشكر الجميع على اللي صار فعلا وقدر يحقق النصر في هذا السباق.
We've done all you can do here. You've done your 2 races. Congratulations on the win. You got one more Porsche Coanda driver to step up to the plate and try and put some more points on the board. Have you got any words of wisdom for good old Josh?
I don't think I have any words for Josh. He is the man. You know, we saw it yesterday. I'm sure he can do some crazy things. So yeah, just sit back and watch, see the man do what he does best.
بالضبط ثقته بالفريق جدا عاليه، سالنا فيها المتسابق انه خلاص الحين سوى اللي عليه، لكن باقي المتسابق اللي بعده من نفس فريقه اللي هو المتسابق جوش، فايش حاب يقول له؟ قال انه انا واثق فيه بشكل جدا عالي وانا متاكد انه راح يؤدي اداء جدا ممتاز، خصوصا ان فريقه الحين جمع نقاط بيلعبون في السباق الاخير في المجموعه الاخيره بشكل مرتاح اكثر، فيقول استمتعوا في اللي راح يقدمه لنا جوش.
Well, Dane, it is my pleasure to announce to you that with that win, Porsche Coanda goes into second place on the leaderboard, pretty much guaranteeing a spot tomorrow, but let's not speak too soon. Congratulations on the win. Well done. Go and celebrate with your team. And for now, we're going to throw it over to the desk to break everything down before we invite our final group of drivers down to the main stage.
صحيح، بعد ما اخذنا المقابله حاب اكد لكم ان الحين فريق بورش كواندا قدروا يضمنون التاهل تقريبا، وصار في المركز الثاني الحين في المجموعات، لكن ما نحتفل بشكل سريع، خلينا ننتقل على طول على الاستديو ونشوف السباقات الاخيره اللي معنا.
Porsche Coanda a little bit too strong. Jadia, you had pointed them out. I like that. A little bit of a dance. Go on, give us a dance so that everyone at home can see. Oh, what? Okay, you guys at home are missing out. But tell me, Porsche Coanda heading into this, you said they were looking pretty strong. What did you make of Dane Warren's performance there?
Fantastic. Fantastic. If he would be doing exactly the performance yesterday, he could have won overall. That was fantastic driving by him.
Well, another team that I really want to focus in on is Mercedes-AMG Petronas esports team, because prior to this race, they were actually second place in the team championship standings. Have they shown as much aggression as you would have thought they would in the entirety of today?
I think what I'm seeing today from them is really smart driving. When yeah, unfortunately they are not winning races, but they are being where they are supposed to be. They are still in the top 6. They are being a little invisible, except Marco Page, who started last at Spa. But otherwise, they are being very invisible, but they are exactly where they need to be. And I think that's really good for them right now at this moment. They're avoiding trouble, not making any mistakes, not getting into crashes, not too many fights. They're just, cycling, driving, and getting the money paid for.
Make it rain. Stop making it rain. So yeah, for the side of Mercedes, any drivers in particular that you feel have really carried as such, or would you say it's been a consistent performance throughout across the board?
I would 100% say they are all consistent today.
Yeah.
Like, I think Marco Page that had a little mistake on the start where he most likely jumped the start at Spa. Apart of that, they were all driving without any mistakes and very, very consistent. I really hope to see them in the finals.
Now, another driver I really want to briefly touch upon is Oscar Bixrud, representing Heroic, 16 years of age, by the way. I need you to break down the timeline, the career span of a sim racer. How on earth do you get into sim racing so early on?
That is amazing. Honestly, being 16 years old and being in this competition, I can already tell you this guy has such an amazing future ahead of him, because I wish in his age to be able to do this. This is absolutely amazing. It's amazing to see sim racing evolving, going forward, and him being able, at 16 years old, being in competition for $1 million in sim racing is fantastic.
Well, we've certainly seen plenty of young talents rising on up throughout ESL R1, as well as the sim racing community as a whole as well. I know an organisation that is notorious for doing so is Mouse Esports, so let's go ahead and check in with Rory and speak to the Mouse manager.
I'm here with Renee, team manager for Mouse. Renee, that was a good couple of races. Gets you straight back in the fight, because obviously you're deep in it for 6th and progression to tomorrow. How would you assess those last 2 races?
Second race was really good by Moritz. Really happy with the points, 20 points, much needed. The first race he really struggled in the quali. He didn't set a lap, he got off track, so yeah, he had to fight hard. Got some points, I think he got P7 or so overall, good performance, but could have been better.
And yeah, we've got 2 races to go. You've got the reigning drivers' champion up your sleeve, who you're about to unleash on the competition. How do you think Max is going to do?
Well, obviously, I should be pretty confident right now, but in this competition, anything can basically happen. It's just one car spinning you. You got 0 or 1 point, and then you're struggling very, very hard to fight for P6. So we're just going to try and get him out of trouble this next 2 races.
Perfect. Thank you, Renee. We appreciate your time as always. And we'll catch you guys after this short break.
there is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like
Swiggity swag, everybody. We are back once again with ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. And this time around, I got a little bit of a special guest, my mate Crimzix. Crim, how have you been enjoying the event so far?
Good. Is this weird for you?
It is a little bit weird.
Having like two of us.
I'm on her side today, to be fair,
Yeah,
you know?
well, you're also probably one of my, like, long lost brothers or cousins or something. Basically the same person.
Crim, how have you been enjoying the experience here at Gamers8 so far? How have you been handling the heat?
It's really good. Saudi Arabia is incredible. It reminds me of home a little bit, but just different. Like it's the same, but different.
Same but different.
Yeah. Think about it, don't think about it.
You're about to confuse me on the desk all over again,
Mind
Crim.
games.
Well, you know what? You did an interview earlier on with Rory, and you had quite openly said, do not make excuses for me. If I am doing bad, then tell me I am doing bad. And being transparent as I am, I called you out a little bit, and I was like, well, you know what? I wanted to see improvement from you a lot quicker and a lot more than I have done so far. So talk to me, tell me, what is the approach in making improvements? What's the game plan and the timeline that you're looking at?
Well, this event was just sort of unrealistic because, like, coming from Call of Duty, you spend 10 hours a day with 10 people. What I realistically really need is, like, teammates. Like, practice is all about efficiency. And pretty much, I got, like, I'm pretty cool with, like, all the teams, all the drivers. So I got a lot of, like, I got the best in the world helping me. But just figuring out, we've had roster changes, roster moves, and it's pretty difficult when you don't have like a set roster. So like coming into this event, I didn't even know if I was going to be driving with Ulyss again. So it's sort of difficult in that aspect. But ultimately, I just need to put more time in. The whole European trip, you know, I said that in Munich, and then I stayed in Europe for like 2.5 weeks. So,
yeah, you went adventuring.
Yeah, I can't really practice while, you know, I'm aboard the French transportation system, which is absolutely horrible, to say the least. Nothing but delays.
Can you actually tell us, since Munich, how much time you actually were able to practice?
Well, I got back.
Wait, Krim, homie, hold it a bit closer.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. When I got back, I probably had around, I don't know. It was a month. It should have been a month, but figuring out the roster changes, the roster decisions, all that stuff was sort of difficult because, you know, FaZe Clan, new to sim racing, they don't know sim racing yet. Shoot, I don't even really know sim racing yet. So it was very difficult to figure out, like, you know, who should we pick up? so that was half the battle. So half my practice was gone just trying to figure out, you know, who's good and how do I pronounce their name, because Gianmarco Fiducci.
Don't worry, he's still having a go at me for not being able to pronounce it correctly.
And then Jem's name is spelled Sem, but it's, you know, you say Jem, and then I don't even want to attempt his last name. On the back of the jersey, the FaZe jersey, his name goes off to the side. Like they ran out of room trying to figure out, you know, how to put his last name on the jersey. So, but anyways, it was difficult just finding drivers in the first place. So, you know, I had to do my research for the team almost.
All right, well, Krim, I want you to talk to me about this Group D lineup that we have. Obviously, FaZe not having the best of results so far in the tournament.
Yeah.
You've got Gianmarco Fiducci representing FaZe in this group. And you know what? I have heard personally that Gianmarco been through a lot, and apparently his secret recipe behind succeeding in this race is going to be eating 3 packs of Smarties. Apparently that's what's going to get him through. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like that's made up.
It's definitely, I can confirm, categorically not made up.
That is not something Fiducci would say.
You know what?
Smarties?
Smarties, 3 packs of them.
Who even eats Smarties?
That's what I'm saying, man.
How are they not out of business? Smarties? There's no way that's real.
All right. Who do you think Gianmarco's biggest competition is going to be in this group?
Probably everyone. That's the pool of death. Honestly,
I'm so glad you said it and I didn't.
Yeah, that pool. So pretty much our little side story. Our Chadwick, our manager engineer, sent us like the groups, like who's in them, you know, one by one. Everyone replied with the saluting emoji, right? And then Fiducci replied with the skull emoji. Like he's you know, use your imagination here. But he said he was screwed. So
he's not feeling confident heading into this upcoming race.
Know if even the best drivers in that group are feeling confident.
All right.
At least if it's the same as the individual like drivers championship, because that group was by far the hardest.
Krim, tell me one thing.
Yeah.
When I listen to what you say,
yep.
What would you do with your clan, with your team, your teammates right now to come back next year? And I don't want to say win, but I want to say win.
Ooh. Well, I don't. That's
be honest. Come on, be honest.
Well, first of all, let's phrase the question. What do you mean by next year? Do you mean next season? Do you mean next actual year?
Let's see. We're gonna be coming back next year to Gamers8 again.
Oh, Gamers8. Yeah. I mean, of course. What?
Yeah.
I've never been to the Middle East, and this place is incredible.
Yeah.
So I want to come back. Sorry.
Yeah, and tell me, what would you do with your team, be honest, to improve so you guys can dominate next year or win? I know this is a rough question.
Well, I definitely have to suck less. That's definitely a key to victory right there. Because if I don't suck, then there's probably hope within the team. So,
all right, Krim.
like if I'm terrible, you know.
All right, well, Krim, you know what? Talk to me a little bit more about Nürburgring. How do you think, obviously you've not necessarily been the most promising encouragement for Gianmarco. So Nürburgring, how do we think that's going to go? Who's gonna win? Real quick.
Is Rogers in this group?
Yes.
Probably Rogers.
Okay. All right, we have Crimsix's prediction. We have mine and your prediction as well. So on that note, we do believe our LG driver to watch is going to be Max Benecke. Obviously, yesterday having won the Drivers' Championship. The real question is, do we think he's coming into this looking pretty darn hot, and will he be able to swing Mouse to victory? Oof.
No way. He's sitting there like, job done. You know, he just won 100 grand.
You know what? Maybe he wants more. Have you ever thought about that, Krim? It is all to play for over here at ESL R1. But you know what? On that note, Krim, there's going to be folks at home wondering how on earth they can get involved with the wonderful world that is Rennsport. So do not fear, because I have a little something to tell you all about it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. I am still Arjuna Kankipati. George Morgan has left, Lewis McLeod is here, and Lewis, it's the final drivers getting ready to go in the team championship.
Yeah, certainly so. I am definitely stood on the step, by the way. He is quite tall. But no, of course, we're heading into the final stage of this, the final time that we get to see the teams and who's going to be inside the top 6. So it means we've got time for our final drivers, all 12 of them. This is a strong, strong group.
This is the one that we had dubbed the group of death yesterday, but in the end, Josh Rogers made it look rather simple. Not necessarily thinking we're going to see the same thing today, especially given Max Benecke, our ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco Drivers Champion.
Yeah, certainly so. And of course, there are some drivers in this that need to do a very, very solid job. Of course, for the likes of Williams, Daniel Pajtor behind the wheel, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. It's going to be really tricky for him. Williams Esports are above the cut line, but not by very much, 9 points. And when you've got Team Redline bringing along Enzo Benito, you've got G2 Esports below the cut line, bringing along Sebastian Job. This is not going to be easy as qualifying is underway.
And what a qualifying session we had to close out yesterday with our drivers champions. 3 drivers in finalist mode: Rogers, Rietveld, and Benecke. Rogers with a blistering lap time to be able to grab the pole, a 1:52.7, the fastest lap we have ever seen here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I remember seeing those sector times coming in. Me, George and Jards were sat behind the scene in our green room, and it was just sort of like the first sector, whoa, the second sector, oh my goodness, and then suddenly crosses the line to set that kind of lap time. Absolutely mega. Is he going to be on course to do that one again? Well, the answer's not looking bad in the first sector. A 36.1, that's pretty handy regardless.
Don't necessarily think that's quick enough for him to really be thinking about 152.7, but it's that middle sector where maybe the Porsche can dance its way through some of these corners, climbing our way up into that Michael Schumacher-S, of course, where going to straddle that curb on the right-hand side, very much maximize the entry into the corner. Don't want to get a slowdown penalty. Oh, I think Rogers just about
close.
Straddled that line of perfection.
That was close. We've seen Dara McCormack and Luke Bennett, of course. Luke Bennett was the one to exceed there back on Thursday. This is looking pretty tidy for Joshua Rogers. He's come over the second sector split. We want to see this one around about the 47.3 mark. Bang on. I think this is aiming more to be a 52.9 rather than a 7.
I think 152.95. We're in that sort of a ballpark right now. We'll see what Rogers can do. That might still be good enough for pole. It has been good enough for pole in the past, going back as far as to the Spring Major. Here comes, though, the king of qualifying. When the pressure is on, this man delivers. Can he do so once again? Dane Warren already grabbing another victory for the Porsche Coanda Esports squad just a moment or so ago. It's not going to be a 52.9, but it's a 153.005.
I'm not even sure that'll be pole position at this kind of rate. Better first sector from Maximilian Benneker. Second sector in the kind of ballpark as well. This is almost certainly sub 53. This is aiming in the 52. Slams over the curb going through the NGK chicane. Up towards the final corner. 153.005 to beat. This is surely in the 52s. A 0.9. If it's a 0.8, that's definitely a contender from pole position. But can Benneker deny Rogers? He's done so many times in his career. Will he do so now? Across the line by 3,000 a second. He doesn't. Oh my goodness, that's close.
And did he lose it in that final sector where the Audi over the curbs at the NGK chicane is one of the few places where it maybe struggles? Look at Toman, the next Audi, to clatter his way through that NGK chicane. One final sector to go. The first and second sectors very quick, but maybe trending the opposite way of Rogers to once again slip behind that number 92. It's going to be the RAG 18 that powers to that start-finish line, and it's going to be another 153.0, but it is now almost 1/10 off of Rogers.
Yeah, that was, again, pretty tight. Looking good through the sectors. Kaiki Oliveira will be the next one to come through. First sector a little bit off where we're looking for. Second sector again a little bit off, but those are the times that I've written down to put you into the 52.9. I think this might be faster than Yuri Toman. It should be slower than Benneker and Rogers though, so the Furia car will come through the final corner. What a turnaround it's been for Oliveira since we left Katowice and did the online season. Looked really strong throughout that. Has he looked strong this weekend? The answer's not today, potentially, for Furia. Fourth position in this qualifying session. I think we'll be seeing the end of those today.
I think for Redline, they need Enzo Benito to run well. They are just inside of the top 6 in points. However, it is not guaranteed given what a struggle it has been for them today. That first sector about a 10th off. The second sector, though, right on the money in that BMW. And as it runs to the line, the Italian looks his way to the line. And it's fourth. 100ths off, but Enzo Benito brings the BMW into the mix.
Well, we said we might need a mega lap from Daniel Pastore. Imagine the pressure on his shoulders right now. Williams Esports on the cusp of not making it through to tomorrow's action. He'll come through that final chicane. The first sector's a little bit off. The second sector is on the money. He'll come through the final corner at turn 15 and punch his way out towards the line. He was a little bit wide there, though. I think it's going to be ahead of Oliveira, but potentially behind Toman. And let's see where he slots in. It is exactly where I said it was. 5th place might not be good enough.
We're going to have to wait and see how much work Pastore still has to do. It's going to be Ferris Stanley, the Indonesian for BMW Team BS Plus competition. They don't make it easy for us with that particular team name. First sector about 2/10 off. The middle sector about a 10th off, trending closer to Oliveira, about a quarter of a second. Currently splits the top 6 drivers as they run right now. But we've got Joe, we've got Fluke, Carroll and Fiduci's. Still plenty of strong drivers to come. A shake of the head from Ferris Stanley, and it is slowest of them all.
Well, Ferris Stanley, like you say, setting that time 7th place. Sebastian Job, though, might not be setting the slowest time. It might well be the fastest time. The first sector's good. The second sector's really good. Better than what we were expecting to see. So for G2 Esports, who find themselves below the cut line, 5 points arrears of Team Redline. They'll come through the final corner, and Sebastian Job needs to do something special here. If we can see him on the front row, maybe the front couple, this could be good for G2. He goes to 5th behind Yuri Toman and Enzo Enzo Benito. You can see the frustration there for Job.
It was all in that final sector as well, just not the tidiest. For Mikel Gala, can he be a little bit more tidy? First sector, maybe half a tenth off. Middle sector, once again, is on the money. And for Heroic, they have consistently, in the later stages of our spring season, been able to bring the speed to match the likes of Porsche Coanda Esports. Not sure if Mikel Gala is going to be able to challenge Josh Rogers, but let's see as he powers out of that final corner. At the line, it's a 153.2. Another driver losing 3/10 in the final sector.
Yeah, well, that is big. Heroic have a chance of getting through, but they're 20 points below the cut line, so they need to do a lot of work. This team's had some good performances today, mostly courtesy of Kevin Ellis Jr., but they are struggling below the cut line and comfortably below it now. First sector actually really quite good there for Jamie Fluke. The second sector losing a little bit. It's kind of on the money to be around the Sebastian Job, Yuri Toman, Enzo Benito mark, but I think because that final sector is a bit of a struggle for the Audi R8, might actually find himself around Daniel Pajor. Out towards the line, Jamie Fluke will go, and just behind Pajor it is.
Look at you, right on the money.
Of course I am.
A broken clock's right twice a day, right?
I've been right a few times this session, I'll have you know, Arjuna.
That's
We're
true.
Gonna have some fisticuffs in this session.
Oh, you believe me, you and me. That is a slowdown for Gianmarco Fiducci. The middle sector was already about half a second off the pace. And Fiducci, who completed 4 laps on Thursday, well, it's not starting off well for him on Saturday.
Oh no, that was a brutal performance. Gianmarco Fiducci, like you say, he'll come across the line, just struggling in that final sector. Big shame for him. One final time left to do in the session, and this time it'll be Graham Carroll for the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team. Those sectors aren't looking great.
But for Mercedes-AMG Petronas, they are third provisionally in points right now. For Graham Carroll, as long as he's somewhat in the midfield and stays out of trouble, hopefully enough for the Arrow 3-pointed star to make its way into tomorrow's finals. It's a 153.5. It's definitely not quick, and it's the slowest of the representative times. Carroll's going to have a whole lot of work to do from 11th, and he can tell how hard it's going to be. But at the very front of the field, it's yet another ALJ fastest qualifying lap for Joshua Rogers in the Porsche Coanda Esports number 92.
Yeah, this may be the group of death, but of course, Joshua Rogers is the very best. I mean, starting from the front again.
Gianmarco Fiducci, well, he'll line up from the very back. Graham Carroll will be alongside, while Ferris Stanley inside of Kake Oliveira. Mikel Gala and Jamie Fluke line up on row 4, while Daniel Pastro has some work to do for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. He'll line up in 6th spot. Sebastian Job slightly disappointed with his final sector, but he got 3rd over here in day number 1 of the competition. What can he do here on day number 3? Yuri Toman, Enzo Benito, row 2, while Max Benneker and Josh Rogers, the rivals that went at it yesterday for the $400,000 prize pool, now get ready to represent Porsche Coanda and Mals in the battle for $600,000. But ultimately, it's Josh Rogers once again, the quickest of them all.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, Benneker really challenged him there, and I'm sure we'll challenge him through the race. But it is, of course, Joshua Rogers, ALJ fastest qualifying a lap here in the 7th race on Saturday before we get ready for Championship Sunday. This is a man that means business.
Let's talk about our LG driver to watch as well in this final group, because Max Benneker is our ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers Champion. And what a final race we had here at the Nürburgring yesterday. Yes, there was so much drama between Jeffrey Rietveld and Joshua Rogers, but Max Benneker did not let that get to him, and he was able to swoop his way to his first major championship win.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it feels right sometimes for Benneker. He won the very first time we went racing in ESL R1. Of course, that opening round of the spring season back in Katowice, and again showing that form. 2nd place in this qualifying session, though. Mouse in a position in 4th, of course, in the team's championship, but that only actually puts them around 11 points clear of the cut line. A mistake in this race, and Mouse could very easily find themselves down below it. It is tight there, particularly between 4th and 7th.
Yeah, look at those points, and remember, maximum of 50 points to be won from this point forward. So effectively, everyone is still in the mix, but some with less of a mathematical chance than a...
Come on, Gianmarco.
Well, more of a hope. Gianmarco's got too much work to do, I think, for FaZe Clan. Of course, we had a great chat with Crimsix just a moment ago. Redline, Williams, Mouse. 3 teams that are currently on the bubble. G2 Heroic, the teams on the wrong side, although I think you'd have to say Heroic have a much harder task. It's G2 that we've really got to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. G2, know, they're just below it. Sebastian Jobe's behind the wheel. He's qualified in 5th place. We know Jobe is fast. We've seen him be extremely fast. When he made his debut around this circuit in the online season as well, he showed some incredible form straight away. I think he'll be showing that here. I am looking at those, particularly those 4 teams, Mouse, Williams, Redline and G2, and I promise you, I cannot pick which one is not making it into tomorrow.
Regardless of what happens, a big name is going home today. That is what is going to be one of our major storylines. I'll just say again for Max Benneker, his first major championship win, but don't forget his other titles, the likes of the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland Esports a couple of years ago when he was battling with Diogo Pinto, who then went on to become his Team Redline counterpart. Drivers get their final moments of practice and now get ready to sit on that grid for the penultimate race of this first day of Team Championship action.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed. It is a long run down towards T1. It is going to be a tense run down into a very tight corner, Arjuna.
Here we go. These drivers have 2 opportunities to punch their team's way into Championship Sunday. The lights will come up once again. The engines build at the Nürburgring. Lights go out and away we go. It's a great drop from Josh Rogers, who will lead them down the hill in towards turn number 1. But Max Benneker immediately in the slipstream will poke his way to the outside. Watch as Redline and RAG2 battle behind. It's too wide, about 5 rows deep. Jobe goes aggressive, but Benneker's got to watch out as Rogers starts to run away.
Yeah, Pajda also quite deep there into T1, making contact with the G2 Esports car. They're side by side here as going around the outside. RAG just about trying to make it stick. It's fantastically close. And of course, RAG car's just going to come out on top. Enzo Benito just getting pushed out wide, but that is about as close as it gets. They're still side by side coming down towards Ford and Valvoline.
Sebastian Jobe watches as finally Enzo Benito will tuck back into line. Rogers through the opening sector already builds 7/10 of an advantage, and it means Benneker's giving more draft to Yuri Toman that he's gaining from Rogers in front. Down the hill into that Dunlop hairpin, where you've got to be careful not to go that little bit too deep to open the door to invite the sense from behind. A little bit defensive from Benito. Doesn't want to let the fellow BMW Sebastian Jobe work on forward. And again, just to point out that we're going to be talking about tyres as we get to the end of this 8-lap race.
Yeah, certainly so. It is a tyre killer, this circuit. You really do lean on the rears for everyone except the Mercedes that leans on the front for Daniel Pajda, although things aren't looking great. Dropped down to 7th position. Mikael Garfa, heroic working his way through. Now, whilst they are ahead of one of the teams that's inside that top 5, the top 6 rather, that's not great, because the 5 teams that are really close, including those 2 that they might be able to overtake being G2 and Redline, well, they're 4th and 5th right now. They are ahead of Daniel Pajda.
What did Josh Rogers do yesterday? He made the group of death look like the easiest group of them all. He's going to pull away. Jamie Fluke is going to pull to the inside because Kake Oliveira is looking aggressive as they shape through that final corner. Fluke going to get on the power that little bit earlier, prevent Oliveira from carrying as much momentum across the line. But it's in towards turn number 1, down the hill, where ABS will maybe allow the Brazilian to make a move. Fluke once again going defensive. The Furia car alongside and nosing in front down the hill. But now Fluke going to try and get the elbows out on the exit, and into turn 2, the BMW still there.
Yeah, there was also side by side between Enzo Benito and Sebastian Jobe. We need to look further up the order because Redline and G2 are going side by side. This is big for the championship. Whilst we've got this on screen, we must look forward because it's so tight between Benito and Jobe. They're side by side coming out the arena section, and look at this, here comes Jobe.
What a move from Jobe to set this up, and now as the BMWs lean on one another, Jobe's got to be careful. Room left, yes, but now inside, Jobe finally has the opportunity to get up into 4th.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there from Sebastian Jobe. Unfortunately, we didn't see the entirety of the move, but Enzo Benito then dropped down into 5th. Team Redline could be under a lot of pressure here. Enzo Benito knows what he needs to do. He fires it into Dunlop, tries to get around the outside of the hairpin as we start to climb up towards the Michael Schumacher rest. There is a look over the shoulder of Sebastian Jobe, remaining as calm as ever, but watch his mouth as we head into the Schumacher rest. He is concentrating.
And as this stands right now, I think this is enough for G2 Esports to leapfrog Team Redline in the point, and it's going to potentially come down to the final race. I guess in some ways, we talk about the group of death. We're not so worried about drivers advancing from here. It's the group of death for the teams.
Yeah, certainly so. It is incredibly close from this grouping. You know, this is, like I say, it's why we call it the group of death. There are so many big names in it. It was interesting that Williams Esports decided to switch Dara McCormack and Daniel Pajda. That is it was an interesting call that might well be rude later on. That's the problem, is that you may look back at it and think, ooh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that.
Well, Darren McCormack at the very least was able to deliver when he was given the opportunity to maybe drive tracks that he was more comfortable with. A first and a fourth position. Daniel Pastore tucked back in 7th right now. He's still right on board with Sebastian Job. Really revving that gearbox to the top of 5th and then down into 1st as they dive down once again into the opening corner. Top 2 are breaking away. Benneker's been able to hold with Rogers, but it's Yuri Toman, a bit of a cork in the bottle as they run with Sebastian Job.
Yeah, certainly. So this is very, very close. Of course, there's still 2 races left to go. This one plus 1 more. So there's plenty of time for drivers to respond, to react, to do something special as well. It is going to be very, very tough. These drivers have so much pressure on their shoulders because I've said this time and time again, I would not want to be in this last group because you're the one, you're the decision maker. I mean, I feel so bad for Daniel Pastore right now because he's got... if they go through or not, then they're just not going to move through. It's all up to Pastore.
I think right now it's Williams on the wrong side of the bubble, but ultimately we've still got that final race to come where with these drivers over at Spa, a track where draft plays so strongly, we know we're going to be in for excitement. Spa has been the home of so much entertainment. Ultimately, we keep talking about that. Sebastian Job working on Yuri Toman. If he can get to 3rd, start to build a bit of a buffer, leave Enzo Benito behind, those are 3 valuable points he can add to the tally for G2.
Big time. Unfortunately, there's a 2-second gap up towards Maximilian Benneker. Joshua Rogers and Benneker checking out from the field. Like I say, they are, as they did on Thursday actually, they're making this group, the group of death, look like child's play right now. They are so strong. Benneker was fantastic yesterday, and that is why he's hanging on to 2nd position right now. Yuri Toman 2.2 seconds back. Then we get Sebastian Job, Enzo Benito, Mikael Gard, Daniel Pastore, and Kaiki Oliveira, Jamie Fluke, and Ferris Stanley. To be fair, they're all involved in the train. Only 1 second back from that is Fiducci.
You do see, by the way, on the wrist of Max Benneker, he's got an Apple Watch. What do you think his heart rate's at right now? He looks pretty calm.
110.
Well, a little bit higher, I'm sure, for Sebastian Job. Down the inside into turn number 1. How defensive is Yuri Toman really going to be? Job's going to run him out of room as they dive down the hill and up into turn 2. Job grabs 3rd.
Yeah, good move from Sebastian Job. He's working his way forward again, gaining an extra 3 points for the team, moving G2 potentially into a little bit of safety tomorrow. This was the thing that was the concern for Williams Esports. It's not about you know, the big results being lost. It's about the fact that, you know, G2, they've got Sebastian Job in this race. Here's a look at their move on Enzo Benito, straight down the inside of the first corner, is what we missed earlier on, and then around the outside of the Mercedes Arena section. Bit of leaning on with the 2 of them. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, you can tell that these 2 know how to race, that's for sure, and it's here that really initially we saw the charge from the G2 car really diving up the inside, and crucially for Benito, that is running the regular racing line. He's not using one of his 4 cut tracks to go a little bit wide.
Yeah, again, I mean, as much as this could come down to penalties, but still, this is this is the kind of racing we want to see. Brilliant side-by-side for that first sector. Ended as they went through Ford and Valvoline out towards the Dunlop hairpin. Then Sebastian Job got past Yuri Toman, and that's how he finds himself in 3rd position. I get the feeling that 2nd or 1st is a little bit too far down the road, but he's already started checking out from Yuri Toman.
Let's talk about Sebastian Job's Thursday, because the first race went relatively well, but then much like Darren McCormack did in qualifying for the first race, Sebastian Job bowled it a little bit in qualifying for the second race, and a driver that I think came here expecting to be part of our Drivers' Championship final, not part of that. He will want to make sure qualifying next at Spa. No such dramas for him. We saw it further back, by the way. Talked about the train going from 3rd all the way to maybe a 12th position. They're starting to get a bit antsy.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, with Sebastian Job, by the way, it was that Spa race where obviously he had those issues. It was at Spa. He finished in 6th position in the race, so still decent, but it wasn't good enough. A 3rd and a 6th for him back on Thursday, not enough to progress. Well, he's finishing 3rd in the first race, so maybe this is saying what could be happening in future. Big dive down the inside from Kaiki Oliveira and Mikael Gard. That'll remove the pressure from Daniel Pastore, who's actually found himself up the order because he's been told by race control to give up that position to Daniel Pastore.
And so race control, like we mentioned, staying on top of everything, and in that heroic Porsche will have to at least gets the opportunity to fight on back. It could have been a drive-through, it could have been a slow down time penalty as well. That, of all the penalties you can get, is the least harsh.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, it's an extra 2 points to Williams Esports. We were saying this earlier on. The cut-off will potentially come down to a point. It might even be less than that. I don't even know. Was there a tie break?
Well, if it's a tiebreak, how are we doing that? We did it with a shootout.
We did it with a shootout in the I mean, I want to see a 4v4 shootout.
Do we average out their lap times? I think that's what we should do.
No, I think we 1v1 on each of the circuits between each of the drivers. That would be sick.
Okay, to be clear, that's not how it's going to work. But,
no, it's not, but that would be so good.
We are dreaming just a little bit here. We did think we were going to have I thought we were going to have a tiebreaker on Thursday. I don't feel like we're going to get a tiebreaker today. I just get that sense that we will get some definitive results come the end of that race at Spa. Halfway through this one, they're working onto that back straightaway to end lap number 5. Still Rogers and Benneker 1 and 2. They're not going to battle. We know that. Ultimately, it's for Benito, where he's got to get a little bit closer to Yuri Toman to get those points on the board for Redline.
Yeah, Benito's got to get aggressive here. He's got to try something. Redline find themselves in a bad position right now. Daniel Pastor, who we're on board with here, might have to get himself a bit aggressive. A look down the inside into the final corner there from Enzo Benito, the Italian, trying to make something. He's like, oh, there's been a mistake from Pastor, as there's been a squeeze up as well. Mikael Garl's got his way through, and Kaiki Oliveira might be into the mix as well.
And it's going to be potentially now a worry for Pastor that here comes the send from Oliveira. 3 abreast in towards turn number 1. They will go again. Furia's going to get the elbows out with Mikael Garla in that heroic car, and it's an oh-no from Lewis as Williams start to drop, and Daniel Pastor almost down to 10.
Yeah, I get the feeling we might not be able to see Williams progressing through into Sunday. This is looking pretty dire for them. They need some good luck. They might well be getting it as well. Ahead of them, there's a bit of contact between those ahead. Mikael Garl, Jamie Fluke, as well as Kaiki Oliveira, all coming together out wide. They go on the exit of the Mercedes Arena section, and Daniel Pastor's trying desperately to get anything onto the score sheets. At the moment, he's in 9th. He's not scoring enough.
Boy, you can tell this is tense right now as Pastor just tries to give himself enough room to get to the inside of that 58. He's also coming under fire from Ferris Stanley, Gianmarco Fatucci, and Graham Carroll. As we said, the train runs from 4th to 12th, and that's why the racing is so intense. Benito now, importantly, under less pressure since Pastor has slipped back to 9th.
I mean, look, basically what we're seeing here is there is going to be a team very, very upset in about an hour and a half's time. Once we've dealt with this race, once we've dealt with the final race, I don't know which team it is. At the moment, you'd have to point the finger towards Williams, but who really knows what's going to happen in the next race? Spa's a different circuit. There's different pressures on at that one. And hey, maybe Daniel Pastor will find something extra within himself and push himself faster than he ever could go.
We always talk about this Mercedes using the fronts more than the rears. That means that it understeers a little bit more at the end. It's a struggle to get it turned in. You've got to bleed off a little bit more of the speed. And as the heroic 58 goes a bit defensive, Pastor continues to just watch and wait for the opportunity. Ferris Stanley's continuing to lurk, by the way, as they head into that final corner. But it is going to be with 2 laps to go. And 2 laps where Daniel Pastor surely has got to get up to the front of this queue. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, half a second at the front of the field. We said it before, that gap's not going to change. Maybe Benneker will try something late on, but it won't be too risky. If there's a bit of slipstream and there's a bit of a look, they're both not going to risk anything. They're not silly, but they do want to win. Behind all of that, that's where all the question marks is. Into the rear end, Ferris Stanley goes of Daniel Pastor. It's actually just pulled him off of the grouping behind. Maybe they need to get a little bit lucky from race control if anything's to happen here from Williams. That's what they might be hoping for.
I was just about to bring up that if you are Rogers and Benneker, the one thing you don't want to do is get tangled up and get penalty points, because with Peter Berryman getting a qualifying ban today, only 1 of the team drivers was penalized. Tomorrow, with the penalty points continuing to accumulate, when we have 2 drivers from each team in a race, if 1 driver gets a qualifying ban, well, sorry, the other one is 2.
Yeah, you win as a team, you lose as a team, and that is what this competition is all about. We've had the Drivers' Championship, we've dealt with that, we've been selfish already. Now it's time to focus on the team game and pushing it forward for the betterment of all of them. That's why the prize pool's mega for this. $600,000 they'll be fighting for tomorrow. Yeah, it's big. 250,000 of that is going towards the winner.
$250,000, and it's life-changing for the drivers to be able to get not just an opportunity but the financial boost as well. It's the same for the teams. Of course, the Porsche Coanda Esports Group, not the only to have a facility from which the drivers operate. Redline increasingly doing that as well. Apex, Altus, there are so many teams in the sim racing world that continue to try and develop those opportunities, and $250,000 will go a long way to giving you some better programs. It's Benito, though, tries to get to the inside of Toman, but into the NGK chicane, coming to the final lap. Benito running out of time.
Yeah, certainly so. It was Benito there with a bit of a mistake. Oh, as Yuri Toman had an issue, and here comes Enzo Benito. He's going to work his way through up into 4th position. That could be massive, absolutely massive for Team Redline. Up in the 4th, Enzo Benito goes. Yuri Toman, who is driving for RAG, who's basically safe right now. He doesn't need to take any risk.
Yuri Toman in that RAG car is the one that wants 0 penalties at the he could drop to the back and RAG should still be good. That is the advantage they have, but he looks to the inside. He's a racing driver. He forces Benito to give him the space. He forces Benito to give him respect, but Benito says, not on my watch. I've got the inside through the arena.
This could work though for Yuri Toman. He's just being squeezed out wide. That could be bad for Enzo Benito. Kaiki Oliveira also into the scene for Furia. He's driving it in a little bit too deep. Big oversteer for him as he's dropping it in on the brakes. They exit the Mercedes arena section. The move is complete from Enzo Benito. It might be a little bit of drama though from Yuri Toman, because here comes the Furia driver of Kaiki Oliveira.
Oh, that was beautiful to see the setup through the Mercedes-Benz arena, and now outside switches back to inside in towards turn number 6. We're going to see Oliveira surely get in front of Yuri Toman. It's up here at the front though, where in through that Dunlop hairpin, it still continues to run 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't know why we pulled away from Toman versus Oliveira. That battle was fantastic. It is Toman remaining ahead of Kaiki Oliveira. Jamie Fluke behind all of that. We're looking at 2 cars driving around basically by themselves with definitely no move on the horizon on the final lap, whilst all the battling's happening behind.
Lewis McGlade gets his wish granted, back to the battling behind. Daniel Pastor in 9th position, and I said he wanted to work his way to the front of this train. Well, what, 4 more corners to go. He's going to be lucky to hold on to the spot, you'd have to think. Ferris Stanley behind, looking aggressive as well.
Yeah, this is a great battle. It really is. We're in the dying moments. We're looking at the final teams to potentially progress their way through. It's been thrilling stuff. They come up towards NGK. Nothing's happening between our leaders, but there could be drama in this. One mistake and it could change everything, Arjuna.
Oh boy, we've got one more 15-minute race to go before 6 teams eliminated, 6 teams confirmed to fight on Championship Sunday for their share of $600,000. Beneka and Rogers, though, at the front will take Porsche, Coanda and Mouse 1 step closer to that Championship Sunday. 5 odd seconds clear of the rest of the field. Joe from Benito from Toman will complete the top 5. Oliveira gets 6th. Daniel Pastor in that Williams car down in 9.
Yeah, that's a big shame for Williams. Big drama for them. It could be a big hit, but what a superstar Joshua Rogers is. What a battle it could be tomorrow between Mouse, between Porsche, between Team Redline. We're not done yet though. There's still 1 race, and trust me, everything can change. It only takes 1 corner and 1 mistake to change history.
It is 2 consecutive wins once again for the Porsche Coanda esports squad, and it comes from 2 Australians. A German manufacturer, you'd think you maybe have a few more European drivers, but there's something in the water down under.
Look at this though, the instant support. Joshua Rogers wins, Mac Backham comes over, Mitchell de Jong comes over, Nina there looking over. We've already had a bit of a catch up with her. Again, it's a fantastic team. They're a well-oiled machine.
Bump of the fist and a smile from Josh Rogers. In all of the hero shots he gave us, not one iota of a smile.
No, he's a calm lad at the end of the day. Will Chadwick obviously down there to Gianmarco Verducci in the background. Cheeky selfie as well there. We should take one later on.
No.
No? No. Are we not on that brigade? We're not social media experts?
We're just joshing around here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I teased you for, being right twice, apparently. We'll get to chat with Josh Rogers in just a few moments' time. Plenty of drama in that team championship, and let's work through some of the highlights. 3 wide into turn number 1, and Kake Oliveira, I mean, he wanted to make that opening corner his.
Yeah, and that's where Daniel Pastor lost out a couple of positions, up and under from Jamie Fluke as well, picking up 1 position, almost 2 as well. The overhead shot can really see this one piece together. I feel like I'm playing Micro Machines or something. The racing's so tight and crazy here. Jamie Fluke dropping back to the rear end of that field. Great stuff between the lot, but once again, bad for the Williams team.
You questioned the decision to get Dara McCormack swapped out with Daniel Pastor. McCormack was able to deliver with the 1st and the 4th. It's now all on Daniel Pastor in that final race to bring Mercedes AMG Williams back. Let's go to Josh Rogers, though, as he chats with our hosts.
How are you going? Nah, I'm not going to do it again. Nearly got you. Dane said it. He said we should just sit back, watch and enjoy Josh do his thing. And that's exactly what I think we did. How did you feel throughout that? You were, in fact, under some pressure throughout, but were you comfortable?
Yeah, it was okay. Obviously, I did feel the pressure from Max there, especially towards the end. The tires started to go, and I was trying to kind of figure out my all my settings and stuff to try and, I guess, just improve the balance and improve my confidence, especially under brakes into turn 1. But yeah, all in all, obviously happy to get the win. Managed to convert from pole. unlike last night. So, yeah, that's a good one. Good points for the team. And, we'll look for another solid result and lock ourselves into tomorrow.
بالضبط اللي سواه جاش راجرز قدر يحقق النصر مرة ثانية، وسألناه أنه من جد كيف كان شعورك، خصوصا أن الانتصار هذا يعني بعد ما قال لنا الزميلة قبل بالفريق قال لنا استمتعوا في المقابلة الماضية، قال استمتعوا باللي راح يقدمه لنا جاش في السباق الجاي، وفعلا هذا اللي سواه، فعلا أبدع في السباق وقدر يحقق النصر، قال بكل صراحة كان تحت ضغط كبير، وحاول أنه يتواكب كل الإعدادات اللي موجودة له في السباق عشان يقدر يحقق النصر. وفعلا هذا اللي شفناه منه سوى اللي عليه واكثر حتى.
Josh, you've already mentioned you want to lock in another good result. Spa's up next, iconic track. Now, I kind of want to get a sense of your confidence. Let's do a little prediction. Why not? Top 2, at least?
Obviously, I'd like that, right? But it's...
No, not I'd like that. I want a sense of the confidence. I feel like everyone is like, it's Josh. He's in our group. Oh no, we're in trouble. So, okay, top 3?
Look, let's say I like top 5, but it's difficult to say because it's such a competitive field. Spa is a track I feel quite comfortable at, but at the same time, I feel like there's quite a few other guys that are comfortable there too. And with the draft in the race, literally anything can happen. So yeah, it's tough to say, but I'd be happy with a top 5, and I think that would be enough to put us through to tomorrow. So that can be the goal.
نبغى نعرف اداء جاش في المضمار القادم اللي هو سبا كيف راح يكون برضو بالنسبه له، فاحنا قلنا له هل بتكون المراكز الاثنين الاولى؟ قال كان بيصير شوي يعني حرفيا دبلوماسي في الاجابه، قلنا له لا عطنا الزبده، يعني هل الثلاث مراكز الاولى؟ قال اوكي يمكن الخمس مراكز الاولى اللي ممكن اكون فيها، فيقول فيها اشياء جدا صعبه وراح التنافس يكون فيها جدا صعب من الفرق المشاركين معه، كلهم راح يشدون حيلهم بزياده، خصوصا ان المنعطفات فيه جدا الصعبه، لكن بيحاول يسوي اللي عليه.
You're a humble guy, Josh. I like it. Yeah, it's good though, man. You've done really, really well today. Congratulations. Obviously, only one race on the board. I saw that, Cabbage. I saw that. That was great.
Again.
With that, I'm going to send it back over to the desk so that they can break everything down and discuss the team leaderboards as well, because there's a lot of tension building in this room, and I'm pretty sure you know why. So let's send it back to the desk so they can chat about everything for our final race of the qualifiers for the team championship.
Well, you did not get that. We were actually playing rock, paper, scissors, and I won, so let's go back to the desk now. الحين أعزائي المشاهدين خلينا نروح على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع في السباق الجاي.
Right, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure me and you have some more synergy than that, right? Are we going for a high five or fist bump? There we go. Oh my God. Ow. That actually hurt. Wow, you're a savage. All right, anyways, back to the race at hand. We saw Porsche Kawanda coming out on top yet again. Josh Rogers, time and time again, we've been saying he's the one to look out for, the one to keep an eye on. And boy, oh boy, did he most definitely deliver. So congratulations go in way of Joshua Rogers. Provisional race results as per usual. You guys know how this all works by now. But I have to point out that Yuri Toman has received a 10-second post penalty due to too many off tracks as well. How much is this going to set him back mentally heading into the next race?
I mean, honestly, RAG is in such a good position right now. They can afford some mistakes because the points reset tomorrow. I think they are already certain going through if something terrible will not happen. And so, I mean, yeah, they can take a little bit of risk. They can maybe fight with the competition and maybe decide who is actually going to go forward on P6 as well.
I also got to give props in way of Sebastian Job, because the young guy for G2 overtaking Enzo Benito, holding his own as well and not backing down from that overtake, enabled him to not only overtake Enzo, but also Yuri Toman as well. Fair play to him. So talk to me about Sebastian Job, because coming into this, we definitely said that he had the potential. Has he delivered so far?
Yes, in my opinion, yes. He's driving fantastic. There was some little moments on Thursday where it didn't went his way, but overall in the competition and overall what he actually driven, he's absolutely fantastic driver.
He definitely did deliver. Now, how about Daniel Pastor for the side of Team Williams as well, starting 6th on that grid? A little bit of a sticky situation for him.
Honestly, right now Williams is in a big trouble because the next race will decide if they will go through or not. And Pastor literally needs to do the best job of his life next race. So I cannot imagine like what's the pressure right now at the Williams, because before this race they were almost almost in a good position, but Team Redline did such a good race, and G2 Esports, Sebastian Job did such a good race, and Pashtor was just under pressure all the time and going a little bit backwards. So the next race, which is at Spa, what a legendary track, is going to be so difficult.
Another reminder to everybody at home as well. Only the top 6 teams will make it through to the finals for tomorrow as well. Dare I ask for your top 6 prediction?
Oh, please, no, please.
Well, you know what? Everybody in the chat, I want to hear from you right now. Drop your predictions in. Let me know which team is going to finish out on top, and also who you think the top 6 teams of the tournament are going to be as well. Because I'm curious to hear about the support each team has, who's getting the backing on social media, as well as in the chat too. But you're not out of it that easily.
No, please don't let me. No. Please don't. As much as I would like to see Williams in the top 6, at the same time, I want to see G2 Esport there as well, because G2 Esport were having tough time in Munich, having tough time in the Drivers' Championship, and I would love to see them in the top 6. They're like my secret little favorite. You know, Isaac Price, Yoni, Tormola, Sebastian is so awesome as well. Everyone, Frederick is fantastic. It's just fun to hang out with these guys, and I really wish them well, but I don't want to jinx them, so I'm not saying anything.
It's too late. You've already done it now.
No, this doesn't count.
That's how this works, dude. Don't worry. You'll learn by the end of this event that the commentator's curse is very much a real thing. I'd also like to point out, though, out of all of these teams, I was sat there in the arena because I absolutely love the atmosphere in there. Out of all the teams that were there, spectating their drivers, the wide majority was sat down at their seats watching the race take place on the screens. Team Redline was the only team that had every single one of their reps stood up out of their seats overlooking Enzo and providing him with the support that he needs as well. So you can see just how much it means to them as an organization as a whole, to each one of those individual players. And boy, oh boy, how much that support is going to mean to Enzo.
Yeah, it's amazing. That passion, I love it. Kevin Siggy looking left, right, and stepping on his feet, you know, like he's being nervous. Like that pressure is just incredible. Like, don't forget, we are talking about $600,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to be racing for, definitely. As you can see, we've got a lot of the teams kind of holding by, waiting around for race control, I believe, to come to some sort of conclusion result. What are you thinking, Jody? I see you smiling.
I love these shots. This is like such a good shot. Look at the drivers, like they're like, what is going on, guys? What is going to happen? Are we in? Are we not in? What's going to happen? I think the next race will be very dramatic, and I wouldn't be surprised if after the next race we're going to be waiting for some results after some maybe inquiries and stuff, because today I think we maybe have like a record of inquiries through the whole competition.
Well, I love the little pose there from Sebastian Job as well, throwing up a peace sign, trying to bring peace, love and everything to the tracks, most definitely. Do you think Spa is going to be Sebastian Job's track now? What can you tell me about it?
Oh, please don't ask me to jinx Sebastian,
I'm asking
please.
you too many of these questions. I'm putting you in quite a predicament.
I tell you what, I want to see great battle, great racing, a lot of drama, and hopefully we will have all the action happening on the track and not later with some penalties and stuff.
You reckon race control is going to have some more incidents?
I'm 100% sure, but I really wish not.
What's making you 100% sure, though? Is it the caliber of these drivers, the aggressiveness of the drivers, or is it just because, let's face it, it's Spa?
It's the stakes. You know, right now the stakes, like those points are so close right now that if you will not risk it, you will go out.
All right, well, I'm curious to hear from Mr. Sebastian Job himself. Let's find out a little bit more about him.
I'm here with G2 Esports driver Sebastian Job. Sebastian, that's perfect, right?
I think at first it'll be perfect, but it's pretty close because we're really struggling with race pace here, so best result I could ask for, and our rivals in the standings both had poor races, so very important points.
So G2 came into this event 7th. Obviously we need 6th to progress till tomorrow. You overtook Enzo, then you overtook the R8G driver, got yourself a podium. Now I believe you're ahead of Williams as well, who have had a terrible, terrible result for them, especially after how, by your standards, poorly things went yesterday. Are you happy that you've had an opportunity to show what you can do today?
Yeah, it's kind of like a second chance. I think that the first day was so cutthroat and I wasn't feeling quite comfortable, not as comfortable as I am today, and that just kind of led to poor results and getting eliminated. So now I feel like we've got a second chance. Hopefully at Spa I can show it. But yeah, it's it's good to, and hopefully we get that top 6 so I can show more tomorrow.
Perfect. Sebastian, thank you for your time. We very much appreciate it. Good luck for Spa. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, plenty of deliberation there in the arena. We're coming down to crunch time here, folks. And certainly now with one final race to decide who lands in the top 6. And it's around Spa-Francorchamps. It couldn't be at a better place, and we're going to be waiting to see who comes out on top. The top 6, obviously, coming into this one, RHG at the very top. You can just see there the Mercedes representative, James Baldwin, one of the drivers, the key names as part of their team, just deliberating with Jack Keithley as well. A little bit of humour, a little bit of laughter. We love that in sim racing.
Absolutely. I'd like to know what that is, but I'm not sure we'd be able to play it on broadcast, if I'm honest with you. Maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, it would seem to be funny, whatever it was. Yeah, they're the two teams, remarkably, or two of the teams that are fighting for those top 6 places, aren't they? So it's nice to see them having a laugh together.
Yeah, absolutely. And Daniel Pashtor has got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now, of course, representing the Williams Esports team, and they're right on the cusp of brilliance. They're currently sat in P7 with a little bit to find. Naturally, though, there are other teams around with very, very vast talents at their disposal. Heroic, I think they've got a lot of work to do. They're just out of the equation, but the real big decisive point is between that of Mercedes Team Redline, G2 and Williams themselves. A mix-up in qualifying could prove absolutely fatal for many. Here is the team leaderboard. RHG at the top. They're pretty much home and hose. 116 points to their name. Porsche Commander as well, second on 105. Mouse in 87 in third place as well. Here are the crux of the issue. We've got Mercedes, Redline, G2 and Williams Esports all tied together. 4 teams that certainly are stellar when it comes to key racing moments.
And that's the crucial point in the order, really. If Mercedes especially, I know they're 4th at the moment, but if Mercedes especially and Graham Carroll have a qualifying and a race like he just had, then they could be in serious trouble here, even with Daniel Pashtor for Williams, as we mentioned. I'm glad that Pastor's still got the ability to smile, to be honest, at this stage, because I said to Lewis, I think, just before race 7, if there's anyone in the world I wouldn't want to be right now, it's Daniel Pashtor, because you've got the weight of the Williams Esports team on your shoulders, and it's his first event on Rennsport, let's not forget. He's got a huge task ahead of him.
Remember, they swapped him with Dara McCormack earlier on as well. They did manage to catch a crucial win with Dara McCormack, but now it's all down to Pashtor. There's Graham Carroll. He also has a big task on his hands as well, because, of course, 76 points to his name. Currently remains in P4. And that could very easily be turned around as well, because if you look at it, 2 points separate them from Redline, another 2 points separate them from G2 as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what makes it so difficult, and literally any of 4 of those teams could get knocked out, so who knows. It's going to be so exciting, just like we saw on Thursday. It's brutal, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, well, it's going to be absolutely splendid, but first of all, we got an interview with the race director.
We are back at race control, joined by the race director, Adrian. How you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Are you okay?
I'm good. Just
good.
Busy. But
Busy, yeah, I can imagine. It seems very busy. It's always busy up here. So, let's just cut to the chase. We do have, in fact, a penalty from that previous race. Can you take us through the ins and outs, please?
So basically, the most significant penalty, it's obviously just concerning penalty points. The driver is getting 3 penalty points, and the warning because obviously of excessive weaving on the straight, you know. And that's stated by the rules, you cannot do excessive weaving on straights.
Okay, so excessive weaving, sorry Atik, I dived across you, excessive weaving on the straight, and they are going to be receiving 3 penalty points. And the name of the driver?
Enzo
Benito.
بالضبط اللي شفناه الحين هنا معنا مع اللجنه اللي جالسين يحققون في السباق الماضي كيف صار معنا وكان فيها برضو مخالفه لكن هالمره المخالفه ما تعدى على احد لكن اللهم انه ما مشى بالنظام اللي كان مطلوب منه اللي هو المتسابق انزو بونيتو ما كان يمشي بالخط المطلوب منه كان يتارجح شوي في السباق يمين يسار ويبعد برضو عن الفريق وهذه ضد قوانين السباق فاخذ عليها 3 مخالفات لانها تكررت كثير مع تحذير في هذا السباق فهنا جالسين نشوف اللجنه جالسين يتابعون كل شيء ويعطيهم الف عافيه لانهم من جد مضغوطين.
A tough pill to swallow going into the last race of the day, but that's just it. We're going to the last race of the day. So I'm going to throw it back over to the desk so they can break everything down, go through the leaderboard before we dive into our final race.
بالضبط الحين باقينا السباق الأخير فخلونا نروح على طول.
Both superstars are giving us the lowdown there with the race director. Great to obviously have that insight as well, but a punishing moment certainly for Team Redline and Enzo Benito as we make our way into the final race of this, what can only be described as a thrilling Teams Championship fight. One final race to decide it all here at this stage, and of course Ewan at this very sensitive point in the championship with only mere fragments in between those looking to qualify. It is going to be so key to get a good qualifying.
Yeah, we've seen that all throughout Rennsport, really, in ESL R1. Qualifying is so important, even at Spa, where things are, you know, a little bit easier to overtake compared to maybe some of the others. Qualifying is still going to be very key. We're looking for those 2-minute 14.2s to see who can get themselves onto pole position. If you can find a 0.1 as well, that would certainly see you on pole position. But what scenery, what a backdrop we've got to play this last piece of the drama at here in the Teams Championship. It's been a really great day. 8 races, or 7 up to this point, 8 by the end. And yeah, can't wait for this final one now.
Yeah, it's going to be a real interesting one, of course. It couldn't be more appropriate. Formula One there this weekend as well. And we're bringing, of course, the final race to conclude what has been a stellar feature series of races. It has been absolutely brilliant, and of course plenty of names to look out for as well. Joshua Rogers back to his best as well, suffering off the back of a disappointing run after the Drivers' Championship came to an end yesterday. Looked like he was on the brink of winning it. It all fell apart at the Nürburgring though, didn't it? But back again with a race win and certainly a pole position as well at the Nürburgring. That is a tough place to go and do it where he lost it as well at the Drivers' Championship, but now he has a chance to help his team here at Spa.
Yeah, certainly. They won't need it anymore, indeed. They are already through, but this is just for bragging rights, I suppose. There's 1 point between them and RH Esports. Why not go out and win the day?
Bragging rights.
Exactly. Why not go out and win the day for Josh Rogers? And I really like the way that he's bounced back. As you said, I find his mentality very interesting, though. I haven't had a chance to speak to him personally, but I spoke to Dave Warren earlier on today, and he said Josh was kind of like, well, I couldn't have done anything about it. It was Jeffrey Rietveld fault, and so what could I have done about it? And I thought in my head, well, isn't that going to make him more annoyed? But he was like, well, I didn't do anything wrong, so what have I got to answer for? And fair enough on that attitude, to be fair, because I know that I wouldn't have been the same.
No, I think what we've got to give credit for in terms of Joshua Rogers is his ability to reset when things get tough. He comes back into this now in what is a pressure cooker scenario that they can relax just a little bit. They aren't part of this fight that is happening, obviously, in the midfield. Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team on 77 points, just if in consideration of Yuri Toman's penalty that, of course, would have sent him to the tail end of the field in that previous race. Then, of course, you have Team Redline as well on 74, G2 Esports on 72. Mercedes, obviously, the Williams Esports team there on 69 points as well, just outside on the bubble of that top 6, currently sat in 7th place as well. Remember, you've got to be at 6 or above to get through into the finals tomorrow, and naturally that'll be on the Williams Esports mindset, and certainly Daniel Pashto, I bet he is sweating buckets right now. But going back to Team Redline, a team that were team champions, you know, since our spring season championship in Katowice, or all the way through the online events leading up towards the Munich Major, they find themselves in a little bit of jeopardy here.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if they were to go out, have we seen a bigger shock in ESL R1 in the history? I mean, I
unbelievable.
I can't think of one. To see the team's champions get knocked out, it would be absolutely incomprehensible almost. So, yeah, not a situation that these drivers thought they'd be finding themselves in. You know, you'd think with Luke Bennett to start off with, you get yourself off to a good start, and he didn't have a bad day, but you know, it's not gone well here and there for them. Kevin Siggy especially had a couple of incidents during his 2 races. While he had the speed, those weren't converted into points, and it's found themselves in this position of jeopardy.
That confirms it too. The point system has been updated as well. So there you go. Mercedes indeed on 77, 74 for Team Redline as well. G2 Esports on 72. And there you can see Williams in 7th place, just outside the top 6 on 69 points. So there you have it, folks. This is the current running order that we have ahead of us. Now, going back to Redline again, what's Benito's penalty going to do to his mindset as the drivers now head into practice?
Well, yeah, the penalty points, yeah, let's not forget. I'm not sure it's going to do much for him today, because right now he's thinking literally, I need to get to Sunday at this point for Team Redline, and almost he'll be willing to do whatever it takes at this point to get them through. And that's and if he gets more penalty points, if he you know, if he's really pushing the boundary with that, you know, that's tomorrow's me to deal with that kind of thing. Today, I've just got to get Team Redline into the final race, so I don't think that will affect his mindset too much, but tomorrow he will have to worry about that.
Yeah, well, certainly as you can hear from the sound and certainly the graphics in behind. Practice now fully underway as we see Sebastian Job, who gets himself set to tackle this circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps. We haven't spoken really too much about G2, who are right in the mix of this. In fact, they're probably the one team right on the cusp of elimination, but they have got an experienced pair of hands behind the wheel to certainly take them through. Daniel Pashtor, who will, of course, be trying to fight his way to try and lift himself into the top 6, and his team. I get the feeling, despite that, of course, of qualifying being so imperative, we go back to the actions out on track. We have, of course, got a very active stewarding team on board as well. There is going to be a lot of moments here at this circuit, and at Spa, if you risk it, rewards come very far and few between sometimes. We've seen it in the past.
Yeah, and there's a high deal of risk with it as well, so we're going to see a very, very interesting race, but with roughly nearly a half, 5 out of the 12 teams still yet to confirm their place, whether they're in or out for the finals tomorrow. There will be risk being taken, and there is big reward for it as well. Let's not forget, even if you completely have a disaster tomorrow, if you make it, you've won $20,000 anyway. So, you know, in that respect, everybody is going to be so willing and want to make it so badly. But on the point of G2 Esports, they've been so consistent today. Yoni Tumala and Isaac Price both scored a similar amount of points. It was 20 for Price and 23 for Tumala. That's right on the average of sort of where you need to be. Fredrik Rasmussen, unfortunately, lost out on a few points that maybe he could have done with getting. But Seb Job is more than up to the task of regaining those points, and I think we've got to look at those individual drivers, haven't we? It's less about the teams at this stage. I know it's a team's championship, but you've got to look at the drivers in this race. Who is capable, of getting those results needed?
Yeah, well, one man who is capable of getting results is that man, Max Benneker, who's currently in practice as well. All the drivers are going to get set to sort of initialize, maybe raise their hopes in order of ending on a high. It's been a fantastic week where it comes down to racing. We had a thrilling Drivers' Championship, and this is the perfect time to unleash plenty of cars around this track. 12 cars will be heading out in this final Group D stage, and it's going to be sensational as the drivers get set behind the wheel. The Porsche Coanda team as well calling upon their man to come up to the top as well. Joshua Rogers, who has been there and done it, coming off the back though of a hurt Drivers' Championship run, as we now see them make their way through. He's cruising through Malmedy as we speak, but that's only one corner you have to deal with. There's plenty of others. Tenacious corners as well. Here, Ewan.
There are, and that was Jorn Jens as well. We were looking over the shoulder of, by the way, in the team's manager's box, just watching on. As I said, Porsche Coanda Esports racing team are confirmed into tomorrow, as are RHG Esports, but they are going to fight between themselves about who is going to win the day. There's Max Benneker, as you mentioned as well. He does actually have still something to do here. I don't think Miles will be in trouble, purely because Max is at the wheel at the moment. But and, of course, a top 6 would be enough for them to guarantee their spot in, no matter what everybody else does. So their fate is very much in their own hands.
Yeah, I would say so. And 10 points ahead of Mercedes certainly will lend them very well, certainly heading into the latter stages. There's Graham Carroll, who will no doubt be facing that pressure cooker scenario, the same pressure cooker scenario that Team Redline and G2 Esports and Williams are facing. He'll have a full squad behind him, though, the likes of the experienced James Baldwin in his corner. And we'll have to wait and see whether he can convert that into a positive result.
And how does he turn around the last result? Because,
well, yes,
he didn't qualify well at all. He was more than half a second away from pole. He didn't get a slowdown. It's just a poor lap. And then, to be fair, this is not a unique thing with him. He struggled to make moves in the race. That's a kind of Nürburgring theme that we've been having quite often. But if Carroll does that again, he qualifies low and then struggles to make his way through the order, Mercedes pick up 1 or 2 points, then they could be in serious trouble.
Well, if it wasn't for that Yuri Toman situation, obviously that would bring them one step closer to Team Redline's deficit. Of course, that would have been a 2-point deficit instead of a 3. Now, while that doesn't seem like a lot, when it comes to these crunch time moments, every point counts. 1 point could be the difference maker between getting into the top 6 or finishing outside it. And what I can tell you now, folks at home, is that we are now about to get underway in qualifying. Of course, the countdown is on, and it's the last dying moments now for the drivers to get their practice in. There, of course, as well, is the G2 as well engineer just watching on and just waiting to see whether their guys can pull out some major results as we now wait for the graphics to update. And very soon these drivers now be sending it through Spa to unleash their lap times. And certainly now the fear is going to be kicking in. Certainly the sweat, as you can see on the brow of that of Luke Bennett as well. Can't wait for this one.
It's getting serious, isn't it? Look how many people are crowded around one small computer monitor at the moment. It's remarkable. It's really fingernails biting time, I guess you could say. Luke Bennett stood up there. I was thinking about this earlier on, actually. For those drivers who were in Group A, who went off first, who drove 5 hours ago, it's got to be a horrible feeling for the rest of the afternoon, because you're just watching, helpless, seeing your teammates out there.
There's nothing more you can do at that stage, and obviously Luke Bennett, who is vastly in control, but you know what that means. It's qualifying. We are getting set now for the qualifying session that will decide where these drivers start on the grid. I tell you what, you can cut the tension with a knife. Max Benneker getting himself set to get underway. He's going to be the first driver to kick us off, heading down towards the source as well. Mouse, who currently see themselves in the top 3, 87 points to their name, and that is 10 points ahead of Mercedes, who are in 4th. Heading up through towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Of course, Eau Rouge, as named as by the stream that runs underneath this portion of track, as he now heads over the crest, leading up towards the Kemmel Straight before they hit Lacombe.
Top 3, but still not safe for Miles. Max Benneker needing a decent lap here. Doesn't need to set the world on fire by any means, but he does need a decent lap just to make sure that Miles will be okay in this session. Through the first sector he comes. It's a 38.7. That is right on the money indeed. A little bit above it. It's a good start to the lap for the Audi driver.
Yeah, get hyped, everybody. 38.7 in the first sector is plumb what you need to certainly get yourself a decent lap time. Heading through Rivage now. Keep it tight to the inside. Second gear is now Benneker. Now looks to try and nestle himself higher and higher, and certainly try and tackle the top of the classification as well. Pole would be ideal, but heading through Jackie X curve.
Slow down!
Oh, dearie me. Extended far too much, Max Benneker. Now, these are the moments you need heading through towards the final race.
Not what Max Benneker needed at all. $100,000 went his way yesterday. Is he going to be the reason that Miles failed to make the team's final tomorrow? It's very, very unlikely, by the way. The percentage chance of them going out is probably way less than 10%, but right now, this is the worst possible thing that could have happened.
Well, I tell you what, shaking the head from Max Benneker says it all. I tell you what, maybe breaking under pressure as he now hits the gravel trap this time. Has his spirit been broken? Not the great Max Benneker, driver's champion. And now, again, a shake of the head. What's going on here, Max Benneker?
And now, in the last qualifying session, we were told by Jasmine, who was in the arena at the time, that he was really annoyed and agitated of the cameraman being in his eye line as he was qualifying. And I just wonder whether all the eyes on him, because he's gone first again, has the cameraman just distracted him a little bit. Obviously, it's the same for everyone. It's a live environment, but it may just have distracted Max Benneker.
It could well have done. Heads up now towards the line now to nestle in his time, and he certainly won't be necessarily too happy. A 2:15.939 is not where you need to be. But here comes Mikel Gall, and 38.8 in the first sector, 59 in the second sector. A little bit of work to do, though.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, unfortunately. It's probably going to be a mid-14 somewhere in that region for Heroic. They need an absolute miracle here and indeed can't make it to the team's final. Unfortunately, they can cement their place at least in 8th place, which would be a success to beat the likes of the Apex Racing team and some of the other new teams on the sim racing scene. It's a 14.5 from Gull as we see Sebastian Job into the final sector. He has a huge job with this qualifying lap.
Yeah, 38.8 in the first sector. That's just around a 10th over what he might prefer to be. Of course, that's the threshold. 59.7, though, looks good in the middle sector. Heads now out. This could go faster than Mikel Gall, as we should expect. As Sebastian Job now, he does indeed go to the top, and very nearly 0.2 of a second faster. 1.5 tenths at the very least as well. 2:14.374. Not a bad lap.
It's not bad at all, but maybe could have been better. We'll see where the others are, because at this stage, the pressure has never been higher in the team's competition until this point. So what will they be able to deliver? Enzo Benito needs to do that right now for Team Redline. The team's champions from the spring season, at the moment in danger of being knocked out here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, here at Gamers8. It's not a good lap from Enzo Benito. It's only a 14.5 pretty much.
Yeah, going, you know, I know it's only just over a 10th, and in normal days terms, that might be considered quite small, but certainly when it comes to racing at this level, it's quite vast. Joshua Rogers, though, a 38.6, and that is stellar in that first sector as well. 59.8, though, in the next sector. Costs him maybe a tenth off the threshold of where he needs to be. Sector 3, though, if he gets it dialed in, this could be superb here from the wonder from down under. Joshua Rogers now across the line. Is it enough to go ahead of Job? It certainly is. Sets a 2:14.309, 65 thousandths quicker than the G2 Esports in behind.
Yeah, not quite better than his optimal lap time in his home setup like it was at the Nürburgring yesterday, but still a pretty decent lap time from Joshua Rogers. 2:14.3 is the new line in the sand for Jamie Fluke, who's next up to try and beat that one. Missed the major, of course, back in Munich a couple of months ago. Missed the top 12 yesterday as well, and unfortunately was just given too much to do for the Apex Racing team at the end of this event. It's a 14.7 from him as well, nearly half a second away.
Yeah, I think a middle sector that I think he's slightly disgusted with. We saw a shake of the head. He's not happy, but likely, though, Apex Racing team will certainly squander in delight, certainly the fact that Kevin Ellis Jr. delivered for them earlier on. Yuri Toman, who was scuppered with that penalty earlier on as well. 38.8 in the first sector is reasonable. 59.7. He would have needed 59.8, though, in the middle sector. 35.8 sends him fifth fastest. Yuri Toman. Nevertheless, though, they aren't too concerned because they are on top.
They are indeed. Not much riding on this race for them, and Yuri Toman, just a little bit of extra practice for him as Kaki Oliveira also makes his way towards the line. Arguably leading the line for Furia here today, the only one in Riyadh to have done the entire season, the only Furia who made it to the Munich Major as well. He is very much their star man. Kaki Oliveira makes his way to the timing line now, and it's a 14.5, excuse me, for him. Fifth place for the Brazilian.
Yeah, Graham Carroll on one of his most important laps in this series now. This could be decisive as he now heads out of Blanchimont. A 38.9 in the first sector is not ideal. 59.9 in the second sector certainly isn't either. This could be 5/10ths out of where he should be. Could be more than that now as he exits the bus stop chicane. Comes up towards the line. This is less than impressive here from Graham Carroll, and he's not going to enjoy that one. It is indeed plus 5/10ths outside of where he needs to be. 8th fastest for the Mercedes. That could be a problem.
That's exactly what happened at the Nürburgring as well, and if he can't overtake, just as was the case in race 7, Mercedes could be in real trouble of getting knocked out here. Of course, it all depends on what Daniel Pastor can do at the end of this session as well, as Gianmarco Fiducci makes his way to the final turns. He breaks a little bit late into the final chicane, and I'm afraid he's already tracking about half a second away from pole position right now. That's where he will remain in 9th place.
Yeah, certainly just over half a second outside, but behind Graham Carroll nonetheless. Ferris Stanley up next for the BMW team as well. They have had certainly a busy time of it. They did sort of lend their hopes into an effective run in the team's championship, but Stanley now making his way through the final two corners as well. 38.8 in that first sector isn't too bad. 59.9 though isn't ideal in that second sector. Across the line now, sector 3. Frustration there, kick it in for Ferris Stanley. 7th fastest, goes faster than Jamie Fluke though.
Yeah, and Graham Carroll as well, which he'll be pretty pleased to have accomplished, but didn't seem too pleased about it as you saw him go over the line there. This is the important lap, though, for Daniel Pastor, who was not far away in the first sector, but lost a bit through the middle now, and so it's probably going to be down in the midfield for him as well. Needs to be quite a way ahead of Mercedes, and probably needs to beat G2 or Redline here in this session, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen for him. 14.7, it's down in 9th place for Daniel Pastor.
Leaves him ahead of Graham Carroll though, and that could be decisive later on, but the man who would certainly go pole, it's him again. It's Joshua Rogers here for Porsche Coanda. He's only gone and done it. He will continue his rapid rise and ascension here in ESL R1. He is back once again after sealing the deal on a superb victory at the Nürburgring, and he is your ALJ fastest lap holder as well. A stellar run, certainly from him. Here is the starting grid for the race. It's Max Benneker on the back row of the grid, P12, a place where he's not used to. Certainly alongside him is Gianmarco Fiducci in 11th place. points in 10th goes to that of Graham Carroll, with Daniel Pashtor in 9th as well. P8, that goes to Jamie Fluke, with Ferris Stanley in 7th. Yuri Toman in 6th place, with Kaiki Oliveira in 5th. 4th place goes to Mikael Gal, with that of Enzo Benito in 3rd as well on the second row. 2nd place goes to Sebastian Jobe. Front row for him, a very important one for G2, as well as Joshua Rogers. He's back on pole yet again. That smiling face from down under is now back at the very front of the grid. And he is, as I said before, your ALJ fastest lap holder. It's Joshua Rogers. It's Porsche Coanda back to their best yet again.
How many times has he won in LAN events now for ESL R1? He's just edging that percentage closer towards the 50%, isn't he? He had more than a third race wins last time around. Last time we checked it on a couple of days ago. Obviously more races happening, but yeah, what a performance from Josh Rogers once again. We've seen so many times the post hitter as well hold on to a race lead. Can Josh Rogers do that again?
Yeah, your ALJ fastest lap presented. And to that of Joshua Rogers, as you can see from the graphics right ahead of you, what a way to get yourself set for a run at Spa-Francorchamps. But there's a couple of names I want to look at here. G2 Esports run the bubble in 6th. Currently, as it stands, they're going through. But there is a very, very small points gap in between them and Williams right now. But they will breathe a sigh of relief that Daniel Pashtor qualified the way he did.
That is the man who can change things. Daniel Pashtor needs to gain places off of the start and continue to do that throughout the race as well, because G2 and Redline have qualified very well there in 2nd and 3rd. Jobe and Benito have left themselves with not a lot to do. I know I said that Beneca's slowdown there was pretty important. Well, he does need a lot of things to go wrong. That includes, of course, the likes of Williams finishing 1st or 2nd, which seems unlikely at this stage. So Mouse can breathe a sigh of relief, but it's Pashtor who has the work to do.
Yeah, as you can see from the realms of the rafters, the team bosses are getting set, ready for this one. The nerves are starting to kick in. The team's championship with the prize pool at stake. There's lots on the line. Daniel Pashtor knows it, as does G2's representative. He knows it too, Sebastian Jobe. He's going to be looking to try and fight, as is Enzo Benito, who qualified superbly in the face of danger. 2nd row of the grid for him too. And Mercedes Graham Carroll, though he can sort of have a little points buffer to his name, there's not a long way separating Williams and Mercedes, so he can't count his chickens just yet. As you can see, their practice session prior to the race has come to an end as they look now onwards and upwards. And it's not just at Arouge and Radeon, it's all about the championship as the cars get lined up onto the grid. I'm going to ask your thoughts here, Ewan. Got any tips?
Not really. I think, yeah, Pastor's going to struggle, unfortunately, but let's see how it goes.
Here come the lights, folks. Get ready for this one. It's going to be a cracker. Here they come now, as you can hear the engines rev. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Joshua Rogers with his signature superior start here in behind as well. You can see Sebastian Jobe covering off Enzo Benito. Then they come together anyway. As you can see now, they run out of turn 1. There's a bit of battling, some squabbling, a heroic nearly into the gravel trap. The RAG car belonging to Yuri Toman, also looking to fly up through the order, but Rogers has checked out. He's taken the lead. Certainly though in 2nd place, you can see though that the battle could still yet rage on as Enzo Benito gives chase as well for 3rd place.
And Benito needs to get this under control very quickly because before he loses too many places. It's Kaiki Oliveira who dived it down the inside into turn 1 and got through. Now they're battling in towards Lecom. It's outside line for Enzo Benito. He brakes slightly later. He hangs it round the first part, which gives him the inside of the 2nd, but outside again.
It is getting so nip and tuck between the pair as they now make their way. Kaiki Oliveira trying to defend off as now we're seeing, what's that, sorry?
Graham Carroll's off the road and he's out the race by the looks of things. Graham Carroll looks to be out of this race.
Goodness me, Graham Carroll, that could be a costly error. 77 points now sees him dissipate to the back. A 0 point score. Should it remain like this? And take a look at Daniel Pashtor right in the back of this pile now. He needs to get to work. He has no choice.
However, Pashtor needs P6 to tie with Mercedes. He needs 5th to go ahead of them, and right now he's lost 2 places off at the start. This is not good news for Daniel Pashtor. He needs the positions that are in front of him. Battling up in front is Mikael Gal and Jamie Fluke, who are going side by side.
Yeah, 8 points is the differential, of course. That's what he needs, and certainly it's going to be a struggle all the way back in 11th place with work to do. But nevertheless, you've got 7 laps to do it in. Ahead of them here, Fiducci. Of course, he's going to try and make that of Pashtor's life very, very difficult. the FaZe driver, who's looking to make a name for himself as well. Obviously currently sat in 10th place. They can't challenge though for the team's title. They are very much out of it here, but that still isn't going to stop him from trying to retain as best position as he can. Daniel Pajtor though is going to have a lovely run heading out of Blanchimont now. This is oh so important in the context of the qualifying into the team's championship. Runs around the outside, he knows how imperative it is, but a great run heading out of turn, well, certainly out of the final corner at turn 16. It's going to certainly gift him, shall I say, turn 18 and 19 as they run down towards turn 1.
He's got the outside again for La Source, and the longer this battle goes on, the more time it's going to cost him. He's going to try and hang it round the outside here, is he? Well, he's tried to get the better exit, but I'm afraid it's not happened for him. Gianmarco Finucci has held on to the place in 10th at the moment, and Pajtor is going to have to get the run up the hill and do this into Lecom.
Pajtor looking for a pass. He's going to need one on Gianmarco Finucci, who's certainly going to try and squeeze every ounce of his Porsche 911 to try and retain the place, or Porsche 992 I should say, as they now climb up the Kemmel Straight now, heading up towards Lake Com. Side by side they go. Daniel Pajtor looking for the pass that will ascend him higher up the order. Points mean prizes. He knows that. They come through the right and left. A brilliant move, a much needed move, but now he needs Mikkel Gall.
Now he needs 4 more. Only 10th place at the moment. He's only gaining 2 of the 8 points that he needs to. The good thing ahead of him is there's fighting going on between Jamie Fluke, Max Benneker and Mikkel Gall as well. So if those guys can continue to do that, then right now Daniel Pajtor would have a chance, but he still needs 4 more moves.
He does. He's literally sitting tight. The gap though is quite extensive. Needs to try and retain, or certainly try and rein in that 7/10 of a second gap, but he's down to 6/10. He is trying to climb and clamber. Mikkel Gall right ahead of him. Max Benneker, that's going to be a very different task altogether as they head through the Lafanier chicane here this time. They cruise now through this section now before leading down towards Campus and Stavolo. Jamie Fluke still leading through Max Benneker, as we now see Mikkel Gall right on board with him now. As you can see from the left-hand camera, he has got a full view of Daniel Pajtor, and he is going to work. I've got to give credit to Pajtor. He knows what's at stake. He's going for this.
Well, he can't do anything else at this point. He's got to put it all on the line, just lay it out there. If it means ending with a bash and a crash at the end, then that's fine, because he's got to give it absolutely everything now to get Williams Esports into that final tomorrow. At the moment, they're missing out by 6 points, and Mercedes are going to hang on despite not even completing half a lap of this race.
Absolutely stellar scenes indeed, and certainly I can imagine all of you watching at home I'm sure are trying to rally that to the Williams Esports driver on. What a stellar turnaround this could be if they could launch themselves into that top 6. Coming into this round, certainly this race, 7th place with 71 points to their boot as well. Maximilian Benneker, he's also got a squabble on as well. Jamie Fluke ahead of him for Apex Racing Team. They, of course, celebrating that of Kevin Ellis Jr.'s win earlier on tonight, as now Benneker will look to climb Eau Rouge and Radion this time as well. Up they go, in tandem, nothing separates them. The gap thinner than a fly's eyelash as they curl to hightail over the curbs now. The Kemmel Straight comes up next, and Benneker unleashing the pace now in his very own Audi R8 LMS GT3. Goes to the outside, heading it towards Lake Com. You can see the heroic in behind too. Jamie Fluke might not have any answer here for Benneker, but does indeed try to wrestle him through. Benneker with an almighty squeeze as they head now in towards Malmedy. Wheel to wheel they remain though. Spoiler to spoiler, he's got ahead of him. Certainly a stellar move from Benneker. Enter Mikkel Gall. Under threat here from the Williams in behind too as they come through Rivage. They run still wheel to wheel, but can't usurp him. Jamie Fluke, he is no fluke. He retains P8.
Nice pass from the Drivers' Champion though into 7th place for Max Benneker there. Jamie Fluke hangs on to 8th place at least, which is difficult to do when you get one driver through. It can very easily turn into a bit of a freight train down the inside, but thankfully it didn't for Jamie Fluke and Apex Racing Team on that occasion. Daniel Pajtor actually was challenged by Gianmarco Finucci on the way in towards Lecom as well, so that wasn't great news for Williams. He still needs those 4 places, and at the moment I can't see where they're going to come from.
No, the gap between Benneker and Stanley now stretches to 1.5 seconds alone, and if you factor in the other delta times crawling downwards, Daniel Pajtor's job has been made that much more difficult. And naturally, this is ESL R1. This is a fight. These are the best drivers in the world fighting over the biggest prize in the world. Naturally now we see them make their way through towards the final sector now. Blanchimont comes up next. Max Benneker, who is now usurped that of Jamie Fluke. It was a stellar overtake as well, gave it everything and certainly committed and pulled it off heading through Malmedy as well. Give Fluke credit though, did manage to defend against the approach from Mikkel Gall. who's obviously more concerned about that of Daniel Pashtor. While he doesn't have a dog in this fight, he's still very much aware that his pride's on the line, and that is exactly what these drivers care about too. It's not just a question about money. These are passionate industry professionals. They want the best possible, and this man's no different either. Yuri Toman for RHE, and that's why they're top of the standings.
He could be the only one to change things over here, because if he gets into a real battle with Team Redline, then maybe something strange could happen here to Enzo Benito. But RNG Esports certainly won't be hoping for that. They'll just look for the moves themselves. Inside, kind of through the middle for Enzo Benito as he chases the slipstream of Kaki Oliveira, who now weaves around to give Toman a little bit of that. Up in towards Lecom. Benito lifts off, lets Toman through. He knows it's not a battle he needs to be a part of.
Those of you with good memories will remember that RHE came unstuck at the hands of Team Redline in terms of the Team Championship back in the Spring Series. It's all set to turn around as Toman takes 4th place. Coming off the back of losing some points earlier on, is now once again is Pashtor under pressure, because enter Gianmarco Finucci, who's going to break the hearts of many. Heading through Rivage, he's only got his nose in front. The FaZe car now fully in front as they head through now round Jackie X Bend. It's Finucci in 10th.
FaZe back into 10th place. Unfortunately, they were out long ago, but it's really putting paid to Williams Esports' chances of getting into that top 6. It's a place lost instead of a place gained for Daniel Pashtor, and this task is only getting more and more difficult with now 5 overtakes needed in the 3.5 laps remaining.
Yeah, it's getting tight, it's getting nip and tuck, but naturally I think the writing's on the wall for Williams. Pashtor, who has lost crucial places. He, of course, losing out to Gianmarco Finucci, who is now in 10th place, just over a second in behind, 1.1 to be exact, nearly 1.2 in behind Mikael Gall, as we now see Pashtor now as he looks straight forward. A little mistake as well, heading through Stavolo. Corbe Paul Frere coming up next as well, but you can just see the gap now starting to curtail out slightly, as there's Finucci, the crux of that pass, and certainly a tremendous effort from him too to fight back. Of course, has joined the FaZe team and become part of its existence here in this championship. Of course, what a sensational event it has surely been as well. And we've got to give credit too, I suppose, to Enzo Benito. A cool, controlled method. He knows if he stays within the top 6, he's safe anyway. As long as he stays ahead of the Williams, he's safe. And bear in mind, he's got a buffer of cars in behind too, if you factor in Mercedes themselves.
He's got a very big buffer at the moment as Enzo Benito, partly because of Mercedes. To overhaul Mercedes, he doesn't need very much. It's more Williams that need quite a lot to overhaul Mercedes at this stage. So at the moment, everybody is relatively relaxed, and it's panic stations for Williams, who unfortunately look like they're on their way out. As we look at Josh Rogers once again. Is he on his way to another race win here? Nobody's won both of their races here today, by the way. I know it happened twice back on, what was it, Thursday? It happened twice on Thursday. It hasn't happened yet today.
Yeah, I know, but we got Kaki Oliveira and Yuri Toman. Toman once again lifting himself high and defending against the approach from Kaki Oliveira as well. Heading through Malmedy they go. Heading down now towards Rivage yet again. Oliveira, a real sensation in this race as well, has been part of the certainly part of the higher echelons for Furia, has given them many a grand result, and a huge character as well if you ever meet him. We do love him here as well, here at ESL R1, and back again as he now makes his way a little wide there from Toman as well. Do have to wonder whether there might be an off-track gifted to him after that one, as they now head through Puon. Further back, Benito, who's watching this all unfold, doesn't have to worry too much. He has Ferris Stanley in behind, Max Benneker in 7th. I mean, Mouse, of course, don't have anything to worry about. Remember, 10 points coming into this round, or certainly this race, ahead of that of G2 Esports earlier on. Well, G2, incidentally, on the rise. The points being updated as we speak. Of course, the Williams team 71 and still need 6 to challenge that of Mercedes up at the sharp end. Of course, Graham Carroll now outside the points equation, but surely his team will proceed onwards, as we're now seeing. And this is Mikael Gall making his way through Corbe Paul Frere. Seems now things have settled slightly here now at this stage, Ewan, but naturally with a few laps still to go, we could still be in with a tasty fight here. As now we're seeing, well, the Williams is coming back.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's increasingly just a battle for 10th place now for Daniel Pashtor to get back in front of Gianfranco Finucci.
Slow down, is it?
Gianmarco Finucci, I've got it wrong again. It looks like it. Finucci just pulls off to the left-hand side again and drops back to 11th. So Pastor's back into 10th again, but still a long way away from the top.
We're getting word that there's a 10-second penalty being delivered as well. So the slowdown coming into effect as well, and he's given the place now to Daniel Pajtor, heading through now La Source once again, this time on lap 6 of 7, the penultimate lap, and there's the confirmation on the top right hand of your screen, out of bounds, and he has been penalised for that.
At least he's completed more than 4 laps today. He had a disaster on, at least he had a disaster on Thursday where he didn't complete either of the races, yeah, I think he actually didn't start one of them as well.
He's had his tough times, hasn't he?
He has, and so he's at least raced today, but unfortunately it's going to be the end of Faze's time at ESL R1 here in the Teams Championship.
Yeah, nearly 5:11 thousandths in behind that of Daniel Pajtor in 10th place. In fact, bang on 5:11 at that point as they make their way through towards that section. Now they tie up yet again as now Jamie Fluke now comes to rumble here this time, making his way around Mikel Gala, going out wide as they head through towards Rivage, but Jamie Fluke hanging on with for dear life, holds on to 8th place. Mikel Gala still threatening him though as they head through Jackie Hicks.
Yeah, this is more of a fight for show between these two, unfortunately, at this stage. To be fair, they're not too far away from each other on points, but this battle doesn't actually affect anything, unfortunately. They were just missing that last 5% or so, these two teams today, unfortunately. Apex Racing Team have shown promise somewhat throughout the season, but it's not quite been going well for them today, or well enough anyway. And Heroic have been there or thereabouts, especially towards the end of the season, as they really got to grips with that Porsche, with the likes of Tommy Usgaard especially, who did make it to the major in Munich. However, it wasn't enough for Heroic quite today, but you know, they're developing, and maybe in the future it will be they will be able to make it.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, time certainly does heal many and certainly grow many a team as well. We've seen it, of course, with the likes of Team Redline, who have become such peripheral figures in the world of sim racing. They have some of the best drivers in the world. Mouse, who have entered the fold, have certainly started strongly, recruiting the likes of Yuri Kazdor, Max Benneker, of course, who has gone on to become the Drivers' Champion as well. But the final lap now beckons, and it's Joshua Rogers who takes us through. Sebastian Joba, we're currently seeing on our screen, 2nd place as well for G2 Esports. This will, I'm sure, confirm their place. Currently, as we see it, this will maintain a 4th place for that of Sebastian Job and G2 Esports as they come out of La Source now, heading up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. And keenly enough, this will put them ahead of Team Redline as well.
Yeah, what a point, what a race and a performance from the young driver, by the way. Sebastian Job has shown his worth in this team, and he is going to be so crucial tomorrow. If they are to get up there and challenge for that title, he needs to have a good day, and so do the others. In fact, Tourmala and Price did their bit. Rasmussen a little bit below that. He'll need to pick up his game as well. But it's Job who saved them as Gala just goes to the outside of Fluke and doesn't quite make it this time.
Yeah, getting close though as they now make their way through Malmedy. A delicious switchback though from Mikel. Oh no! Goodness me, a tie-up heading through Malmedy, and he's been caught out. Daniel Pajtor very nearly collected. This does gain him a place, but I think it's too little too late.
It's far too little too late, unfortunately. That's 1 extra point, and he gets a bit closer to Mercedes, but nowhere near enough. He needs still, another 3 at this stage to tie it up with Mercedes. That's not going to happen unless there's a monumental explosion in that fight for 4th place that's going on.
Well, you never know, of course. Stranger things have happened in the world of motorsport, certainly the realms of sim racing. ESL R1, though, delivering a clinic. This man delivering a clinic too. Joshua Rogers, he may have lost out on the Drivers' Championship after a scuffle heading around the Nürburgring, but he returned there, didn't he, folks, in our earlier race to go from pole to victor. Yet again, a position he is oh so used to, and now as he makes his way out of Corbeil Paul Frere, heading down through towards Blanchimont now very shortly, the in-swinger, the left-hander, the fast-paced section of circuit where you can just keep your foot to the floor. He will, of course, round it now and speed through down towards the bus stop chicane. He'll have to pick his braking point, but I'm sure he'll do this in great style as now Joshua Rogers, for the final time, enters the right. He'll enter the left. Turn 19 beckons. It beckons this man to a 2nd pole and a 2nd race win here in this event. The Team's Championship alive and kicking for Porsche Coanda. Joshua Rogers, a 2nd win in conjunction. The only man to do it, and what a way to do it too.
They put their name down as one of the favourites tomorrow as Porsche Coanda Esports look to get that $250,000 available tomorrow for the Team's Championship, and that man right there is going to be so crucial for it. Josh Rogers, the only driver today to have won 2 out of 2.
He could be a myth, but he is a legend anyway. He has just taken a 2nd successive win Joshua Rogers, the righteous man at Porsche Coanda. He is your victor, and he did it in style, didn't he? Checked out right from the start. Nothing phases him. He's come back after that terrible, terrible moment yesterday where he became unseated in the battle for the teams in the Drivers' Championship, and he's back for the teams. He's going to help his teammates as well at Porsche Coanda. Big Mac Backham, as well as the rest of his team. Dane Warren joins in as well. All of them. Fantastic to have them here as well on board with this, and nevertheless they'll all celebrate this one tonight, but tomorrow it's a big day.
It certainly is. Josh Rogers may be a myth. He's certainly not a human. The way he drives, I can tell you that. Absolutely unbelievable. It's a lot was said overnight. He deserved to win that Drivers' Championship last night. Obviously, things happened, and they always do. He still won $75,000 at the end of the day, but he wants that $250,000 for Porsche Coanda Esports team, and those are the 4 drivers that will set out to do it as well. What a performance from Josh Rogers. What a chance they have tomorrow.
Yeah, there may be money at the equation, but wins mean everything. Team Redline as well, Enzo Benito congratulated by his teammates. A few moments of concern, of course, earlier on. Nina joining them as well, of course, head of esports at Porsche, and joins in the celebrations as well. The team all together, and they are absolutely beaming, and for righteous reasons too. They deserve it, and credit to them, and I'm sure Barney will be standing by as well. And incidentally, Sebastian Job, I think he could be pleased too, because G2 Esports second, which garners them 4th in the current standing.
Yeah, who knows what they can do tomorrow with 4th in today's standings. You know, they maybe feel, you know, we could have beaten Miles today or whatever. Strange things can happen, so you never know.
Well, we're going to head across to Barney now very shortly. He's going to be standing by with an interview.
Sebastian Job, dude. G2 lives to fight another day. Going through to the final tomorrow, congratulations, what an amazing race. You can now breathe a sigh of relief. How you feeling?
Yeah, like you said, relieved. Wasn't the ideal situation going in. You know, we were really up against it. We knew we had to score big, but I was confident in how I felt on the rig today. It was a lot better than 2 days ago, where I really wasn't very comfortable, so I've made some improvements there. Yeah, it kind of showed in the pace and consistency. Not super happy with the Spa race because I couldn't keep up. Just tires fell off big time, but got what we needed to do, so I'm happy with that.
صحيح، سألنا المتسابق معنا سباستيان في هذا السباق كيف كان بالنسبة لك، لأن من جد أنقذ فريقه وقدروا يتأهلون معنا فريق G2 والحين معنا في النهائيات. قلنا له كيف شعورك الحين؟ هل أنت مرتاح؟ قال أكيد مرتاح زي ما ذكرت، وحتى برضو بالنسبة له السباق يعني كان أداء جدا ممتاز، وحتى برضو متحسن عن اليومين الماضية. قال اليومين الماضية ما كان مرة مرتاح، وكان برضو في عنده شوية أخطاء فتواكب فيها، وحتى برضو اليوم جاينا بشكل أفضل في آخر سباق، وفي نفس الوقت أن حتى برضو قدرنا يسيطر بشكل أفضل على الكفرات وعلى كل شيء حوله.
Sebastian, there's something to be said coming in, you know, it's Group D, being the last driver up for your team, and coming into this is, you know, it's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, especially coming into the final race when you're sat in 6th, you're on that threshold. Did you feel a lot of additional pressure being chosen to be Group D? Did you choose it, or, you know, what was the kind of situation behind that?
Honestly, I felt really calm. I quite liked the pressure, but today I didn't feel any pressure. I kind of knew we were going to be through. I just felt way more comfortable. I knew that I had the pace to do it, and in my mind, it was never really in doubt. Whereas 2 days ago, I wasn't comfortable. There was doubt in my mind, and I knew I wasn't certain. But today, there was no doubt.
صحيح، الثقة جدا مهمة في هذا السباق عشان يقدروا يضمنون التأهل. فسألنا المتسابق معنا سباستيان إن على أي أساس تم اختياره أن يكون آخر متسابق في المجموعة، لأن زي ما أنتم عارفين هذا سباق الفرق. فهل كان عليك برضه ضغط جدا كبير في السباق الأخير؟ أنت الحاسم بالنسبة لفريقك. قال بكل صراحة ما حسيت مرة بالضغط الكثير، خصوصا أن تحسن الوضع عن اليومين الماضية. فاليوم أنا جاي بشكل أريح مع الضغوطات، وأنا عارف برضه يقول لنا أنه كان واثق جدا من تأهلهم بغض النظر عن الظروف اللي تصير، وسووا اللي عليه وما قصر، ومن جد فريق تأهل معنا إلى النهائيات.
Well, the confidence is building, and just at the right time, it would seem. So congratulations on such a fantastic race. And we're really looking forward to seeing what you guys bring into the Team Championship finals tomorrow. But for now, that is it from us over here on the main stage for today. All of our qualifying races are done. We've had such an amazing time over here. And thank you so much to everyone who's taken part, to all the races, to all of the talent and production. You've been absolutely fantastic. And tomorrow, we'll have the Team Championship finals with the top 6 teams coming here onto the main stage and battling for supremacy here at ESL R1 at Gamers8. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Well, if you want to say congratulations in Arabic, it's actually مبروك. So مبروك for you.
مبروك.
على التأهل معنا إلى النهائيات. لكن الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلينا ننتقل إلى الاستوديو التحليلي نشوف تفاصيل هذه المباراة كيف كانت معنا، وهذا كانت نهائيات اليوم. لكن بكرة هي النهائيات الحقيقية، بكرة راح نعرف أبطال هذا السباق. خليكم معنا نروح للاستوديو وبكرة نرجع لكم باقي السباقات.
I need to know right here, right now, gym session schedule, breakfast schedule, practice schedule, every single part and element of the Porsche Coanda lineup. I need to know their trade secrets, because Joshua Rogers, my goodness, how incredible was that?
Yeah, fantastic. What a drive today. Absolutely. What a drive today. What a drive the whole 3 days so far. But the question is, can they do the same tomorrow?
Oh, you know what? History shows yes. Because at the very start of this tournament, no matter who you spoke to, you'd ask them for the top 3 drivers to look out for. We heard the Marcel Chinchik, we heard the Luke Bennett, we also heard Joshua Rogers, and boy oh boy did he most definitely deliver. Spa was as hectic as you anticipated and hoped, or less?
A little bit less. I mean, basically all was almost decided with Pashtor qualification, and he just couldn't get over Fiduci, and he would need to get like 3-4 positions to actually be competitive and get that P6. Honestly, I'm sad for Williams Esport, but that's racing.
Yeah.
I'm also a little bit surprised how they did it. You know, why Pashtor was driving last when he was not that strong on Spa, for example. But I think they still should be proud, because the result was still very good.
I think individually, the drivers certainly put up an incredible fight throughout the duration of this tournament, most definitely. But unfortunately, they just missed out on that top 6 spot. That is right, only 6 of our teams will be progressing on through to the Team Championship finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. But I want to hear from the team managers themselves, 2 opposite ends of the scale. So let's go ahead and see how they're doing.
Well, I am here with Mark from Mercedes AMG Petronas and Michael from Williams Esports. Really, really tough last race. It came down to the wire. I'm going to come to you first, Mark. Yep. Technical DNF for Graham, but a big sigh of relief. You're through to tomorrow, which is the main thing. So let's concentrate on that for this, for the purpose of this. What's the message to the team going into tomorrow?
I mean, we made too many mistakes today. We're going to go back tonight, debrief, you know, see what we can do better. No more mistakes tomorrow, and just try and send it. New day, new racing. You know, let's send it.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark. You go be with your team. Thank you, Michael. Yep. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's a particularly sensitive time. Must be very, very disappointing for you. Everything looked like it was going so well with Dar at the start. Where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I think similar to Mark, probably just a few too many mistakes throughout the day. No technical issues, just a few maybe racing incidents that didn't go our way. Realistically, coming into the event, I think we had 2 drivers that haven't done a LAN in Rennsport before, so to even be 7th, I think, coming into it was a big ask, but I think we've done well overall. I think we can be proud of the performances that we've done throughout our time here, and I think we're building something here, and I think we'll definitely be back and looking to move up the table in future events.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, me and everyone else, I'm sure you guys will be back. Again, thank you for your time. We very, very much appreciate it. Commiserations. Back to you guys at the desk.
My heart breaks, honestly. I said this before. I just want every single one of these teams and drivers to walk away from this experience a winner. But what an experience it has been so far for Team Williams. And I absolutely adore the fact that an incredibly valid point was made as well. 2 drivers of which have not experienced or competed in Rennsport on a LAN event before. So for them to just narrowly be missing out as well, that is certainly an achievement in its own right.
Yeah, exactly. They should be like, obviously they should be super proud of themselves, because making it all this way and perform under so much pressure like this, everybody would wish to be driving like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, without further ado, it is time for us to check in. Can you do the KFC dance?
No.
Come on, let's give it it's something like this, right? We saw it during the advert. But anyways, it is time for our KFC Colonel's Choice for Best Overtake today. Drum roll, please. Let's find out who that's going to be. There we have Colonel's Choice of the day.
There was fantastic driving from Toman here, if I remember correctly. No, pardon me. That is our Tiba driving. What a drive there was. Absolutely fantastic defending, fantastic racing there.
Of course, today has been full of unexpected surprises. Myself, personally, I definitely considered the Sebastian Job overtake on Enzo Benito and Yuri Toman. I feel like that was an incredible move on his front.
Yes,
definitely.
fantastic.
And you know what?
Absolutely
The
fantastic.
fact that Seb himself has said that, you know, in the earlier stages of the tournament, particularly yesterday, he wasn't in his groove. He wasn't in his element. He was not feeling confident. I think today, if today is anything to judge it off of, you can most definitely tell it's like two completely different drivers.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. Like it's so amazing when they can recharge and absolutely change from day to day. It is absolutely fantastic. Look at this absolutely fantastic driving from Team Red Light Driver and RAG. Absolutely fantastic. On a Monza, it's unbelievable that drivers can handle it like this without further incidents.
Yeah, I think today has been full of surprises, and whilst we do have incredible overtakes, we also have some pretty darn good defensive moves as well. So let's go ahead and find out what our defensive move of the day was as well. Can you talk me through this one?
Yeah, this was absolutely mega defending from ISG driver. Again, Monza today delivered such a good driving. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen any major incidents here. Look at this absolute fantastic move. This is why you want to have racing on Monza, because even though you send it into the first corner, you still don't have what it takes to overtake the other car, because you have an outside line for the next corner. And I'm so surprised the Porsche Quanda didn't try to do some bump drafting or something to help RAG and then follow over to overtake the BMW. But what a driving, what a driving.
If that's not a heart-wrenching, heart-racing moment, then honestly, I don't know what is, because the tiniest of errors, the smallest of mistakes could absolutely cost you the race entirely. And boy, oh boy, did we see that through and through today, time and time again. Talk to me, what is your highlight of today been? Ooh, that's a tough one, isn't it?
Oh my God, there's so many things. I honestly don't remember exactly, but on the Nürburgring, the fight, I think it was Yuri Toman fighting with the rest of the group. That was my favorite. His overtake, brilliant on the Nürburgring. And I did like the drama, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I sometimes like that drama a lot when we had so many Stuart inquiries, especially after that first Nürburgring between Siggy and Ellis, when Siggy was like really angry. He was like in his interview, it was like he want to punch everything around him. You know, that like I really like to see the emotion from the drivers, like even positive, even negative, because that's the racing. You know, the racing is just, it's virtual racing, but the passion is so real.
Well, you know what? My highlight of the day, the folks at home won't know this, but after we got out of the studio following Marcel Chinchik's victory as well as Dara McCormack's victory, we walked out and we saw the two winners stood together, grinning from ear to ear, absolutely ecstatic with their results, as they should have been as well. So I feel like seeing the camaraderie between a lot of these drivers, seeing them come together, have their post-race discussions with one another, has certainly been an enlightening and enjoyable experience on our front. But another drum roll from you, please, Jardier, because it is time for our Gadia MVP with the fastest laps of the day across all of our tracks as well. Any of these lap times you reckon you could beat?
No.
That was such a fast answer. I was expecting you to contemplate for a little bit.
No, absolutely not. But Jajowski lap on Hockenheim really impressed me. That lap he did today was absolutely brilliant. Like, we have seen good lap times on Spa, on Monza and Nürburgring, but that lap from Jajowski on Hockenheim was brilliant.
Yeah, I think the fact that there's two RAG drivers with the fastest lap times as well, could that be a sign of things to come for tomorrow?
Oh, what do you think? What is your... What? Okay,
Ooh,
when you look
okay,
at the
yeah,
top...
you're
okay, I will throw you under the bus this time, me.
No, go on.
If you have the top 6 teams right now, you saw the performances today, who do you reckon will get it tomorrow?
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe he's done this. Can I answer that question tomorrow? If you want to find out my answer, you got to come back tomorrow here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. That was a good cop-out, right? That was a good one. Talk to me, top 3. Give me the top 3 teams. That's making it easier. That's making it easier, at least.
Okay, I think tomorrow top 3, Porsche Conda.
Yes, absolutely.
RAG.
Yes.
Team Redline.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. I might agree with that. I might disagree with that. Who knows? I'm not going to kind of bestow the commentator's curse on this broadcast just yet, but from myself, I'd like to say thank you so much once again, Jardier. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joined alongside you. A huge shout out to our fantastic talent team, everybody here at ESL R1. And I guess I will see you all back tomorrow for even more chaos, even more mayhem, and even more pedal to the metal.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest.